welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in here on an overcast Sunday. Clouds, rain likely. Got ourselves now 1 week away. 1 week away from the beginning of what we hope to be a magical season, a year where the youth can shine, this very young group that the Seahawks team has assembled. And I know you guys are very excited, as am I. And I wanted to make a little bit of the theme of this show today, the part that we've got to, I think, remember as we come into the season, the part that's going to be, I think, the biggest, I don't know what the right maybe word to use here, but the biggest onus on whether or not, I guess, we become that team that can become a contender. The defense will be what it is this season. We're looking already right now, and Jamal's going to take some time back. Witherspoon's still dealing with the hamstring injury. We're going to get these guys back eventually, but how good they'll be, how much of an impact they're going to provide, we'll have to kind of see in that respect. We've had some other young guys like Cameron Young playing none of the preseason. How much is he going to bring? Mike Morris going down to a shoulder surgery. I don't think that this means that these impediments are going to keep the defense back from finding success this year, but it does, again, make me reroute back over there to this offensive side of the ball and understanding that indeed it is going to be this that carries the day for this Seattle Seahawks team this upcoming season. It's not going to be the back of just being a balanced team or the defense being a top 10 unit, in my opinion. If they can get there, if they can accomplish that with this young of a group, that will be all that much more amazing. It'll make this team all that much stronger, but it's hard to look at them on paper and say that this is a top 10 defense as it stands. It feels like right now their ceiling isn't about that top 15 point, but the one thing that doesn't have a ceiling is the offense. The offense knows no bounds. In my opinion, this is an offense that's even capable of pushing the all-time record for most, at least total yards in an individual season. Maybe not the most total points, but at least the most total yards, the 7,400 mark that was set by the Saints in 2011. And I get there through a couple of different fashions, because when you do look at the offense last year, you go, well, wait, how you get into to them being able to push up around 7,000 yards? They were only 13th in total yards last year, 9th, though, in points. And I say the way that they're going to get this done is on being more consistent than they were last year, number one, because through 12 games, they were on a certain type of pace. They ended up about 5,800 total yards last year, but through 12 games, they were on a pace for about 6,500 yards with those two rookie tackles starting on either side. And this is an offense, as I talked about in a live stream we did this summer, about the amoeba offense nature to what this offense is going to be able to do. Beyond being productive from just a pure stats points standpoint, it's going to be able to attack you in any fashion by which you are weak. If you're weak in nickel, we'll hit you with Jackson all day long. If you're weak in base, we can go to 2 and 3 tight end sets and hit you with that all day long. And there's even some more room for improvement from what they did last year that they didn't even really include into what they were doing. But it was a complete offense. It was an offense that was driven by the passing attack. I think what's interesting in going back and looking at last year's offense and how it's going to probably trend forward again to this year is that you threw the ball 57% of the time, which is a staggering amount when you go back and consider the days of Marshawn Lynch here with Russ, which you'd have years where you'd be 50-50 just about, or 51-49. You weren't up around 57%. That was a tremendous amount to be up at that high of mark, and I feel like they're again going to be driven mainly by this passing attack. Not that the rushing attack isn't going to factor in, but let's look at how they've built this offensive line. Abraham Lucas, pass protector, right tackle. Right guard, Phil Haynes, best at being a pass protector. Evan Brown, actually probably a little bit better as a run blocker than a pass protector, so that's the one guy that's the outlier here. But then Damian Lewis, who's traditionally usually been a better run blocker, was actually much better against the pass rushers last year as a left guard. And then Charles Cross, another guy that's at his best in pass protection. It's not that these guys can't create holes, open lanes up. This is evidenced by the fact that the Seahawks last year actually averaged 4.8 yards per carry as a team. So they definitely can do that as well. It's just the strength is into pass protection. The team already showed you last year with that 57% of the time in passing that they're going to lean into that strength of this team. And now that's with, of course, the addition of Jackson Smith and Jigba, because one of the few things that held you back last season, and one of the reasons that you did have that fall off after week 12 is that you didn't have a functional slot. D. Eskridge was gone for pretty much the whole year. Marquise Goodwin fitted in there for a couple of games before he went down for the year, and you just didn't have anybody else that was legitimate to slide in there to be a threat from that slot. Certainly nowhere near where Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to go. And this is where I feel informed a little bit about what we've seen in training camp as of recent, in that Jackson Smith looks so ready to come out and not just be a good slot in this league, but to be a tremendous slot in this league. And we've not yet seen DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett throughout the course of this beautiful, magnificent run they've had between the two of them, where every year both are stacking up 1,000-yard seasons like it's nothing. They've never had a slot inside that could cause this much damage, that could be this explosive, that could get into secondaries and make them pay the price for their cover 2 looks all the time, for dropping into those cover 2 looks, for bracketing down that coverage on DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett so very often as teams would do. Are you going to continue to do that when you got a guy like Jackson in there that can now truly flourish from within that slot? And I think this is where it does open the door, in my opinion, to increasing this upcoming season from where they win. You look at him last year, you have Geno Smith throwing for approximately 4,300 yards. And where we really lock in is that back 5-6 games. Everywhere from, it was through week 12, I remember this very succinctly, he was good to great through 12 weeks of play. And then it was the fall off that happened after that. This may come off as an excuse to some. To me, it's more of an explanation. Your rookies, especially those rookies on the edges of the offensive line, hit a wall. Your running back room got decimated, as it often does happen on a yearly basis, to the point you were signing guys off the street right around this time or so, right after week 12. And then you had the slot situation fall apart by that time, where you didn't have even a functional slot receiver. So your offense became really predicated behind throwing merely short and then hitting your receivers on the edge a little bit on the deeper routes. Still found some success through the back half of that schedule, but it was a different nature of the beast at that point. I don't think you're going to have that back end go the same way, where the Seahawks are going to be able to be more consistent. Cross and Lucas aren't going to hit those rookie walls like they did last year. The interior of your offensive line should be a little bit improved, if but because it was so bad as you went over the course of the year. The loss of Gabe Jackson, the loss of Austin Blythe is in essence a cumulative plus for the interior of that offensive line. And then, as I said, you are adding back in Jackson Smith and Jigba, and maybe even Eskridge. I know not many are expecting much from him, but if he does come back in week 7, if Jackson were to get injured, you do have a guy, at least again, that does fit the mold to the slot type they're looking for with his skill set. I don't know if he can remain healthy for more than about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but he is able at least to bring that into play if he is on a football field and able to actually, go and make it happen. So 4,300 yards last year. What can Geno Smith do this year? Well, I think that he's going to push up to 4,600. So 300 more yards over the course of the year. My proof of this, of course, is going to be the Jackson Smith, the utilization of the slot. I think the team also showed you a little bit in this preseason period that they're trying to work a little bit of the fly sweep game in. I went back and checked last year. The fly sweep element of the offense is a common part of the Niner offense, common part of the Ram offense. We ran it about 5 times last year. Let me say that one more time. The common element of the Niner offense, what makes Deebo Samuel really go mainly from that being like a running back type as a receiver. The Rams with Cooper Kupp and how they've used him for years like that. Hell, the Rams last year in the game they played against us at home simply went to this as their main style of run game throughout the whole course of the game. We had 5 attempts. The Rams might have that in a half in their play calling. And let's not forget that this is an offense that comes from the McVay designs. It wants to utilize those fly sweep elements, and we can explain why they didn't. Because as I just said, last year you were facing a situation where you had your slots completely gone. There was nobody with the skill set to run those plays. And you need a certain type of receiver, that hybrid type who can be part receiver, part running back, part werewolf. Hard to bring down the open field, but also fast and quick enough to get and make those defenses pay the price if you can get the edge on them off of that fly sweep. So I expect that number is going to go up because they want to make it a part of the offense. Just over the last couple of years, they haven't had the guy there in place to make it go. Eskridge was also injured the prior year, and you didn't have any real insurance behind him in that slot. You had guys like Penny Hart running as kind of backups at that point, and that wasn't good enough to make the fly sweeps work. You need a certain, it's kind of goes with maybe they get you thinking, well, anybody can do it. No, it's a certain kind of guy that can do it and be really productive with it if you can work that into your offense. But it will challenge defenses, because there was a play I saw in this preseason period where it was the DJ Dallas fly sweep that they ran. And where or it was an inside run, and you could see other defenses, they had a great all 22 shot of it, where the linebacker, as the fly sweep man comes, you'll watch the linebackers reset their gaps, where they're going to carry with the receiver. They're going to take a couple steps over to that other side of the field in order that they're ready for a fly sweep if he gets it, so they can go in and make a play. And you saw with when Seahawks were running it, I think it was against the Vikings, where their defense didn't even bite on the fly sweep guy going in motion, because the Seahawks have never really ran it. And that's where there's going to be so much success to be had from it if they use it, because it's not been a real frequent part of the offense. But it's one that I think they have an intent to build into there. We also heard a lot about training camp and this team working on the screen games. Bubble screens, fly sweeps. We had the Jackson Smith taking the bubble screen to the house in practice, that little cut that we saw. This is another part that's been really underutilized here in Seattle in the last couple of years, for the same reason that you haven't utilized the fly sweep. I mean, the same kind of skill set you need from a fly sweep guy, you kind of need from a bubble screen guy. DK is really hard to bring down in the open field. He's a big dude. But he's not necessarily their fly sweep kind or your bubble screen kind of guy. Tyler Lockett's long lost the years of the yak stuff. I don't knock him for it. I'm okay with it. Hopefully it preserves him and elongates his career. Nonetheless, doesn't make him the best bubble screen guy to throw those balls over there to him and let him try to work in space. Now you have the guys to do that. So adding these extra elements onto this offense, which is already potent as is, should only make it that much more potent. So I see the 4,600 yards passing. I then see them making even about the same jump, maybe a little bit bigger jump by 50 yards, but being about a 350-yard jump in the rushing attack from last year. Because there were games like you had with Tony Jones Jr., there were games you had with the interior of that offensive line where you were able to get nothing done as far as the run game goes. And I don't think they're going to be running into that at least as often this year. There are going to be some tough defenses in there in stopping the run. There's some easy defenses out there at stopping the run goes. But as I said before, you averaged 4.8 yards last year per carry, even with those sort of problems that you had to work around a little bit in the run game, especially in the back half of the 5 to 6 games as they were dealing with them. But I think this year now, having the line a little bit better, the rookies on the edge now, second-year guys returning, the threat of the receivers on the outside, along with the tight ends, what they bring. And let's not forget the tight ends with their 1,100 collective yards last year and 9 receiving touchdowns. That's just another little entree of the offense, if you were, not even the main dish. So I do believe that you're going to get this uptick as far as the rushing attack goes because of what you've got more consistently up front in front of the running backs, but then also because of a presence of a Zach Charbonnet, and with it probably Kenny McIntosh too in that. You're not going to be going to Tony Jones Jr., I would hope not. I know that we've been hit with this running back problem for many years over. I know in training camp we've already had a couple of different injuries. Walker with the groin, Charbonnet with the shoulder. We got McIntosh currently trying to get over the knee situation. I get it. It's been a problem here. I dubbed it the beast mode curse for a reason. But there's also a regression to the mean factor here involved, where maybe this is that finally we get the other side of it, where these guys can be healthy maybe for a year. And especially with the amount that I think this team's going to end up throwing it. Because if you are throwing it 57%, that means that many less rushing attempts potentially for the backs. I don't think that they're going to be right at 57, probably more aligned to 54, 55% overall this year, still heavily leaning to the pass, but they will run the ball. They will run it better. Kenneth Walker, for some reason, gets kind of, I think, forgotten about by Seahawks fans. He's not getting a lot of love. There's some that post comments into my chat about, well, Charbonnet will be running back 1 for sure this year. I mean, that's just inevitable. It's a matter of time. He's going to be RB1 and he'll take over. He's more of what Carroll looks for in that back. And we should make that's going to be how it is. And Kenny McIntosh will come in and he'll take some carries too. And I keep coming back to, do we realize the season this kid had again last year? And as always, as I like to do with this channel, it's not just about looking in the moment, but let's look at this from a historical perspective. You got 50 plus years as a franchise that you've been around and operating in. You've had most of that era being an era that was dominated by running backs on the offensive side of the ball. Late 70s is about running backs. 80s, still about running backs. 90s, quarterbacks are creeping up, but it's still mainly about running backs. And then by the 2000s, you're starting to get into being quarterback city. But think about this. In 50 years as a franchise, you've had 3 running backs go for 1,000 yards in a season. 3. Kurt Warner, Chris Carson, and Kenneth Walker. That is it. That is it. You got a coach here for 10 years in Chuck Knox who was all about running 24/7. The man's literal nickname was Ground Knox. And yet, only 3 have been able to get there. I think it's a testament to how hard it is for rookie running backs to get to that 1,000-yard mark. And the fact that he did this not starting until after week 6, the fact that he did this having accomplished that, I think, through at least halfway into the year there, he's got a bum wheel he's operating on because he had some ankle heel thing going on that was inhibiting him. And you could see it in a couple of games where he'd even bust out a big run, and you could see at the end of the run, he was kind of hobbled on it a little bit. And yet that guy, with the reduction of starts, reduction of playing time, still got over 1,000 yards. And now you're adding Charbonnet. Now you're adding Kenny McIntosh. You still have DJ Dallas in there, who is another somewhat underrated guy in the way the fan base looks at him, especially for all that he brings. He himself averaged 5.3 yards per carry in about 35 carries last year. So I see the rushing attack. Even though you have built this offensive line more to pass protect, I do see the fact that teams are just going to get so much in the flow of trying to protect against the pass and all of these weapons we've got going through their secondary that it's going to allow a natural lot of holes to open up. The fly sweep game will be better than the 5 carries you had last year. The better complement of backs, the better probable health of these backs, if it just sits to at least historical norms within the NFL, should allow you to be more productive. And so if you have our Seattle Seahawks uptick by 300 yards passing with Geno Smith this year, which is not a huge mark. Certainly if he had stayed on the same pace that he had been through the first 12 games, he would have hit right in that 4,600 yard mark. He was on that pace through 12 games with 2 rookie tackles, without a slot receiver, with an interior offensive line somewhat collapsing in front of him. And then we have a 350 yard increase as far as the rushing attack for the aforementioned reasons that I just gave. That would put you at 7,000 yards. Last year, 5,800 yards in total, through 12 games on pace for 6,500. I'm advocating right now that we can hit the 7,000 yard mark because this is the most potent, explosive offense that you have created in the organization's history. I know I'm like you guys. I've seen all the clickbait out there. The Seahawks have been unreal. This should not be legal. The Seahawks are going to take over the NFL. I don't know if it's all going to be that, and I'm not trying to speak that bombastically. But what I am saying is that the hype is real in that respect. In my lifetime as a Hawk fan, I've seen some grade A offenses come down the pike. 2005, woo. 2003, pretty good. 1984, yeah, not bad. Let's go. This is the best of the bunch. This is the most stacked of the bunch. I mentioned the tight ends. If you had 1,100 yards on most teams cumulatively from your tight end position with 9 touchdowns, that'd be one of the focal points of those offenses. With us, it's just kind of an afterthought. Oh, yeah, we got another 1,100 yards in the tight ends. There is no weakness to this offense. There is no defense's weakness that they cannot attack. Health is going to factor into this. That goes without saying. But if this team fields the unit that they have constructed, it should be one to which there is really not much of a way to really stop them, absent you having one of the top defenses in all of the land. And even those guys, I think, are going to have a little bit of a hard time against it because there's nothing you can take away from them. You take this away from me, you lean that way, we hit you this way. You lean this way, we hit you that way. You go low, we go high. You can get it however you want to get it. But as much as anything, we can counter your punch. You're not sitting there waiting for us, but we can watch what you're doing and then just counter the other way. Oh, they want to do this? I'll just go over here. And Geno has showed the control at the line of scrimmage where if he sees something come up the line that he can read that you're doing, he now has the weapon in a Jackson Smith-Njigba to attack that. He's got the backfield that should remain deep to be able to attack that if he wants to audible to a run, like he did last year in the Detroit game. Remember that Rashad Penny big run that he busted off? Geno comes up the line, reads Casino blitz, gets the run going into the right gap. Penny hits it hard. He's gone. Geno, one of the first quarterbacks since maybe Hasselbeck I'm seeing doing that as much as he did last year. The audibles into the runs, reading the defense, pulling to their pass half attack. Oh, I got a light box. We got a pass called. Audible it off. Go to the run. We got a numbers game up here up front. And Geno, with some of what I would call his near at times mastery at the line of scrimmage and his understanding of what he was seeing, would absolutely recognize and see that. And I expect him to continue to see that this upcoming season. Part of the reason I've said Geno Smith's performance will continue to be sustained because the success by which he had it last year was not by luck. It was not by him going downhill with a rocket on his back. Indeed, it was kind of somewhat the opposite through a lot of that season. And he still persevered. He still won the comeback player of the year. He has still gone through this offseason and absolutely, fundamentally has done everything you could want from your starting quarterback to do, from a leadership standpoint, a work ethic standpoint, working with guys off the field, his addressing of the media and how he carries himself. Check, check, check down the line as far as the boxes checked, as far as this guy being ready to roll this upcoming year. You look at the Niners right now with all the weird vibes they have coming out of their place over there, and what just doesn't feel good over there with what they've got going. And whereas over here, everything's coming together just right. The chemistry feels right. The talent is right. It's very young. But with a guy like Geno guiding this at the helm, where it's not a second-year quarterback, a third-year quarterback, you got the quarterback at the right time in his career to take advantage of all this talent around him. And I'm expecting Geno to flourish. I'm expecting him to continue to take off this year and finally shut up all of the, I'm going to call it, few remaining haters out there that just can't quite see that last year was upon his great work ethic, upon his want to have that kind of season and the work that it took to put in to get to that point into last year. This is where I see this team going this year on the back of this offense, is to a 12-5 season, as I talked about with Brendan on our preview prediction show last night. But it's going to be the offense that takes you there. And at near 7,000 yards, that should put you up into a top, if not number one offense, it'll probably put you into a top 3 state of things. And with a very, very small outside chance of, even if everything goes right, if the health can really hold up here, of maybe even pushing that NFL record. They are that good. It would take the young guys taking big steps forward very quickly to attain that, but the talent is there for them to accomplish that. The depth is there for them to accomplish that. The varied ways that they can attack you is there for them to accomplish that. Because it's not going to be a one-trick pony offense. Like, all we do is like to throw deep. That's going to set this modern-day franchise record. The Saints team that set that record in 2011, yeah, they had Drew Brees throwing the ball all over the place, but they could also run the ball. They were also very balanced. And that's what it's going to take to get there. Is it's not just about throwing for 5,000 yards. It's the both of the aspects working together, because then you're constantly keeping defenses off guard. They don't know what to expect. They don't know what's coming, play in and play out. And then your offensive play caller can seem to be toying with them at times by having that level of strength that he can call upon with either side of the offense, run or pass, fly sweeps or bubble screens, go deep or hit him short. There's nothing that Waldron's inhibited by here, and he has been a little inhibited in his first couple of years in not having the full allotment of personnel to run this offense in full. I think a lot more of like how it would look with how McVay runs his offenses out there with the Rams. And Jackson Smith, your new Cooper Kupp here, he looks every bit the part, does he not? Tell me this has not been one of the best rookie preseasons you've ever seen. From the hype to the performance to just what we're hearing out of camp, all the people and what they're talking about him, never heard anything like it. You add this now to the offense, you add a Cooper Kupp now to this offense, you add a Cooper Kupp to last year's offense. Where do you think that takes it? Where do you think that goes? I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We are just, sorry, we're a little bit late on the uptick of things. We do not have any current updated news out there as far as anything I'm hearing about. Maybe we'll get something breaking here over the course of the show tonight. You never know. Sometimes weird things can happen on a Sunday evening. It gets a little odd. Is it a full moon tonight? I don't know. Maybe it's a full moon. But I just wanted to have a nice check-in with you guys as we are a week out. We've got a good collection of shows coming up this week. I got a video on Derek Hall. I'm just putting the finishing touches on here, so I'll hope to have that out to you guys probably about tomorrow or so on an upload here for the channel. But I just kind of want to check in with my fellow Seahawks fans, see where you guys are at as far as your head goes, see how your confidence is kind of heading into this season, and see how hyped everyone is. I hope everyone is ready. This is going to be a fun year. I think this team has put together a team that is hard to pick apart the decision-making of the team and how they've gone about their business to accomplish this. And it's got me as excited for this upcoming season, the potential of the season, as any in recent memory. There's been some seasons I've tried to talk myself into the team being good. Well, you got Russell here. He's still in his prime, and you just get this just good enough here and that just good enough over there. And it was always just get this up where here just good enough so that we can lean on the potential of greatness of Russ to get us through in those late teens period, early 2000s. But now this does feel like a team that's going to draw this forward. Does get me excited, does get me hyped. I hope you guys are having a great night. If you like what you're listening to today, please do slam on that like button. Subscribe on up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it, as it does help this channel out. Just crossed up over like 13.1 here, so we're still cooking along on the sub count here as we're well on our way here to the 15,000 subscriber count goal that was our big goal here at the start of this year. We're just pumping away towards it. So I hope you guys are ready. We got our year. We got a one hell of a year on our way on deck here. Jeff Logan, I hope you're doing well. Wiz Hate Me, hello. 360 bets, you think Jackson plays week 1 and that Hawks cover the 5-point spread against the Rams? Don't you agree? Yeah, I would definitely, with the Seahawks playing at home, which they tend to say the betting odds already give you a 3-point bump on that as it is, I would think that we would take past that. Yes, this should be well over a touchdown win, whether Jackson plays or not. I can't imagine that the team's going to feel pressed to play Jackson, as this isn't really, you're looking more to the Detroit game as the one that you might really need him, as all hands are going to be required on deck for that game so that you can be as potent as you're going to need to be to stay step for step with potentially a very potent Detroit offense, like we saw last year in the Scorigami game, where we didn't punt one single time that whole game. So I don't know why they would think, looking at the Rams, that they need him for that. Maybe just to have him out there to sprinkle him in a little bit, not even have to play him all of the snaps, but just give him a couple of snaps in there for certain packages, personnel groupings. But I would think that they'll be pretty hesitant here, especially 360, if we're going to learn and come to find out that Cooper Kupp is not going to play this week 1. I'm not saying that's where it's going, but he's out there talking with specialists, and he's certainly not going to be at 100% if he is playing. And that's a big difference in this game if he's out. Big difference. Fleece Hughes says, let's go. This is my favorite channel. Thank you, Fleece. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And that's very kind of you to say too, Wiz Hate Me. Thank you, man. Going Coleman, I think they'll run the 3 tight end sets versus the Rams, run the ball and keep passes short. We had a lot of success with that last year. Agreed, Corey. That would be what I would do here, is I just let Jackson sit a week, commit to running the 2 and 3 tight end sets that were such a mainstay last year, like you say, and then work a general balance off of that. Test that Rams front. Test the eyes of these rookies in the secondary. Can I get them bodied on the run fakes and then hit them deep over the top? I would do a little bit of the probing a little bit with those kind of sets. So I agree, Corey. I think that's a good way of them to go here to kind of counter that. Skyline 5467 says bear, THN's favorite word. It's a good word. It's a real good word. Mocha B, how you doing? It's good to see you. William Letter, hello. Megan, what's up? What's up? Donald Houghton, how you doing, Donald? Hope everything's going well out there in Colorado. Kelly says it's my dad's Joe's birthday today. Happy birthday, Joe. Hope you're having a good one out there. Eric for real says defenses will have to pick their poison on paper. It looks amazing. And the thing that we can speak about this too, Eric, I think, just to build on your point with that, is that most NFL teams have chosen to go offensive heavy. You've got to go weak somewhere in the NFL. That's sort of the problem with the salary cap, if we want to call it a problem. Maybe it's a good thing that helps to keep parity. But you want to pick a strength, that means you're going to drive towards a weakness somewhere else. And this works out pretty uniformly. So if you look at the league and you go down and look at the salaries and who's paying what to what side of the ball and which side of the ball is taking up the majority of the money and first round picks, draftable asset, it's going to be the offensive side of the ball. This would, by general logic, lead you to a conclusion that most of the defenses in the NFL then do have some kind of weakness to them. A weakness that's not just weak because a player is underperforming or they have a busted up position, but because they've not been able to build enough depth there. They've not been able to build enough frontline starting there, and they're aware of it, but they've made a tactical decision to do that in order to better build up a bigger offense. Now you as an offense have that type of offense they're trying to build up, and you now get to go at those said defenses that have that weakness somewhere. And it could be the base package. If I get you into pulling three linebackers on the field, do you suck in that mode? Do you only have 2 good linebackers? And if I pull that 3rd linebacker out there, can I now just hammer the hell at you, go at you, and attack that weakness over and over again, and there's not a lot you can do about it? Likewise, if I bring you out and you got an extra defensive back out there for nickel, and he sucks at covering Jackson Smith. Or maybe you like to try to go to nickel even in situations where you should drive to base because you don't trust your base. And you play so many offenses in this league that live in 3 wide receiver packages. But the Seahawks don't have to do that with their 2 and 3 tight end sets. It puts them in that, Eric, I agree. It puts them in this bind. What are you going to pick to do? And show me the defense out there that is, from a talent standpoint, has everybody out there to cover all these guys, to cover our 3 tight ends, to cover our 3 wide receivers, to cover the backs that we could be sending out of the backfield like Kenny McIntosh. And then show me the schematic structure of the defense out there that doesn't have a failing within it as well. Let's just take out the talent for a second. Every single defense has a hole within it. There is no perfect defense that exists in the NFL. None. You want to blitz heavy? You're probably going to get hit on the back end deep and get hit hard at times. You might get big plays on the other end of it. You might force quarterbacks to speed up their process, interceptions, tip balls, all that good stuff. But you're going to get more deep passes. You want to play a soft zone-based defense? You want to protect against the deep ball? Well, now you're going to open up the short stuff. There is no taking away everything unless you have some legendary-like defense as we did 10 years ago. Otherwise, it's not happening, and we shouldn't count on legendary defenses being across the board. So you've got somewhere you've picked both from the front end, a talent point on your defense you're going to be a bit weaker on. And then on top of it, you're going to have some place schematically, naturally, that we can attack. Teams can do that with us schematically. Our defense is in that said soft zone-based nature. So we drop to depth. We drop to heavy depth. We leave stuff a little bit opened up in front of us, which does allow teams to dink and dunk us at times. That's a schematic failing. Do you have the players who are great yak guys in space and that can, penalize that team that drops into that space, allows those easy completions? We might have a hard time against that kind of team. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about here, that you can counter what you're doing, like you're talking about, Eric, where you got to pick your poison, and we can hit you any way wherever we see that weakness, wherever we see that you're missing a scale on the skin, we can jab the knife in right there. And it's a very, very nice accommodation this offense has, and it's an unusual one. I can't remember. There's few teams in Seahawks history that have had even two tight ends they're functional. You got three. A few times in Seahawks history, I can remember having two running backs that were pretty legitimate. You've got like four. This is the best receiver core that we've put together in Seahawks history, absent all that other stuff. Oh, and this as well. Oh, this other thing as well. You also have the best receiving core you've ever put together. Just that too. It's going to be amazing. Orbit plays preseason MVP is running back Jaleel McLaughlin on the Broncos. Bro is nuts. I'll have to go check out his plays, man. Addicted says, hope JSN can stay healthy. He really does look like a guy with the it factor. Can't wait for next Sunday. Me either, man. Me as well. Yeah, Addicted. It was tough last year. Penny couldn't go more last season. I think the rushing attack would have looked remarkably different if you had him out there for a full year, and how dynamic both of them could have been, and how you would have kept defenses from being able to lean back on the passes as much, because I think that they got to through the end of the schedule where they just didn't feel like as threatened by the run as they did earlier. You had a little bit of a lame canine. You had lame blocking, and they went, we'll be fine here. Flea says that Hawks Nest, that t-shirt looks so sick. That was my all-time favorite Super Bowl 48. This felt like about the right time of year, Fleece, to take it out of the closet. I don't wear this one a lot, but this one felt, I don't know why. Just right now at the start of the season, this one just happened to feel, for some odd, I don't know, there's some Freudian thing involved, some subconscious thing here. But for some reason, this shirt just had me wanting to pull it out. I can't put my fingers quite on it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, brother. He says, the orange cat looks like she's lost a few pounds. The crazy heat has her looking like a fitness cat on the Instagram. Yeah, she's definitely not lost a few pounds. She's still a big girl. It's all that hair she lost from the summer. Look at her technique, by the way. She's just going face first into the side of the wall there with her sleep method. Somebody's a little tired, huh? That can't be comfortable. Thank you for the $5, though, man. She is a fitness cat, though. She's got a few extra pounds, but it's all muscle. Amateur Draft Scouts is such a good kitty. She's a very good kitty. I'd give her a pet, but she's sleeping deep. I don't want to wake her quite yet. She'll be up in a few minutes here. But she's always here every show. She always jumps up and we're ready to begin. Orbit plays, I'm a Bronco fan, and yes, I live in Colorado because who the heck would bandwagon Denver? What do you think of Denver after the preseason? I think the Denver Broncos are going to be have a good floor as a team. And and that this is not a team that should be back in the same record place they were last year. The defense is still going to be legitimate. I don't know if it'll be as good as last year, but it'll still be legitimate. It'll still be a strength. And I think that Sean Payton is a really good coach. I think that's the best you guys could have done out there for grabbing a guy there to get him in the right situation. The part that remains uncertain to me a little bit is Russ, but I have the feeling what they're going to do with Russ is probably, as you know, what you've seen them doing a little bit early on, which is him under center, a lot of play action rollouts, and getting him an opportunity to basically, simplify the reads, get you away from the line of scrimmage, put you in a position to utilize your legs more than you have in recent years. And that can bring some success, I think, for Russ. It will also do well for them to, it'll also work well off the running. The running game will work well off of it too, I think, and making the running game that much more potent. The issue does remain a little bit for me, Orbit, the pass protection and Russell's penchant for holding onto the ball a long time. Those are not two good things that go together. And I would have thought the Broncos would have been best suited after they made the trade from Russell to work to find an offensive line that could better pass protect, to not assemble basically an offensive line that was very similar to the one that he operated in through most of his career in Seattle, which was a run first, pass protection section, pass protect a far second in many cases, as far as the line talent you were looking to put together. And McGlinchey's not going to do any more to correct that with the signing of him at right tackle for you guys. And I haven't seen a lot on that offensive line that's been done to make that look or appear to go through any real better than it's been in recent history. And the last 3 years in a row, Orbit, I think you were 26th 3 years ago in pass protection efficiency, 28th 2 years ago, and you were probably up around there again last year in the same kind of spot. So I like the talent. I think that certainly there is a way this could go to where you could get into the playoffs if everything kind of breaks right, defense stays healthy. I will say you guys do have a little bit of the bad injury luck thing already starting out though here too, where Tim Patrick goes down, had none of him last year. Very important puzzle piece there to that offense to kind of work around Sutton and Judy, and he's out. Judy's already had a little injury he's working through right now. I think you've had an injury or two on top of that already that have been pretty serious. So hopefully that holds up. But I think a lot's going to have to go right for things to work out for you. I think as well, Orbit. I just don't know if Russ is the long-term answer there for you guys with Peyton is going to want to run the offense to his stylings, and his stylings of offense is not going to be to want to run under center, play action, long rollouts. That's not how Peyton's, as we saw with Breeze, that's not how he does it. And so, he'll accommodate Russ for now, but there's a reason why Jared Stidham was signed to a 2-year, $11 million deal. And that's because if it doesn't work with Russ, there could be a chance Peyton quickly goes to Stidham, especially if Orbit, he's got a defense that's holding up their end of the bargain like you guys were through the first 10 games of the season, I think, whereas if you had scored just 19 points through those first 10 games, you'd be 9-1. I think if it goes down that line again, I think he'll be transitioning over to Stidham. But hard to predict this. Russ has certainly lost some weight. Looks like he's going to be capable of going back to his legs a little bit here. And there's potential it could work, but it is hard to predict. I will say this, you're not going to get him to run the Peyton offense. He's not running it like Drew Brees ran it. That's not the Wilson's game. Ray Barrios says only 4.5 favorite at home versus the Rams. I wonder what Vegas is seeing here. I'm a little uncertain on it as well, Ray. I mean, maybe a little bit of it is just new season, and teams aren't as kind of planted in their minds as where they're fitted. Vegas doesn't usually get these things that wrong. I would put this as like a 7-point favorite at least myself. To me, it feels like at least a touchdown better game. But maybe opening game of the season, they're thinking McVay will work up some miracle, and Donald's back on the scene, and he always harasses us throughout the whole course of the game. God, I hope we double team him a lot this upcoming game and don't just try to single block him. Nick, I watched some college football yesterday, which usually don't. I like that Drake May. I also know Sanders' son threw for 500 plus yards, but the ball seemed to kind of slow through the air. But what do I know? Yeah, I thought there wasn't really, as far as the first week goes for college quarterbacks, there wasn't to me anybody that was really underwhelming. And, 500 yards, Nick, is 500 yards, especially when it's that Colorado team that was 1-10 last year, going out there doing that against a TCU team that won a lot of football games last season. I know they lost a good amount of talent, including their quarterback this offseason, but, him going out and performing in that way was eye-opening. I'm going to continue to watch Shedeur Sanders. I didn't see arm strength limitations from him necessarily. Maybe you're going with the wind-up a little bit. I thought he had a pretty good amount of pop on the ball. But Cameron Ward balled out for WSU. Penix was great against Boise State. Drake May looked good. I mean, Caleb Williams was insane. Caleb had this one throw going to the sideline where he's about to go out of bounds, and he throws it up in a way we've seen many quarterbacks do in the past. He's not even trying to complete that. He's just sort of doing a Hail Mary throw out. It's going to be like a high degree difficulty throw with a low chance of success. And he completed it, put it right on the spot. No doubt Caleb's going to be the number 1 overall pick, and he looked really good. But pretty much all the quarterbacks I at least had a chance to watch and check out, they all looked pretty top notch for the opening week. Everybody was on their P's and Q's. Even the kid out there at Tennessee, Milton, looking good. And Orbit, I will say, you should beat the Raiders twice this year. You can write down the 2 wins for the Broncos against the Raiders are going to be bad this year. Jeff Logan says, I hope they use Dallas as a fullback more. I wouldn't mind seeing that, Jeff. I especially want to see a little bit more maybe the fullback dives brought into play. That always used to work back in the day, and coaches stopped going to it, but that was always a 3rd and 1 freebie right there. Max Strong on a 3rd and 1. John L. on a 3rd and 1. What the smell says, I can listen to Seahawk ramblings all day. Thank you, Brando. My pleasure, man. And the good news is that I can probably Seahawk ramble all day. So it's a good meeting of the minds. Ray says one thing in the NFC is Philly. Philly's great, man. They're my pick right now to represent the NFC again this year. They had a really great year, obviously, last year, a complete team. And they didn't come into this offseason, in my opinion, and lose a whole hell of a lot. You flip out Hargrave for Jalen Carter. You add Nolan Smith as an edge rusher in there now on top of it. I love Sidney Brown. I mean, that kid is going to be I hope you guys remember I was hyping Sidney Brown up when he's out there lighting it up this year, because that kid's going to be very impressive, I think, on top of it. So they got a good squad. They're going to be tough. It's going to be an uphill battle getting through that team. It is. Both them and the Niners. The good news is there's not a lot of other top-notch teams in the NFC aside from those 2 guys. Robert Play says, bro, my hot take, Broncos are going to beat KC at home this year. They lost by 6 last year. It's a potential, Orbit. I mean, especially I think you guys play them in that first 6-week period when they don't have Chris Jones, don't you? So, that Chiefs team is going to be remarkably different if they're going to be playing without Jones for a very long period of time, through the first part of the schedule at least. And I think that's when you play them. So, yeah, if they don't have any Jones, and you look at that KC as it is team where they stand right now, losing, Frank Clark this offseason, and, it's got some good players defensively, but it's Juan Thornhill's gone, and I don't know. They definitely are a little, I think they're a little vulnerable in certain parts with now Jones out. He's a big part of what makes that defense work enough so that the offense kind of carries the day, the defense does just enough, and they win a lot of football games. Fleece says, I think Russell Wilson is washed, bro. Sean Payton's scheme doesn't fit Russell. He's not a pocket passer like Drew Brees. We are of like mind there, Fleece. It's the part that I'm a little worried about with Orbit. I'm not trying to bury Russ as of yet, but I'll tell you there's some things with Russ's game that have me very concerned about him. I mean, even the fact that you're having to take this guy you've spent all this money on and accommodate him now to this offense that's like basically about protecting him, which is not normally what you'd want to be doing for a guy that you're paying that kind of money to. But doesn't mean it can't work. Doesn't mean Russ might not flourish within it. And they're going to have a good defense. So it's not like you're scoring a whole lot on that Bronco team, I'll tell you that. But I have those feelings. I have those worries as well. Orbit says, well, Russ is going to have to be a pocket passer. Last year when he tried to scramble, he got sacked a lot. That's where they work it off, I think, the play action on the deep rollouts, Orbit, where now you get him a little more in space. You have him with 2 reads. If it isn't there, throw it away or try to run it. And that's your kind of 4-point look on it with what he's going to do more often than not. He's not a pocket passer, man. Unfortunately, we saw this for years here. It's not that Russ can't be successful. It's that if you're going to try to turn him into a pocket passer and ask him to play on script, on design, 3-step, 5-step drops, which is a lot of what Drew Brees used to do with the New Orleans Saints, that's not going to work. That's going to be a big failure. And so I don't know. I think they've already kind of started. Remember last year too, Orbit, and you're watching the games at the end of the year. This is what they started to do with Russ last year. is that he actually started to find some success after they fired Hackett, when they started to go to more of that under center stuff, just play action role stuff. So he did have a little bit of success at the end of the year with that. Part of them, I think, winning that final game of the year. Could be speaking out of school on that one. George Samuel, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Orbit says, I'm not going to lie, Broncos offense is better than Seattle, except DK and Geno. That's a tough one for me, Orbit plays. So let's go through it. Your tight ends are better than ours. What did your tight ends collectively make as far as catches, receivings, touchdowns last year? Ours had 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns. That's got you beat. Your offensive line is not in good shape. You got a guy coming off a torn ACL at your left tackle position. McGlinchey is not very good. I know you paid a lot of money for him. Doesn't make him that good. He's pretty good as a run blocker. He's not good as a pass protector. And you're going to learn that about him this year. All too clearly, all too well. Quinsonberry at center is okay. Our 2 tackles are better than your 2 tackles. Damian Lewis is our left guard, is better than your left guard. You have Javonte Williams coming back off an ACL injury, and Perrine. We've got 2 second-round picks in Walker and Charbonnet and McIntosh and DJ Dallas. I mean, offensively, we got you beat across the board. Across the board, my man. Addicted Alex at pulling his money or soon parted. Oh, it's awesome. In orbit, I do like Javonte. He is good, but he is coming off that ACL. So, I mean, to think he's just coming back 100% and it'll be just like what he was before the tear, maybe. It's kind of a 50-50 on that one at times. Or sometimes it just takes them the extra year. You just need the extra 2 years to get there. John Hobbs, man, that trade sure worked out. Thanks, Russell and the Broncos. Devo Martzal, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that. He says, hey, Brandon, I'm excited about McIntosh making the team. Pretty impressive. He made the team seeing 0 preseason snaps. Secret weapon? Go Hawks. I do think that he's going to be a weapon that you can potentially catch teams off guard with because he is such a unusual kind of piece. He's a bit of what I talked about at the top of the show, of a guy that can be a bit of the true hybrid running back receiver type guy in the way that he's built. He runs wide receiver routes when you put him out there as like a slot, and then he can run like a running back with the ball in his hands. And a guy that certainly, if you've got no Eskridge, if you're not sure if JSN can do it, here's a guy that could definitely do those fly sweep things and be very, I think, effective with it. But Devo, he did turn his knee in the final pre-scrimmage game. Before we started preseason, he turned his knee as he was getting drugged down to the ground. And so he's been getting over that knee injury, or he would have probably gotten a good amount of running this preseason. But I do think that they always intended having him make the team because of the unique skill set that he brought. And he had some pretty cool cuts of some of those runs early on in the camp where he was showing off some of the vision and some of the lateral quickness that he has and getting wide and then breaking those runs off for some big gains. So I think he had shown him enough in camp prior to the injury to go, oof, we got ourselves a little bit of a steal here in the 7th round. And part of why this running back crew is 4 deep. I feel okay about any of these 4 guys you got to call upon if you got to give them some carries. Mark Harpercorn, thank you for reminding me that. If you like what you're listening to, please do hit that like button, subscribe. It ain't gonna hurt. It's gonna make it feel good. Daniel says, I can't quite put my finger on it. At the same time, putting your fingers on the word Super Bowl, laughing out loud, Geno going to put his finger on that Lombardi trophy. Go Hawks. Picked up what I was putting down there, Daniel. You picked up what I was putting down there. Erickson says, Pete has this team buzzing, baby. Let's effing get it. Let's get it. Let's not mess around. Who says we can't do this? Why not us? Wasn't that how we used to say? Why not us? I assemble one of the greatest offenses in the NFL in a league that is run by the offenses. Why not us? I put the most talented stack together that I have in 10 years. Why not us? I have a young team, but I got a coach who over the course of his entire head coaching career has shown you time and again that he can get the most with the youngest, that he is a guy who takes those young pups and turns them into grown-ass dogs by the end of the year. He's done it once. He's done it twice. He's done it many times over. Why not once again? Who's to say Pete can't pull it off? Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you on that. Says, Ollie said hi to you and Pumpkin and go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Ollie. Pumpkin appreciates that. I know that, even when I'm barking like a dog. But very kind of you for doing so. Appreciate the donation. And hope Ollie's doing well out there tonight. Hope he's ready for the season. Hope he's ready for his dad to have to cry due to the Cardinals losing a couple times. That inevitable sorrow and pain. Fleece Hughes says, I think we got the best wide receiver in the draft with the 20th pick. I think we got great value with JSN like Jamar Chase. Guys got potentially a lot he brings to the table here this year. That is why I think this offense can have the top taken off of it, is that you have a slot brought in like you haven't had since going back to the days of Bobby Ingram. And this is a chain mover, and you have a chain mover offense. That's the whole point of the West Coast, is that we move away from the old style of offense, which was more power-based running attack, and then we're going to hit you over the top with these deep shots. And I know that Geno was really good on the deep throws last year, but at the end of the day, this offense is about moving the chains, and you need the third down guy who's just uncoverable in the slot, who can help to keep those chains moving. This is what the Detroit Lions have in a guy like Amon St. Brown, where you look at the Lions last year, and they had the fewest 3-and-outs in all of football, some of the best third down conversion rates you would find in all of football. These things go together. And if you've got an offense that can keep drives going, those are going to be more productive offenses. You're going to control the ball and the time of possession longer, which is going to then protect your defense better. It all goes together if this can work in the right way that they have set this up. But it should be a very, very productive offense. And I love what JSN's bringing. I've said it a few times, Fleece, and I'm going to probably say it a couple times through this year. Probably not have to say much here because we're going to see what we got here pretty soon with this kid. But never in over 3 decades of watching Seahawks football have I seen a rookie get this much hype, praise from coaches, hype from other players, talked about by other reporters, seeing all of these clips flooding through on almost like a daily basis from practice of him making a play or making a superstar-like catch. And then have him go into the preseason games and show in the little bit of action that he was out there, that talent and that ability and what he's capable of doing. And that just gets me into a place of going, maybe you're right on that. Maybe he is going to be that good of a receiver. Part of this is the re-looking at too of the slot receiver and what it means and what it is in the NFL. And it is a starter now. It is a receiving position on the field now that can be the best in football. You can have a Justin Jefferson who does most of his damage for the slot, and he'd be the number one most productive wide receiver in the entire sport. You can have a Cooper Kupp who does most of his damage from within the slot, and he go through a year where he's the most productive wide receiver in the entire sport. This is the evolution of where it is going to. Not where it's been, where it's going to. And you got the perfect, ideal kind of piece to accommodate that evolution of the sport. Justin Cooper in the house. What's up, Justin? Three Hours says, our wide receiver trio will be the best in the league if JSN balls out like he was in the preseason. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one who sees it that way, 3 Hour. I see it exactly the same. Ryan Balls says, it's kind of crazy if you really think about it. As a Hawks fan since 92, I don't think we've ever had an offense like this. You never have. The closest you could come to is the 2005 offense, I suppose. One in which was heavily run-based. It was a balanced team, but you had Sean running for a ton of yards, 1,800 yards that year, setting the touchdown record to the goal line, very efficient in the way they scored. But the receiving core was always kind of in a flux. The receiving core you ended up going with that year was not what you intended to go with going into the season. And it proved to be just enough. But this receiving core has got that receiving core beat by a mile as it stands right now. And you had Jeremy Stevens that year. You had one tight end. And then just another guy as your other guy. You got 3 tight ends here. You had Sean, and then you go to Maurice Morris. And Maurice Morris could be an okay compliment to Sean. But Maurice Morris is no Zach Charbonnet. I don't even know if Maurice Morris would be a Kenny McIntosh. Or even a DJ Dallas, frankly. He was okay. But once you got through the 2, you didn't have a 3 and a 4 you could call on that team. Now, the thing that Seahawks team did have that had beat that this team doesn't quite have is, of course, you had the 2 Hall of Famers rocking in their prime in 2005 on that unit. That's where they do have them a little bit of an edged out on. But not by a lot. Not by a lot, especially if these talented young kids can, Ryan, step forward. These 2 rookies coming into their second year now, tackles, they can step forward in their game and go forward, then that shortens that one place where there was an advantage from the 2005 team that much more. And yeah, you're right. Since 92, especially, you go back to that brutal year for the offense. We've had some bad offenses through that time too. We've had some underperforming offenses in there as well. Absent in the Holmgren years, kind of sandwiched between the Holmgren years. Justin Cooper says, I laugh when fans of other teams have Geno will show his true colors this season. I can't wait for them to realize they're looking at the wrong man. Brock Purdy will have a sophomore slump. I feel strongly in the same place in camp that you do on this too, Justin, in regards to Brock Purdy. I just have felt like for a while there's a little bit of a mirage aspect to this kid. He'll be maybe okay or good enough. I don't think that he's going to be as light the world on fire type that he was last year. And I mentioned yesterday's show, there's those 3 main stats that stand out to me that are not 3 stats that are all likely to all come together again this year, like they did last year for him. You're lucky to get one of these things on an offense. To have all 3 of these things are part of what helped them to protect Purdy from his arm limitations. And that is the 2.6 seconds that on average, which was the number 1 best in the NFL, the Niner quarterbacks got their ball out of the hand in 2.6 seconds. Why? Because you had yak machines out there in Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and George Kittle. Even Ayuk's pretty good in that respective things. Then you had the 32nd, which was the rank of the San Francisco 49ers in the air yards by their quarterback last year. Their quarterbacks threw for the least amount of air yards of any quarterback in the entire National Football League last year. Think about that one for a second. And then the third stat that goes together with all of these 3 is the receiving core of the San Francisco 49ers generated more separation on average on their routes than anybody else in any other receiving core in the NFL. So he had guys wide open, getting the ball out of his hand very quick, throwing very short. I don't think that they're going to be able to replicate that again over the course of a full season, especially if this defense isn't going to be as strong, especially if that offensive line isn't going to be as strong, which do look to be right now as we stand a bit of where this thing seems to be heading on the surface of it. Fleece says the Eagles have a top 2 offense, but I think our offense is better since we had a GSN in the slot. I think they're going to be very close offenses in how they play. They've got a better offensive line. That offensive line's good all the way through. No weak links. Dallas Goedert is probably better than any one of our individual tight ends, though collectively we probably have them beat. I think we've got them beat in the running back room. And yeah, I think we got to beat with the receiver, especially with JSN. I think that takes us over the top of them. I think DK and AJ kind of cancel each other out. Devontae and Tyler kind of cancel each other out. And then JSN's kind of the difference maker on that a bit. But they're a great offense. I'm not taking anything away from them. The Eagles are good. I'm not kidding when I say the Niners will have the worst season under Kyle's authority to date. I'd love to see it, man. The vibes are not good right now coming out of San Francisco. And even their own fans are admitting that. I've listened to a couple of little things, just hearing where they're at, taking the pulse of Niner Nation out there. And Niner Nation's in a shaky state. They're in their bedroom. They've pulled the covers over their head. They're shaking a little bit. There's a little bit of I'm sweating, but I'm also cold. Bob Mueller says, Chris Jones, Aaron Donald are a top 5 pass rusher in the league on the D-line, and Seattle is competing for Super Bowls yearly or every other season at the very least. Time is ticking. I share 100% and in full completely, Bob, your same outlook on this. I got into a really fun debate last night. I really enjoyed having my talk with Brendan on our show last night in regards to this because we had a great tete-a-tete in regards to Aaron Donald. And I'm very much being driven by this being an ever-evolving situation in my mind and looking at the lay of the land and the market structure. And what I mean by that, and I think what you're intimating here, Paul, and what in your comment, is you look at the market structure, what's availability like here? You know, and we got pandemic-like availability about to happen when it comes to the defensive line here in the near future. What I mean by that is that the good defensive lines to the great defensive linemen in this league are all being signed. And they're seemingly all being signed over the course of this one off season. Ed Oliver, Jeffrey Simmons, Quinnen Williams, Ron Payne, Allen out there at Washington. Donald, of course, already got paid. And a couple of their names. There's so many guys that have been paid, I can't remember all these names. Derek Lawrence with the Giants. Everybody's getting their money. And what you're seeing with this is that the amount of guys that are at least currently considered the top, let's say top 15 defensive tackles in the sport, like you're talking about, Bob, that could bring that kind of impact, are all getting plucked up and taken off the board. And so where do you have your pathway to getting that next guy as we look forward? And we don't have a lot of money to spend in the next offseason. You're most likely, if this team holds to form, going to be picking at the back of the draft. So are you even in a draft next year that's going to be very stacked with defensive linemen? Is there going to be that guy available where you're picking who can help to drive you like you're talking about, Bob, to help you get you over the top in that way? And I'm not sure there is. And this is what informs me back around to being a little bit more aggressive for a player who might now become available on the market. An aggression I might not normally have if there was an alternate pathway to go in order to bring on that, supplement that defensive lineman somewhere else. Ideally, you'd love to do it through the draft. You'd love to be picking at 24 next year. You'll take the 5th defensive lineman taken off the board in the first round, and you're going to hope he's going to be that guy. Maybe. Team's not had a lot of great success in recent years with defensive linemen drafted, interior defensive linemen being drafted. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. So just trusting in that being like their wheelhouse and the place they'll be absolutely strong and who they'll find, I'm not so certain. So, Bob, I do come back around to either of those two guys being guys that I would be aggressive here, because it's not just a decision about, do I want that guy at this point in time of his career? It's also a decision about what is your alternative. You have to take both into account when considering either of those two players or even a DeForest Buckner. If not this guy, what is your alternative? Here's a weakness on your team. Here's a weakness on your team as it looks like we're going into the foreseeable future. How do you fix it if not by this guy? What is your pathway? And maybe there is another good alternative option I'm not as much considering here on the surface, but trusting in just the draft on it for a team that's going to be looking at like everything else is hitting on all gears and all cylinders. You're the one cylinder not hitting on your gear. And we got to now fix this. And now we get into a little bit more of the desperation mode at that point if we're waiting on it down the line. Like, well, maybe something to develop. Well, maybe something will fall in our lap. And then you end up in a little bit more of a desperate state with it. Agreed 100% there, Bob. Wayne Wilson Jr., it's funny, Russ played his former team in the first game. Now Bobby Wagner is doing the same, but he's a Seahawk and will always be. I know that. Yeah, that's for sure. We're just going to forget about that Rams season with Bobby. That didn't happen. He was just IR'd last year. It's not possible. 3 Hours says we should take a quarterback in the later rounds and have him sit behind Geno and learn. There's a lot of talent in next year's quarterback draft. I might even do you one a little bit better with it, 3 Hour, and then I would be looking anywhere on from the second round onwards myself. I think that between the second and fourth round is where you're really going to be able to get yourself a talent. Then in another, if it was a talent, we're talking in the draft from 2 years ago, the Malik Willis draft with those quarterbacks that came out in that draft, the Pickett draft. Some of these guys might have been first round picks in that draft, if you're looking kind of for a comparison there. So I think there'll be good value to be had in a second, third round area. If you're going to look to do kind of what you did with the Russell Wilson situation, and let's go back to that blueprint again, not finding a guy that's going to be mobile based and not looking for Russell Wilson's skill set, but looking to find a guy who's really more talented than where he's going in that point in the draft. And I agree. I think it would be smart for them to do it. Not only because you might find your quarterback of the future there in getting that guy, not only because then you're maybe building an asset where even if Geno's rolling along strong as hell, you can flip this guy as an asset to get you back picks later down the road after you've developed him a little bit, if you want to go down that marker of it too. So it does help you. It does help you as well there. And then the third element of this is the savings of money. You're spending $4 million on Drew Lock right now this season. What if you could only have to spend $500,000 on a guy instead, and then move that money to somebody else, move that money to somewhere else? Makes a lot of sense. And on Kyler Murray, I'm seeing some talk and wonder, Justin, in there about a little bit about Kyler Murray. The Cardinals can cut Kyler Murray this offseason. Remember, they can do the post-June 1st designation. And then at that point, you split the dead money fee between 2 years, and makes it a little more feasible to cut him, even though he's at that spot of the contract he is in, where it would be a tremendous amount of dead money to pull it off. And if you look at the Cardinals right now, they actually still have a lot of cap space right now this season. And my prediction is the Cardinals are going to sit on that cap space and they'll roll it over into next year's cap year to help to accommodate that dead money hit that they're going to have to sustain. George Harmon says 5,500 yards offense this year, my prediction. And that's conservatively. I'll tell you, George, that's super conservatively, man. And George, I know I'm behind in the chat, but please post if you can below. They did 5,800 yards last year. So why would you think this year they would put up 300 yards less than they did last season? Justin says, I've lived in Arizona and have since 2003. I got to say the culture here is weird. People kind of like football, but it's always the topic of being disappointed. You live for years with a Cardinal team like that really hasn't been good for a long period of time of their time there. Let's remember, too, it's a Cardinal team that kind of came in there as a relocation franchise. And a lot of people, Arizona's kind of like a mini California, where a lot of people that live in Arizona come from other places. They hated the wet. They hated the cold. They wanted to go live where it was warm. And that also is going to make it hard to build up the local fan base. So, Dara, did you talk about the rumors on Chris Jones? I don't know what to make of him, Dara. I did see him, but I try not to as I can with you guys and girls, or women. I try not to do too much as far as we don't have anything confirmed on what we're hearing. I did see a little bit of something on Twitter where maybe, I've heard maybe the Browns would be in on Chris Jones. I couldn't see the Chiefs trading him within the AFC, to be honest with you. I've heard that maybe Seattle might be, in on this and consider it as well. So it is out there. There's some slight heat on this, right? The burner's been turned on. It could be just people clickbaiting and trying to put two and two together. I mean, Dara, as much as anything, is like, I do that Chris Jones video, and it's a relatively highly viewed video, and somebody sees that on YouTube as a thumbnail, and they're like, let me post on my Twitter, this is a thing that's happening because there's views behind this. There's people who will be interested in seeing it. So, like, when it comes to these kind of rumors where it is very just, you're hearing it, but you're like, yeah, but it's real vague, and it's coming from sources that are really not necessarily founded in anything. I don't want to give it too much credence yet, but it does get me excited. And if he does become available and we do make the trade, I will be pounding the John Schneider drum of excellence for having made the move. And I'll be talking every person with any reticence in making that deal off the ledge with the greatest of effort. Because as I said, this move comes down to, it's the most important part of considering about whoever they move for as far as to upgrade this defensive line. Number one, as we all learned when we were about 7 years old, beggars can't be choosers. Okay? That's number one. And when you look at this defensive line unit as it stands right now, and you look across the league at the available options, and you look to next year at the lack of cap space and the lack of probable defensive linemen that will be available for you to pick up, you go, well, we're kind of getting close to that phase of things a little bit. And if I can be in a beggar who can't be in a chooser mode, and I get to land on Chris Jones in that mindset, I'm going to have a hard time being angry about that. I'm going to have a hard time being like, this doesn't make no sense. It's a risk. It's a risk with the age. It's a risk with the money. I get all that. But part of knocking so many moves out of the park like this team has is it's created some room for error. 3 hour, Bosa did not sign his extension as of yet. It's looking ever increasingly so. Number one, it's definitely looking like this. Bosa's not going to be 100% ready to go for 100% of the snaps in the Steelers game, which helps us because that's a game on the road, 10 a.m. against probably a tough Steelers team, a tough Steelers defense. And we know this might come down to this year. I mean, my record is, as far as I see it right now, making my predictions, where I've sort of thought for a while the Niners would be about 13 wins this season. The way it's gone there in recent last month, it's making me question my record outlook on them. I'm still going to stay at that spot. But if they start having a couple of these games, it's going to come down to us and them, where we're 12 wins, they're 13 wins, and you're having some of these losses, you're punting from an early season because you have the negotiation standoff still going on between you and the Bosa camp. that does give the Seahawks that much more of an open possibility of getting in there and taking hold of this division this year. Yobi says, as usual, no respect from national sports. Yeah. They're not going to give us our props, Yobis. But all that much sweeter when we take off and they've got to sit there and yammer and stammer and how are they this good? Who saw this coming? No, we tried to tell y'all. I think that's what it was sorry, Dara, let me expand on what it was there. There was a tweet of Chris Jones being traded to the Seahawks potentially, and he liked the tweet. I think that was what it was. So he wants to come here. Scooby Snacks, we have what, $2 million in cap space? I highly doubt a Jones trade is in our future, laughing out loud. That's what's reported at right now. As we've learned in the NFL here, Scooby Snacks, if there's a want to get a deal done, you can get a deal done. Do you have to get acrobatic and all that to make it happen? Sure. But you can get the deal done. I've run the cap numbers on this, and running a deal that would be, let's say, $29 million for Chris Jones. If you put it heavily put into guarantees and bonus money to where basically you could keep the first year cap hit right around probably about $10 million. That's the part to concentrate on this, Scooby Snacks, is not the money you got to pay him in full, the yearly, what's the APY yearly? No. Let's take this year by year basis. Year one. How do we get to $10 million? Because that's what his cap hit would be in year one on that new contract. It's my belief. Somewhere in that neighborhood, give or take $1 million, give me a little bit of room here. The team can create that kind of space if they need to. That's not going to be supreme cap acrobatics to pull that off. It can be done. It can certainly be done. Yep, I mentioned before that I believe the Hawks will finish top 5 first in first downs in 2023. I could see it, man. JSN will be at the big 4-point front of that part, making that happen. Daniel says, we won in the last Super Bowl with an elite defense. In this era, offense is king, and we have adapted. We will win the Super Bowl with an elite offense this year and or the next. Boy, would it just cement so much of Carroll's legacy to win the Super Bowl in this way, too. You know, you won it with defense the first time. Now you're winning it with offense the next time. You've turned over a whole culture in 10 years to do it with a whole new set of group of guys. Boy, would this stamp his legacy like nothing else to pull that off. I says, it seems like Chris Jones wants to be traded to the Hawks. Come on, baby. I did that show a month ago where I raised the possibility of this being some way that this starts to turn. And, you know, I got a lot of pushback in the comments and that of this. There's no way this could happen. There's no possible. And I said, this stuff's a fluid situation. And you never know how it could kind of turn and squirm and move in a way that you don't think it's quite going to move when you look at this on the onset of things. And we've reached that stage of that. You're through camp. He's been fined $50,000 every day of camp, completely unforgivable. When does it reach the point where there's a bit of an impasse? And I thought for a while, maybe he'll just wait to come back middle of the season, but maybe that's not good enough for him. Maybe he doesn't feel good about that. Maybe he doesn't like the fact he's going to be fined all this money and then also be costed all those game checks that he sits out on top of it. Maybe that leaves a little bit of a bitter taste in Chris Jones's mouth that he's not willing to come back to the table for. See how it goes. It'll be interesting to see how the Chiefs kind of make this go. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging the dono, but thank you for it. He says, I hit the like and my wife, dog, and truck all came back. There you go, man. Literally hitting the like button will bring former family members back, wives back. It'll do all that. That's kind of good vibes you're bringing out there into the universe when you hit that like button. Fish Quest hit it right on the head on that one. Thanks for the dono, Fish Quest. Hope you're having a good night, brother. Primo, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Primo, for that. He says, no questions, no comments, just for the love of the game. Man, after my own heart on that one, Primo. That's right. For the love of the game indeed, brother. I appreciate that donation and support to the channel, man. And thank you so much for watching. I love what I do. And I'm glad that it resonates with you guys because it's my favorite thing, man. Favorite thing in the world to do this. And I'm so hyped up for this year. I'm so amped up for the live streams we're going to be pulling off and all the things we got planned this year. It's going to be next level this season. I just kind of feel it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Garth, for that. He says, why not us is a number 3 saying. Don't reverse the curse back to Seattle. It's not reversing the curse because it was, number 3 was saying it at a time when there was still a purity there. There was still a pure intentions. So it's operating off of that. And it doesn't carry with him from team to team. We saw this, Garth, with the Let's Ride. Let's Ride is just an iteration of Go Hawks. It's a weak ass iteration of Go Hawks. But that's where he's killing that over there. This is just working off that energy of 2013 it's always kind of bubbling and percolating a little bit. So, no. It's that he tried to carry that away. I'm keeping it in the home base. It started here. We own it. It's like the 12s. It's ours. It's like the 12s with the Texas A&M thing, Garth. It started out as Texas A&M's. Now we own it, really. And then Texas A&M just happens to put a 12 up on their stadium every once in a while. Thank you for the donation, Garth, with another $5. Says, what picks do yourself and the Orange Cat differ on? She had us going with a loss to the Titans and the Browns. I believe she had us losing to them. And I have the loss going to the Eagles and Giants, I think, was the other one. So Eagles and Giants. I think we're differing on those 2 games, I think. There might have been one other one, Garth. I can't quite remember. But we came down to the same record at the end of the day. So by my trying to evaluate all the numbers and distill it all down to a final common place our Hawks will land, and then her psychic senses, they both aligned right on up. Same conclusion, which should tell you that it's basically assured to happen. Byron P says, if you were the general manager, what defensive tackle would you pick up to bolster the Hawks' depth? I would, if we're talking about in the now here, Byron, I would certainly be on the phone lines between now and the trade deadline looking to target the following guys and seeing if I can get teams to pry them loose. Chris Jones is a guy I'm going to check in with the Chiefs to see if this is going to be a possibility if he's available. DeForest Buckner with the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts, I think, at one point or another are going to arrive in a spot, Byron, where they're going to say, you know what, this year's not our year. Let's move this guy and get some good assets back for him. We're trying to turn this thing over. We got to get better help for our new young quarterback, our flashy new young quarterback. So I would look at DeForest Buckner. I'd also look at Grover Stewart, a run-stuffing, zero-tech nose tackle for the Indianapolis Colts. He's not much of a pass rusher, but he would bolster up the depth and he would help you in stopping the run. I mean, that'd probably be a guy that might even start up ahead of Jaron Reed as a nose tackle for you at that point. Another guy I'm going to probably have to wait to make a call on and see if this is a team that might go into more of a sell mode or be willing to move him would be Leonard Williams with the Jets or Giants. The Giants have already kind of staked their claim to Lawrence as the defensive tackle that they wanted to kind of pay and go with. And especially with the money that you're paying on Daniel Jones and have to figure out the Saquon deal, I don't think there's going to be money to pay a Leonard Williams who's now, starting to age, not age in that Chris Jones realm, 28, 29 years old. Just it's, starting to get into the back nine. He's not super expensive. He is a really good all-around player, former USC guy, which was certainly appealed to Coach Carroll, and a guy that I think the Giants might consider moving, especially if they fall out of contention maybe here to begin this season here before the trade deadline. Those would be some of the guys I would look at, Byron, as it stands right now. This will be a little bit of a thing to check in with me at on maybe week 4 if we haven't made a move, because some of this is going to be a bit of a fluid situation with the teams that will fall out of contention who will then maybe go into sell mode that are harder to predict right now because we're looking at them as teams that are going to be trying to push for it, that aren't going to be looking to offload assets. Instead, they might be looking to go the opposite way with it. If you're talking about just open market guys that are out there available right now that are going to help this depth out, quite honestly, really, there's not a guy out there that's going to do that. You could get a guy like Ndamukong Suh or a Akeem Hicks, guys that are really long in the tooth. I mean, their tooth is so long, it's going down to their foot and it's stabbing into the top of their foot. That's how long in the tooth they are. And I don't know how much impact they would really bring. They're a name. They might help out a little bit. But this is why we come back around to, for me, Byron, wanting to see a bit of a bigger swing made to help out reinforce these ranks. To me, making a little bit of a half measure move or going and grabbing a guy like a Danny Shelton type that's out there, it's just not good enough to really do what we need to have done there to help this line out down there, in my opinion. But those would be some names to keep an eye on and kind of track. And I will continue to try to add to that list as I get a better idea of the teams that might go into the sort of the sell mode of being willing to move a player. But as you always know with this Byron at the start of the year, everybody thinks they've got a chance. Everybody thinks they've got a chance. Hell, I'd make a run at Donald if he becomes available on the market too. And I would be aggressive. Jeffrey O'Kelly, should we draft Shedeur or Sanders in the second or third round in this year's draft? Well, I don't think we know where Shedeur is going to fall to or land at or what his status will be looked at. This is his basic first game action against real top-end competition, and he was spectacular. If he can put a season together that's around this kind of performance throughout the course of the year, he may be a guy that can push himself into first-round contention. He's got the size. He seems to have an NFL-worthy arm in the way it looks. I'm not so sure that he falls into the second or third round. I'll say too, Jeffrey, it's a tough thing to predict right now because there is so many draftable quarterbacks in this class in this weird area where it's from late first all the way to the fourth round. You should see about 17 to 8, let's call it just to be conservative. Let's say 13 quarterbacks are taken from the late first through the fourth round. That's a lot of quarterbacks. And who ends up valuing who ends up maybe raising somebody else higher than somebody else. It's not been this deep or this talented as far as the depth of the talent in recent memory. You've had some top-end heavy drafts where there's a clear-cut 4 or 5 guys, top of the line, these guys should go in the top 10 picks, but not one like this where there's this collection from that late first round to the fourth round range. And there are a lot of guys that are really true blue, decent possibilities for the Hawks to jump on. Sanders might be that guy. He might be that guy. I do believe this is a year where we're probably going to take a quarterback between the second and fourth round. Schneider has said for years he intends to do it. He wants to do it. He's not been able to get around to do it. Part of it as well is that on top of not getting around to do it because you needed to instead draft a guy to help depth out another place on the team, it's also not been one where the talent is aligned for them to do that. You took Russell when you took him back third round because the value was there in making the pick where you made at that point. And he's not had a similar point where I think he's felt the value is there to take that quarterback at this spot. But whoever you select, Jeffrey, the good news is with all these quarterbacks, the value should be good because it is so deep there. Daniel says, we've been looking for a new nickname for our defense, but I think we'll need one for our offense. I have an idea, but it's not the catchiest, or I'll be calling out offense death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, that might not strike fear in the hearts of our opponents. That one, it's effective, but we might have to come up with something a little bit more flashy. But I agree, we got to maybe start thinking if they're going to be as good as I think they're going to be, then they certainly are deserving of a nickname at that point. I dig the Hawks. Is the Hawks Nest. I hit the like button and my glass was filled with bourbon magically. That's what I'm saying. A little fairy will come by and fill your glass. You won't see her. You'll see the liquid fill up on the glass. But there's a little fairy there with she's got a little pour. It's kind of heavy in her hands, because she's small and tiny, but it's like the size of her. And she's like, pouring it into your glass. When you hit the like button, that's exactly what happens. It's like instantaneous. Oh my goodness, let me see here. Got a little bit behind on the chat here. Just a little bit. Spuds Mac, not a Swiftie. Or somebody, I'm not a big Swiftie myself. Oh, hitting like will get you Taylor Swift tickets. James Stradley says this season has the potential of being one of the most exciting seasons in a while. Well said, James. And I 100% agree. You got some great talent here. You got some fun players to watch. You've got a team, I think, that's going to be in every game at least. They're going to be hard to beat badly. And I think it's going to be a consistent team. You're not going to have to wait till a fourth quarter for them to come to life every week. Why do I says, taking out garbage time, first 9 games, 2022, third in drop back EPA with 26.8 points per game. Last 8, 21st in drop back EPA with 20.8 points per game. 32nd in the last 5 games, dead last. The O-line must keep Geno clean for this to work. It is that wide do wide, but it's also, again, there was a few factors that went into that drop of play, right? I mean, there are a few things that inform that EPA. It's not just simply, well, Geno drops back, and then he's under a lot of pressure. And so then, that's why you had that happen. Let's go through the factors that happened there and occurred. Yes, the pass protection did take a dip there. Kind of all across the board, everyone went down in that last 8 games of the season. The other thing that occurred is that your running back room got decimated to injury. The other thing that occurred that you stopped run blocking as well as you run blocked earlier in the year. So now you got guys off the street running the running back position. Now teams know that they don't have to account for a Rashad Penny or a Kenneth Walker. They're not going to account for a Tony Jones Jr. So that means they can concentrate on the pass that much more. That means they can pin those ears back that much more defensively in order to take that pass away. And then there was the fourth factor, why do why, which was the defense. Your defense could stop just about nothing through the back of that 8 games as well, hence forcing the offense to have to now carry the day and score every time they got the ball, making Geno make plays outside of what he was doing early on in the year, making him feel like he had to do the Superman cape move, which he kind of had to do. You weren't going to win those games if he didn't go back and do Superman-like stuff. So I agree that you got to keep him clean, but all of those things to me work together to allow that offense to dip in the back half. And it's part of why I have so much confidence that this year that's not all going to happen in the same manner to cause it to dip in the way that it did. Why do I said it's all coming back together on offense? I said top 5 offense day of draft, and that still holds. Hell yes. Very true. Ryan Ball, Brandon, do you think Pete can put together a team with the number 1 offense and the number 1 defense at the same time? Wouldn't that be insane? That would be very insane. On top of the fact, Ryan, let's not forget you're going to have probably a top 3 special teams unit too here with how they built that up, which would make that even more crazy. I think it's going to be very hard to pull that off. I'm not going to undersell the fact that they put the talent together to eventually be a defense that can maybe get up to that mark, but it's so young right now, and you do still have the holes on the defensive line right now. It's possible down the road you could pull that off, but a lot would have to work together right for that to occur. And Geno would probably have to take some tremendous discounts into the future in order to supply the defense in the way you would need to supply to make it built up in that way. But that would be crazy. You're going to win a lot of football games if you're number 1 and number 1. Holy Hand Grenade, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Why do I can see Seattle make a move for a vet defensive tackle next year? I don't see it this year. However, I don't think that keeps Seattle from making a legit run if things go right. Well said, man. Well said. I could see it being that way. Certainly could. Garth Knight with a $20 donation. Thank you, Garth, for that donation. It's good to see you up in the chat, man. I hope you're having a great night here on this Sunday. Says, what's up, dog? Spent the weekend up in Chelan. What you talking about tonight? Think both our first rounders sit out week 1? Who comes back first, you think? Let's go backwards to front on that one just a little bit. No, we're just talking about tonight, really, Garth, the offense and the fact that this offense is going to carry the day here for this team. I think there's a high end point to this offense they could reach of up to nearly almost 7,000 yards this year. I think they're capable of doing that. It's an offense that's complete, it's deep, it's got the star power that can hit you from any different direction, every which way but loose. So we've just been kind of discussing a little bit of the parts and pieces that are going to make that work. I think both first rounders probably end up sitting out week 1, but for different reasons. Witherspoon, being that he's just not purely ready yet, and they're trying to be very careful with that hamstring injury, which is understandable. And then when we look over at Jackson, it would be a matter of because you don't feel like you necessarily need him in order to win this game. Especially Garth, as it looks like, or not Garth, but Randall, especially as it looks like Randall, that Cooper Kupp's not going to play in this particular game. Or if he does play, he's probably going to be at least limited to some degree. So I think Seattle just goes, let's give him the 1 extra week. Can't hurt to give him that one more time for that 1 extra week for that surgery to kind of mend up and heal up, because you really are going to need him at that point, Randall, for the Detroit game more than I think you're going to need him for the Rams game. But I'm not sure if Witherspoon comes back for even week 2 at that point as it stands right now. I mean, he's not even on the field practicing here yet, and I would have to think that the team's going to want to have him running fully in the context of practicing a ton before he gets to the spot of just running him out there the second he's back healthy. I think they trust their depth a little bit in that respect. It'd be nice to have him back by week 2, though, as well. I mean, him and JSN, you kind of need for that week 2 game, him to stop Amon St. Brown in the slot because he'd be ideal to match up against him. And then on the offensive side of the ball, JSN, so that you can put up the kind of points you're going to need to put up to probably stay pace with that Detroit offense, playing on the road in a 10 a.m. situation there. I would think that would be mighty helpful having JSN there to help you take over the top. But we're just, turning over the offense, man. We think this offense is going to be a big driver of this team's success this year. And when I look at this team potentially topping out Randall to becoming a team that gets the conference championship, or dare I even say, gets themselves past that to a Super Bowl, it will be, I think, on the back of this offense being one of the best in the National Football League. And it has that capability of doing so. It's, I think, very much the best offense we put together in team history here. And it may even be by a wide margin when we all end up looking back on this in retrospect too, quite frankly. So just jacked up about the offense, jacked up about this upcoming season, jacked up that we're a week away from the first game starting up here, Randall. And I think everyone's in that same kind of energy flow right now, which is great to see. Randall with a $2 donation as well. Thank you for that, man. He says, thoughts on Sue, his fit and cost. I'm in TBH. Sounds good, man. And I hope you had a good time in Chelan. Chelan's such a beautiful place right there in the middle of the state. You get a chance, it's a good little spot to go to. The lake is cold as hell. It's like, are they putting ice cubes in this thing? I mean, it is cold. But it's a cool place. They got a nice little water park out there. Ndamukong Suh. I've not been as blown away at the thought process of signing Ndamukong Suh for a couple of different reasons. Let's address the first part of this, which would be that he spent the majority of his career in a 4-3 defense. A 3-4 may not be as much of a good fit for him at this stage in his career. He was also a 3-tech through the majority of his time in a 4-3 defense. So if you're going to bring him to a 3-4, instead of putting him on the nose, you're going to likely then put him out as a 3-4 defensive end, which may not fit him at this point in time in his career. You really want him to be a run stuffer where the last few years, he's really been a pick a spot guy. I'm going to pick my spot where I'm going to try to make my pass rush work. He's not been as interested in being a run defender in recent years. So he doesn't quite bring to me, from a skill set standpoint at this point in time of his career, what you're needing on this defensive line, Randall. And it would be an interesting name to add to the mix, but a guy that I think is definitely at this point at a spot where it's about time for retirement. You know, he's played a lot of football. He's very old. It's probably at that point, he's going to be probably a gun for hire this year at some point, like he was last year when he signed with the Eagles. But I just don't think that there's a lot left there with Suh that you can really call upon to utilize for this team, on top of it just not being a scheme fit for what he does. Hey, kitty. Appreciate you, though, Randall, for that donation. I think it's true. This is where I go back to trades being the better way than signing somebody off the street. The nice thing with Suh, though, Randall, is, of course, you don't have to give up a pick for him, but he's like 36 years old. Him and Akeem Hicks, just older than dirt. Dirt. And I should know because I'm older than dirt. Stale, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Cam Ward will be the Seahawks pick at quarterback. Well, you know for sure that I'm going to give you 100% of the credit for that, Snail, and making that prediction if that turns out to indeed be the case. He had a hell of a opening show. I mean, it's great to see the quarterbacks this year start out, and they're all looking good from the first start. Last year, you started out in the first game, and it was kind of underwhelming across the board with some of the quarterbacks that you were tracking potentially for our Hawks to end up picking. Everybody just sort of set that tone of this year might not be the year we're getting the explosion at the quarterback position we thought we were going to get. And this year, the first week, it indeed was kind of an explosion across the board with the top end prospects and some guys that are putting their name up into the mix, saying, "Hey, you better consider me too. I deserve to be up there as well." And I love Cam Ward's game, Snail. He's a gunslinger back there. He's fearless back there. Good pocket navigation, strong arm. I think he's going to play in the NFL. I don't know if he's going to be a starter or not. We're going to watch this year to see what he can do. I need to see this year and track him this season, but he's certainly got a very interesting skill set. Jeffrey, is Sanders a guy you're looking at for quarterback? I'm definitely looking at him, Jeffrey. Yeah. I've got a list of 16, 17 names, though. It's going to be a lot of QBs to keep an eye on this year as we go through. One reason I'm really glad in a lot of these guys' cases that I've been able to have a chance to already kind of thoroughly watch a lot of these guys, like a KJ Jefferson. I've been watching KJ Jefferson for a couple of years, like scouting him, because we thought he was going to come out here, last season. And so you've got a lot to kind of work off on a lot of these guys. Shadur, I don't. I've got the one game that I've really watched of his. So he is a guy that I'm going to be tracking, though. And a guy with a lot of potential. A lot of potential. Addicted Hawk says, I'm not a huge Locke fan, but I kind of see Locke being groomed just like Geno was groomed. Not sure we need a quarterback of the future or not. Can't think about draft now. Got tackling to do. Yeah, Geno could be a guy that they are maybe looking at as being a guy to take over for Geno down the road. The team may have that feel there. It's possible. I think what makes this a little bit difficult as we move into the future is the fact that Geno's cost so significantly goes up. You could afford a $4 million contract for the backup quarterback position because you weren't paying $30 million a year this year. Next year, you're due to pay $32.5 million to Geno Smith as far as the cap hit goes. Is that still going to then open up for you to be able to spend $4 million on a backup quarterback? I'm not so sure. And that might be the part where we come back around to them drafting a rookie, because then you can kind of cheapen it up a little bit. You can save that money to go spend in other places as Geno's deal starts to hit in. We got a little bit more coffee. I'll be right back, folks. And I just want to let you guys know this show, by the way, is sponsored, as I do head out to get a little bit of coffee. This show is sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. They've got a great deal going on right now for the start of this season, where if you use my code NEST and you go to Underdog Fantasy and you sign up, and they will match you up to the first $100 deposit you put on the account. So basically get $100 on me when you use my code NEST, going to their site, going in there, logging in the first time, using that code. They've also got these parlay things you can do with it, where you can put these little wager spots together, and they'll give you kind of a freebie one that's like an easy one you compare to the rest of your parlays. It's kind of like an doctor here. Here's a first one for us, kind of on us sort of thing. So they've got a lot of little cool deals they give to the first time people that go on the site. Now, there is restrictions to those in the state of Washington. So this is more of a little bit of the folks outside the state, because it's a little bit harder to do this stuff with some of the laws we have in place in the books here in Washington. But if you find yourself out of state, or even in Europe or elsewhere, then you can absolutely use this code and help support this channel. I will be right back after a little bit of coffee. Oh, daddy do. Thank you again to Underdog for sponsoring the show here throughout the course of this year. We'll be doing some kind of Underdog-based shows, fantasy-related shows on Saturdays this season. So I hope you guys are amped up for that. Should be some fun. But we'll see on Addicted Hawks with Locke. I'll have to try and see what the team does. Not sure. George Harmon, sorry, my bad. I meant 7,500 yards. Mistyped. Oh, let's go, George. Let's go. I was like 5,500. Like, they'll be 300 worse. Holy Hand Grenade. Changed my name again. Well, sometimes you got to do it. Some guys do it like they change their clothes. I get it. Overnight. Salute to you too, man. Good to see you in the chat. R. Dot, the cat in the background, cracks me up. Getting after some self-grooming. Oh, yeah, she is. She's a good girl too. Say hi to everybody. Say, what's up, everybody? You got nothing to say? How's your night going? Are Seahawks going to win the Super Bowl this year? For sure? Are you sure? Oh, now you're going to go quiet, huh? Okay. A little shy tonight? You a little camera shy tonight? Mm-hmm. Oh, head rubs. Those are the best. Those are the best. She's a good cat, R. Dot. She's our mascot. She's part Seahawk. 3 hour, who would we restructure, extend, cut if we were to trade for Jones? I think that's a good question. Let me dip into that. Let me dip into that question. Okay. And some of this does depend on really how much true salary we have left. I know it's reported as this. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So you could do a couple of different things here. Obviously, there's a straightforward path of you could have another trade with a Noah Fant that you move, which would clear up about $7 million. So you're now $3 million short of getting this deal done just by flicking Fant if you want to move him to somewhere else. Not saying that's the way the team would go about it, but let's go down the line on this. You add avoidable year and you convert a base to bonus on Bobby Wagner and Will Disley to each of their 2 deals, which lowers Bobby down to, $1.5 million, maybe, I guess. You could save $1.5 million there, save another 4 off Disley. You could do that in combination with the move of moving Fant if you included him. Maybe I've always thought the Chiefs would maybe want Fant in the deal, where it's Fant. They could use some probably tight end depth there. Where you look behind Kelsey, it's not the greatest. So I think you could convert in that fashion there. See right here, I thought they took Quandre Diggs' base and they converted to bonus, which Sports Track's not showing right now. And I would wonder if some of these places are not taking into account that conversion base, which leads me to believe there's a little more money here than's being reported. Because I don't see that here on this. But that's how you would do it. Basically, I mean, you can kind of pick your couple players. You could pick just one swing of a player, but you add a couple voidable years in here. You convert the base to bonus. You extend the money over the contract a little bit. And bingo, bango, you get it done. So there's kind of a variety of fashions you can do it. There's not the one player that's going to clear the cap space to get it done. I'll give you that. But you're not prevented here either from creatively making this happen, especially because we're already talking about $10 million of cap space, which is not some huge high water mark of money that you have to come up with at that point for that first year of that cap hit, in my opinion, at least. Chase Stern, thank you. Jesus, Chase, I'm sorry, I'm a little late acknowledging your donation here, man, but Chase Stern coming in with a $50 donation. Thank you, man. Oh my God. Appreciate you, Chase. That is very kind of you, brother. Very kind of you, man. Thank you so much, as well as being a member of my channel, as I know you are. I really do appreciate that. I hope you know that. He says, do you think we will make any trades this season? What are some potential targets? I certainly think that there's a trade to be made here at some point. I don't think that John Schneider goes into this season with this contending team, understanding that in recent history, it seems like you do have to go out there and make another move if you are a contender. One kind of move that you have to make mid-season to kind of get you up over the top. The Rams did it. We saw with the Von Miller trade, signing Odell Beckham in there, helped them to get to a Super Bowl. The Chiefs last year with Kadarius Toney and making that signing like they did also allowed for that to occur. I'm a little unsure. And let me try to take a little bit of time because you're very kind to drop big donation. It's a little bit hard right now in predicting who they trade with because it's really going to be dictated at this point, not by a team that's in a contract situation where, they're trying to get out from under a deal. And so they're going to be willing to move a guy. Everybody's in a pretty good cap situation across the league overall. Nobody's really impeded by that. So if you're making a trade, you've got to be making it at this point, in my opinion, Chase, for a team that thought they were going into the year were going to be a contender, but then finds themselves not being a contender through 3, 4, 5 weeks of the season just before the trade deadline, and then says, okay, let's get some assets back. Let's turn this back around. Let's find some answer out here in what we can do. And those teams are kind of hard to predict because who's going to be good, who's going to be bad? Are the Packers going to be really good? Do they fall back and become, do they fall back down to earth through the course of this year and suddenly they have got some guys we could pluck and take? Same thing with the Minnesota Vikings, team that was best in that division last year, but certainly seems like it could have a bit of a fall built in as well. And then there are some guys there that we could kind of grab from there. Colts have been the one team, as I've said, stands out to me with the Grover Stewart and DeForest Buckner. They have two defensive linemen who certainly could work and be, right up our alley in that respect of things. Looking at other teams that could maybe not compete or have an upstart. I know everybody likes the Dolphins quite a bit and thinks the Dolphins are ready to really take off this year. I've always thought that they're a little bit of a paper tiger coming into this season. The negotiations between them and Wilkins, their very fine young defensive tackle, have kind of broken down and they're not going anywhere. He is a guy that would be another splash kind of move you could go out there and make for a guy who's a very talented guy who would also, I think, fit this defense really well, but might be a trade you have to wait on for that Dolphins team to reach the spot of, okay, we're not going to compete this year. It's not our year. Let's get some assets back. We've moved some of our picks in recent years to get guys like a Bradley Chubb that we brought in here or a Jalen Ramsey. Let's kind of do a little bit of the flip side of that now a little bit if they're not going to be able to compete, because somebody in the AFC is going to have their heart broke. Some team in the AFC that thinks they're really good is instead not going to turn out to be, very good. Can you call upon the Denver Broncos if they fall back and make a call for a guy like DJ Jones or Mike Purcell? Are those two guys that they might consider, hey, you guys need some assets back. You need some trade capital back in your pocket. How about you maybe, consider giving us something along those lines? If you guys are in a point where they're, if they start out 1-5, if they look like their season's not going anywhere, I think that could be another team, another player, a couple players there who have scheme familiarity playing in this 3-4 prior, who have played pretty well. They're not going to light the world on fire, but they have played pretty well overall. A couple of other guys I'll give you as far as names go. We got Derek Brown with the Carolina Panthers. They have not yet signed him to a contract extension. I've kind of wondered, Chase, what a contract extension is going to look like with Derek Brown, where he's really that unusual defensive lineman who's just really so good at stopping the run and being immovable against double teams, but he doesn't give you a lot of pass rush. So where is the value for that guy? What is he worth on the open market? So that's another guy that I think kind of to market and track a little bit for where the negotiations go between them and the Carolina. Carolina may not look at him as a building block piece, that they want to put those assets more instead to the offensive side of the ball and helping out Bryce Young, getting him a playmaker, getting him a receiver maybe, receiving help, I should say. So Derek Brown would be another guy that I would certainly be calling on the Carolina Panthers to see if maybe he could be potentially available too. Aaron Donald. I know that this is one I debated last night, Chase, with Brendan quite a bit on this. And I know that this might look on the surface like one trade that there's no way it could occur because the Rams would never trade within their division. But I believe that the Rams are very pragmatic in their approach. This, to me, was evidenced when they went on that run and they pushed all their chips into the center of the table and they didn't care about tomorrow. It was all about today. Let's get the championship. That's what we're going for here. We're not trying to create a dynasty. We know how hard it is to get a Super Bowl championship. You got to kind of pick a season you go all in to make it happen. And they did that. I think likewise, on the other end of the scale, they're going to be pragmatic, as they've been this offseason, in understanding they're now in rebuild mode and driving equally as hard now through the rebuild mode. And I look at Aaron Donald and I say, this is an asset that they're probably going to move before the trade deadline, because he's not a guy that is going to still be rolling really strong at the time when they're ready to compete. Because with the amount of money they spent, with the amount of draft capital that they've lost, with the amount of talent that they have trimmed and cut off that roster to save money here over the last season, it's going to take them a couple years to get back around. And this is why we come back around to the spot where if Seattle is willing to be the team to offer the most for Donald, then I would believe that the Rams would be willing to make that trade, because they wouldn't be as worried about Donald killing them for years to come, because they know whoever trades for Donald's really getting him for probably about a 2-year run. He's already a guy that's flirted with retirement a couple of different times. I don't think he's trying to play till he's 35 years old. And the Rams might be willing to do that, especially if your Seahawks are offering the most of any teams out there on the open market. A couple other guys let's point to. Devin White. We don't know how the middle linebacker core is going to look on this team. Another player like Wilkins with Miami, where they have not been able to come to a contract extension. He is a middle linebacker who's had some up and down play. He doesn't always seem like he's got his motor revved high, but he is one of the more talented linebackers you'll find in the entire sport, and physically talented as well. He's a big guy for the position. He could be a guy that the Seahawks look to target as well if Tampa Bay is willing to end up moving him at some point in time in this given season. Those would be the main guys that I would go to as far as potential targets out there that we would look at. I think it's defensive line or it's linebacker. And Leonard Williams with the Giants, another guy. If the Giants are in chase, if they're in a little bit of a sell mode at some point, that's another guy to add into the list of a guy that they could look to pick up. And he'd be a good player for them to add. I'd love to see that. Outside of those guys, though, I think we'll have to wait to see if some of these other teams are teams that do fall back and do find themselves. We think we're going to compete at the start of the offseason and in the start of the preseason. Then nope, you're not. Okay, now we're going to go into sell mode. So that's the tough part to predict exactly who those teams will be. But those would be some of the players that I would look at. Thank you though, man, for the $50 donation. You are tremendous in your support of the channel, Chase. So tremendous. I appreciate everyone's donation as well, man. Thank you so much. Flag Sabbath says, we're so hard up against the cap now and in the future, I just can't see how we can do it. I don't know, man. I think the cap is a thing that's hard to get over in certain respects of things, but I don't think that it's an impossibility. And I think that if you're willing to be in go for it mode and choose to do that, that you can get creative with your cap solutions. So I understand that we definitely have, some things that we got to work around here into the foreseeable future. But I think there's still, where there's a will, there's a way, in my opinion. I mean, that's kind of what the NFL's taught me in recent years with some of these moves. It might be hard. I'll give you that. It's definitely going to be hard to pull it off, but I don't think it would be impossible. OD Death Metal says, first round pick and a player I could live, maybe throw in a third anymore. More than that, I wouldn't make a trade for Jones. Agreed. Yeah, I'm not throwing they'll get good assets back for Jones, but you're not getting some insane haul at his age, on top of the fact that you're having to pay him a market setting deal. And that's the part that the Chiefs are going to have to make their peace with if they do move him. I think a first and a third, like you say, a first, a third, and Noah Fant included, or a first and Noah Fant, or something in that, put together kind of, but I wouldn't go past that OD. I agree. Smart. Radu Turkin, Jalen Carter's regret we will have, just like not taking Creed Humphrey. I have a great feeling. You may be right on that. We'll have to see. I'm worried about that as well. Fleeced, I'm tired of these Jalen Carter fans. I wonder. It's going to be there this season, Fleeced. It's a natural thing that'll just kind of be present. We'll have to be a little patient with it. But hopefully Witherspoon goes out there and balls and then just makes it all just null and void, Jeffrey O'Kelly, what quarterback do you see as the best fit to be drafted, traded for by the Hawks? Well, it's hard to say right now, Jeffrey, because I need the final full season of evaluation. I can tell you about KJ Jefferson in the last 2 years and what he's done at Arkansas, but I don't know that he doesn't take steps forward this last season in college. Maybe he starts to look a little bit better with his pocket presence, going through his reads, his mechanics a little more cleaned up. There's room for these guys to get better. And so this season factors in on the tape more than any other. And I've got one game to go off of basically on a lot of all these guys at this point, which really isn't enough to go off of to say, this guy's going to be the fit or that guy's going to be the fit. Exactly. I can give you basic guys that look like they could probably pull off operating this offense, which would be a West Coast based offense, a timing based offense. So, you're going to need a guy that can play on script. I do think that would remove a little bit of the KJ Jefferson I've seen previously, but I'm leaving an open door here to have these guys do take that step forward in their development. Obviously Caleb and Drake May would be fits for this offense. Penix, with his accuracy and throwing with anticipation, would be a fit within this offense. I'm not sure with Cameron Ward. I'm not a big fan up until this point of Penix, or I'm not a big fan of this point up to this point of Spencer Rattler or Bo Nix. Both of those guys to me leave a lot to be desired. Shedeur Sanders might, too early to tell on that one. I'll probably just have to do a quarterback show on this one, really. Maybe this is because we're getting so many questions on the quarterback with this. It may be one that we want to do kind of a Jeffrey do kind of a quarterback centric show after all of these Saturdays to kind of take a look at all of their performances, because there is so many and it's kind of hard to keep track of all these guys. But a majority of these guys I've seen that are prospects in the 2nd to 4th round range, there's more of them that would fit to what Seattle wants than there are guys that wouldn't be fits. You have kind of your pick of the litter, and this is where we come back around, Jeffrey, to me thinking that Schneider's going to pick in this spot, not because there's one particular guy that he's fallen in love with, but because there's a lot of guys that he loves, that he thinks can fit into this team. And he'll love the value of where he's able to pick them at. Megan says, sorry, B, I don't think Jones is a good fit here. Convince me I'm wrong. You don't think he's a good fit? Well, I mean, I can understand Megan saying we don't think he costs too much, or there's an injury risk, or he's too old. I think that those are all valid arguments, and I wouldn't push too hard back for people that go in that direction. I get where people would come from with that. Now, as far as whether or not Chris Jones would be a fit here to have impact that would help to bring this defense up a notch, yeah, in my opinion, that's the evidence for that is pretty clear. And really, if we're going to make the statement that Jones is not going to impact this defense in that way, kind of more of it, the onus then relies upon you to explain to me why you don't feel that, past it just being a gut instinct that you have. And that's not really something I'm going to put a lot of weight in my feeling on it. The guy just coming off of his best season as a pro. He was the most dominant defensive lineman in the entire interior defensive lineman in the entire sport last year. That guy will fit on any team in the NFL. Bar none. He's that kind of talent. Again, you want to come back and say to me, Megan, no, the cost is too much, or the injury risk is too great, or the age is too far. I won't really try to debate that too much. We might just disagree on it. But as far as him having impact on the Seahawks team, as far as him walking in the door and being a problem on that defensive line, as far as him then freeing Draymond Jones up to know he's going to get single blocks all day long, and so he'll be all that much more effective, there to me is no doubt there, and there shouldn't be any in your mind in that respect. Fleece U says, Jones has a lot of cap money, too much draft capital, don't want to be like the Broncos. Cap money, too much draft capital, don't want to be like the Broncos. Not sure what you meant there on that one. I'm sorry, man. Gecko says, seems like every rookie we drafted is already dealing with injuries. Unlucky. Yeah, it's been a little bit tough. It's not been awesome. As Fleece says, everybody deals with it. Ryan Young, what do you think is more likely trade, Chris Jones or DeForest Buckner? Probably DeForest Buckner, because the cost is lower and because they're more likely to move him than the Chiefs are likely to move Chris Jones. Chiefs really don't want to lose Jones. They really don't, I'm sure. But if it's a kicking and screaming situation, then they may eventually be kind of forced to. And I do like what Draymond Jones brings. Just don't think is enough in him, just in himself. We need a little bit more. Dig to Docs, Brandon, will we be drafting a fork or a butter knife in 2024 first round? Bad joke. 3 hour, we moved Kobe back to cornerback, right? I seen Brandon's depth chart for the team, and he had him there. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of fluid, 3 hour, you know? I mean, he's on the depth chart on one, but he's going to be able to play both spots. And this could come into play in the first game, for instance, where you see some of Kobe at strong safety and then Julian Love in the slot. You know, you might see them roll it that way. But technically speaking, Kobe's the slot guy right now with Devin out. He's your number one slot guy, I would think. And it's hard to predict this a little bit because we don't know quite how they're going to use Julian Love when Adams is healthy, and we certainly don't know how they're going to use Julian Love with Adams not healthy yet, with him not ready. Stuart says, yeah, if Carter pulls a hammy, does everyone say he's a bust? Give people time. Agreed. Yeah. And it's something I'm going to stay patient with. I know some folks aren't going to be as patient with this, and I can tell some folks in the comment section, I know I've seen a few times most about the frustration with the Jalen Carter talk gets brought up in the chat, going, man, why do we got to keep bringing this up? It's inevitable it's going to be brought up, but I'm with you guys on this is not an assessment that we make before we even started the first game of the season. This is an assessment that we'll make down the road in our comparison between these two guys and what was the right pick and what was the wrong pick. There is also the situation where situations are different here a little bit. You know, Jalen Carter going to the Eagles, which is basically Georgia East, with all of the players they brought from Georgia to help give him that supporting kind of environment. Would it be the same if he had come out to Seattle? And would he be operating in the same manner if he'd come out to Seattle? I don't know. But Witherspoon missing a couple games at the start of the season shouldn't be a death knell for him as a player in people's mind or his potential or the impact that he will bring down the road. And I'm a big Jalen Carter guy, but I will be one of those guys pressing the brakes on making that assessment too prematurely. And I agree, there is a little bit of a premature, not going to say the next word that I was going to say in regards to these assessments, but I think you guys know what I was going to say as the next word on that. And yeah. Three Hours says, where did the guard from Florida go that was bodying Carter? That was Torrance. He went to the Bills. He is in the Buffalo. He's a Buffalo Bill. Big boy. Can't move very well, but a big boy. James Stradley, Donald or Jones, who you taking? Chris Jones, less of a recent injury history, couple years younger than Aaron Donald. Spud Max, Bobby's going to sack Stafford? I hope so. We know Q's good for a couple interceptions against his former teammate, or at least one. Holy hand grenade, bro. Stafford is a sack away from retirement. That's so true. I feel just, we talk about gut instinct. My gut instinct is Stafford's waiting for just the right hit to be like, my back, give me my paycheck. Oh, it hurts. Give me my paycheck. I can't play, but just give me my check. Give me your check. I give him a couple games before he's like, the back just, it hurts. Hurts so bad. Schemed. Seattle is winning anything without a top 5 pass rusher in the league. Sorry, but it's the truth. Aaron Donald, Chris Jones, Vita Vea, all the past Super Bowl winners the past 5 years have had at least one. It has been a common denominator of recent Super Bowl teams, Schemed, that they've had that guy inside that can get it done. Hell, you had one Super Bowl where you had both Jones. You had Jones on one side and Vita Vea on the other. So, hell, even the Bengals got into Super Bowl 2 years ago with DJ Reader down there on the inside. Even the opponents, to your point on that, Schemed, would seem at times to need to have that presence in there just to get to the big show, get to that big game. And it's part of the reason that I harp on this as being such an important factor for the Seahawks team as we go into the future of this upcoming season, and hope that it is not the thing that ends up holding us back as something that we could kind of see coming. Helen Box says Sue is done. You've seen him in the Super Bowl? Done? Yeah, I think he's just, I just think it's been a day, right? He had a good long run. It's no shade at him for being 36 and toasty on that, but it is kind of the case on where it stands, that's for sure. I think we can do a little bit better. Spuds Mac, the card should sign Sue. Maybe. Scheme, you can't compete for, sorry, I just started with that one. Just Scheme says Shedeur Sanders is probably playing his senior year and possibly a 5th year while pursuing a master's if they want to build a powerhouse at Colorado. Might do that, Schemed. And that certainly could be something that we start to see as now a new thing within college football that hadn't been there over the past few decades, is players just playing out the full time of their college career because they are being paid well to do so. And if Colorado is able to have the kind of success that they started out having with this first game and continue to keep it going, then you would think that the money would kind of flood in a little bit. I like that, man. It's possible that could play out that way. Connor Oshwagler says having JSN, better receiving backs, and maybe a better screen game could also help Geno, even if the O-line isn't great. He didn't have that last season. 100%, especially the screen game. And Seattle was not able to run any of the traditional screen game to your running back last year, and then certainly had some problems as well running the bubble screen game. And those are two plays that can oftentimes kind of slow a defense down. If you're a team that's drop back, throw, and there's no screens coming, that defense will oftentimes just pin their ears back, especially if you don't have a good run game going. And that was the thing that was lost to the Seahawks through the back half of the schedule, of course, was that run game, which just allowed those defenses to pin their ears back that much more when facing Geno and the boys last season. And having the screen game is a way that you can really hit them when they're going to do and operate that way. And if they can get better at it, it should make this offense even more potent. But they do have to improve on that part. That's been kind of a glaring issue going back to even the Russ days. Scheme says the D-line is more important than the safety corners. Who are Kansas City's cornerbacks and safety? It's true. I mean, they put a second-round pick on McDuffie, and they did spend some money on one of their safeties out there. So, I mean, he's cost them $13 million a year, one of those guys is. So they have put some assets into it. They're a little more balanced through how they put the team together, and there's been absolutely a purposeful approach by the Seahawks organization here to build back to front as far as the defense goes. We'll see if it brings success. We'll see if they're ahead of the ball and the curve on this one, but it has been their tactical decision to go in this direction of it. With all the picks they've poured into that secondary, with all the money that they poured into that secondary, that's where it sort of stands. Save the Geese, I know Rodgers is a Hall of Fame quarterback and Wilson had a stellar rookie season, but the media is overhyping their offense way too much. I bet Seattle finishes above them in points. And Rodgers? I would say so, yeah. Jeff Logan, number one offense and number one defense. Didn't the Chargers do that one year? That kind of sounds right, Jeff. Like was that one of the Schottenheimer years there? With the Chargers? One of the shoddy years? It does sound right. Scheme says Seattle has the players on offense to run effective screens and simple ass slants and in and out routes, move the chains and move them often and constantly. Well said, man. And they do indeed have that now. They have an offense well structured to this scheme. And it's been a transition to get there. You know, when they moved to this offense a couple of years ago, you didn't have any of the mobile linemen to make any of the lateral rushing attack work, to make any of the fly sweep stuff work, to make the screen stuff work. Now you have more of those guys in-house, more of those kind of athletic linemen that you need to make that stuff go. Stewart says Rattler is a great quarterback name. He's a can't miss. It's all about the name with quarterbacks, isn't it? That guy just rubs me wrong for some reason. Scheme if Tom Brady and Belichick can put up enough points to beat a number one defense in a Super Bowl, then it's proof that it's all about the scheme and game planning. Pete, Geno, and Waldron will do it. Yeah, scheme. Remember with that, we always context matters, so we can't ever just say stuff blindly that doesn't have something that would definitely peel that back a little bit. Did Tom Brady and Belichick find some success against the Seahawks defense in that second Super Bowl? Yes, but I think the reason for that was not because they were so well scheming up what they were doing and they were being so brilliant from a tactician standpoint. You had Richard Sherman coming into that game with torn ligaments or something. You had Earl Thomas with a separated shoulder. You had Cam Chancellor who tore his MCL the night before the Super Bowl, I believe, or 2 days before the Super Bowl in practice. The opening drive of the game, you intercept Tom Brady with your slot cornerback, Jeremy Lane, who's then tackled by Julian Edelman and tears his ACL and breaks his arm on the same play, out for the game. You have Cliff Averill, who goes down to a concussion issue very early on in the game. I mean, your defense was decimated. That wasn't your number one defense out on the football field that Tom Brady and that New England attack were facing that day. That was a bit of a shell of their former selves and where they were as far as from the health standpoint of things. You know, at one point during that year, they were a number one defense and throughout the year, but by the end of the year, I mean, those guys were being held together by glue and tape. By the way, let me correct one thing. Seattle's defense did not get worse the last half of 2022. It got better. Went for 24.4 points per game to 22.6. Seattle had the ninth best pass EPA the last 8. The impact of the passing game. Yeah, I think that stat doesn't exactly say all of that within that. Why do I? Because a lot of why you don't have high points is because you have teams leaning into the rushing attack. Why the opposition's leaning into the rushing attack is they go, no, you can't stop the run. But what's running going to do? It's going to wind the clock. It's going to burn the clock faster. It's going to make an offense that could be very efficient in the way they played offense and where they're scoring. And again, it wasn't on the back of passing at that point. Why? Because they didn't need to pass. They could just run on us all day. You were also facing a lot of limited offenses in the back half of that schedule, like the New York Jets, or Derek Carr with the Raiders, or the Carolina Panthers with Sam Darnold at quarterback. So it was also a little bit of a different style that you're facing on the back end. But I mean, to my eyes in watching the game, just moving a little away from these particular stats, looking at the bottom line stats on the season here, why being that it was one of the worst defenses in the NFL. It didn't look good to me through the back half of the thing. I don't know if you'd make the argument that you feel like that defense was playing well through those back half of the 8 games. Because if you're making that argument, you're the first one that I've heard that's made that case. They weren't playing well, and I guess you're saying they were improved from the first half of the schedule, but even that I don't agree with. I don't know anybody that looked at that defense last year and said it played at its worst at the front of the year and played better at the end of the year. At the end of the year, it was a shell of itself. And include within that assessment of those points per game, why that 49er playoff game, which is obviously not included in your base stats there because it's a playoff game where a defense was not able to stop Jack Diddley Dandy. You know, that's where it's, again, the stats can tell some of the tale, but the eye test has to tell some of the tale as well. And nobody was watching that defense through the back half of the year saying, oh, they're doing their job. They're handling business over there. The offense became less effective at the same time with all those other reasons I gave you too, with the line and the running backs and the injuries and rookies hitting walls with the rookie tackles. But the defense was also a part of this. They weren't playing better ball at the end of the year than where they started. Seahawks don't have the cap space to do anything without trading a player of equal value cost or pushing cap hits into next year. You'd have to push the cap hits down the line if you did it. But this is part of where we make an assessment. Are we a contending team or are we not? And if we're not, that's fine. I'm not saying we have to make this move, go for hell or broke this year. I get it. It's a young team. Maybe now is not the time to strike. But if we are looking at this NFC conference and saying it is pretty opened up and there is an opportunity here to strike and take advantage of this situation, then maybe you are willing to make a little bit more of an aggressive move here. I do believe that this is the price of doing business when you finally make that determination that you are going to be a contending team, that you think you can be elite, and you're looking to have that move to push you over the top. Given some of the recent examples of teams that have done that here in these last few years, as this seems to be kind of a recent trend. The Rams with Odell and Von Miller, Kansas City with Kadarius Toney last year, the Niners last year with Christian McCaffrey. We can kind of go down the line on this, but you see these teams making these kind of moves to add these kind of players. And that it seems to be kind of a bit of a necessity here to push yourself up over the top. Maybe now is not the right time to do that, but you can create the cap if you want to. If we want to do it. I understand saying, no, let's be patient. It's not the right time, but it doesn't mean it's impossible to do it either. If the team makes the assessment, it's time to get it done. Spuds Mac, Bobo will feast on the Rams in the slot if JSN doesn't play. Wouldn't that be insane if Bobo goes out there and he plays week 1, has like 125? Oh my gosh. Spuds Max says, I wonder how nervous Russ is for a chance for the start of the season. He must realize this is his last chance. I would imagine very nervous. I would imagine very nervous. How could you not be? And, you know, it is. I mean, if he has a season like he did last year, there's probably not going to be a third season, certainly not of Russ in Denver. And who's going to be the one to go and try to give him a starting opportunity after that moving forward? I'm not sure. There is going to be a team. And I've long thought I'm not sure if Russ would want to then be a backup if it goes that way. So he's got a lot riding on this year as much as any time in the history of his career. We'll see if he can answer the bell. Holly's favorite cats behind. Stuart, if Pete was willing, Waldron was inclined, the Hawks could come out gunslinging, and I'm not sure anybody could stop it. They could do that. It's possible they run out there and like just let's throw. I think they're definitely leading on throwing heavy this year above all else. Game Jigba is going to have a breakout year, possibly Bobo. DK and Lockett can take the double teams and give JSN and Bobo one-on-ones against the linebackers. Hell yes. If we can get those guys in one-on-one situations, DK or Tyler, it's going to help to make them even more productive. DK will finally get into that season that many were looking for him to attain, which is getting in that 1,500 yard mark. Why do people need to slow the roll with Bobo, all that stuff with preseason? He will be going against vets now, lower the expectation for this year for the undrafted rookie free agent. Man, the fever's here, man. Why? Can't calm the Bobo fever. I got a fever. More Bobo, please, now. They're hyped up, man. He played well. We'll see what he can do. You might be right. Why? You might be right. He might be that good too. We'll see. Looks like he might get some run in that first game. We'll get a clear understanding of it after that point for sure. The Great Spirit Mata Nui. What do you think about the Nick Bosa situation? I hope he gets traded. The Great Spirit, I share your hope. I share your great hope as well. Because I would love to see him moved. I would love to see the Niners continue to make asinine decisions that don't make a whole hell of a lot of sense, which just doesn't bode well for their particular future. I think the Niners took a very laissez-faire attitude when it came to these contract negotiations with Bosa. I think that they should have taken a very, very aggressive play to get him signed after the third year. I thought that the Cowboys should have done the same thing with Dak Prescott. I think when you have a guy that has earned his contract after the third season, there's a built-in thought here of let's try to steal one more year. Let's try to steal 2 years if we can do it. Let's get him on that fifth-year option, steal that year as well. And then we'll pay him. No. Then we'll franchise him. Then we'll pay him after the third year. These teams seem to be operating in sort of just a silly mode of thought that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Bosa is the thing that makes that defense work. He's coming off a defensive player of the year. You waited to pay this guy, and now he's coming off what looks like basically his best season as a pro. You're stuck. You got to pay the piper at that point. But indeed, we're hearing that there's somewhere between $4 and $5 million per year in difference of what they're willing to give him. And I would estimate that what the Niners were willing to give him was probably the Aaron Donald deal. And what Bosa wants is $35 million per year on average. And I wouldn't be surprised in the least if he holds the line and doesn't move an inch until he gets what he wants to be paid. I think if he was willing to be moved or that he willing to be kind of broken in the negotiations by the Niners, he would have already been so at this point and come down to that mark with them. But I think there's a lot of proof going back to his brother and his negotiations that Bosa family does not mess around when it comes to this stuff, and they expect to be paid what they expect to be paid, and you are going to pay them. So I think eventually he stays with the Niners and they get the deal done, and they probably find some kind of middle ground fashion to make it like $32.5 or $33.5 million per year on average. But he's probably going to stretch things out, and it's probably be a game or two missed before they arrive at that conclusion. From his standpoint, think about it too. Is like if I'm out that Steelers game, you're playing on the road at 10 a.m. and you lose that first game. How panicked is that ownership going to be? How panicked is that coaching staff going to be to say, let's get this deal done no matter what? So Nick kind of holds all of the cards here in this situation. And that leads me to believe he'll eventually get his paid. But the Niners don't want to do it. And rightfully so. You're paying quarterback money now to an edge. He's a great edge. Maybe the best in the league. Second, third best in the league maybe. But quarterback money is quarterback money. I don't think they get traded. I do hope, though, like USA, I do hope he does get traded. Because that removes the Niners' chances of, to me, contending with us in this division this year. That puts us over the top in this division. That starts to get me thinking about first-round buys in the National Football Conference. Holy hand grenade Rams are going to be cursed now for buying the Super Bowl. Maybe. They certainly did do that. Spud Mack, I almost hope they now sign him for an obscene amount, then become the Rams. Tired Canadian, Seahawks have only a couple of million under the cap. I'm not going to trade for anything worthwhile. Yeah, this is the thing that gets hard for folks, and I see folks really struggling even here with the chat on this one a bit, Tired Canadian, where it's I see that it says we only have 2 million, so therefore we have only 2 million. This is not the way it is. Now, we can talk about you or other folks having some issue with sacrificing future cap space for the now. And I'm open to understanding that, and I'm not trying to push back too much on that. But let's not do there is no money because we only have 2 million thing. The modern NFL, you can move money around. You can move numbers around. Our own Seahawks have even moved numbers around up until this point. So there's a way to accommodate any kind of trade under the book you want to accommodate. You can make any kind of worthwhile move you want to go out there and make. There's plenty of examples and teams that have shown us that this is the way. Is there a price to be paid down the line? Sure. And again, you're not wanting to make that price down the line that you pay to go forward now to make yourself a more certain contender now. I get it. I'm not pushing back on that part. The part I'm pushing back on is we don't have any cap space. We can't make any moves right now because we're stuck. We're not in that mode. Please stop saying that in the chat. It's not where we're at. There's plenty of examples of teams that have been pushed up against the cap that have gone out there and made tremendously aggressive moves and gotten very creative on their books in order to get those moves done. You can get it done. It just takes the will to get it done. So I understand that you look at the cap and you go, well, this is only 2 million, so that means there's only 2 million. That's not the way football works with this stuff. That's not the price of doing business in the modern age if you want to go be a contender. You can move money around. There's always a way to get that done. You are not impelled in this way to be stuck. Well, we got the roster we got. We're just done. Can't make another move. No, you can. You absolutely can. And the cap numbers, again, I go to Sports Track, for instance, right now. I know that Quandre Diggs has had his conversion of cap from base to bonus put into play. Sports Track doesn't have that updated on their books right now. You go and you click on that. So are some of these sources, have they updated the fact that you took the base to bonus to this year with the Lockett, with the Diggs deal? I don't think it's just the 2 million there. This is what's being reported at, folks, but it's a bit more. And again, you can create space. I don't know why this is hard to understand so much. Like, there's so many examples in recent years. Look what the Saints organization has done for years there. There is ways to create cap space. You can say, we're not good enough. It's not the right time. It's but that, and again, I'll go with you on that. You want to say that's my reasoning, and I'm fine with you on saying that, and that's a valid excuse to say, no, we want to be patient in our process. We don't overextend the books into next year, the year after that. So let's just, do what we got to do on this one. Let's just call it a day. I get that. But we can absolutely create the space. You can make this happen if you have the impetus to get it done. Nathaniel Parks, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Lee says, so Bosa's not playing until he gets his mega contract? That's correct. Correct. Don Power Ranger, Hawks Nest, hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well, despite the passing of Jimmy Buffett and Dire Straits guitarist Jack Sony. Oh, jeez. Yeah, R.I.P. to those guys out there. Margaritaville. Tough. Hope you're having a good night, man. Adrian X with a couple donations here, man. Thank you so much, Adrian X. I appreciate it. First, a $10 drop. Thank you so much. Says, please don't hate me, but as of right now, what's your honest opinion on Carter missed opportunity? Our biggest needs was there, and we picked a cornerback that isn't playing and made an issue about his bonus money. The bonus money issue doesn't really bother me as much. He misses a couple days of camp. You do wonder a little bit of, body's maybe not ready to go as much, and then you're trying to go out there and probably I wonder if he maybe overextended himself and tried to prove too much after missing those couple of days, and that's how you get to where the hammy is where it is. So that part is a little annoying, but it's not something I really ding with or spoon with. Adrian X, this is going to be a question that I'm going to be asked, and I'm not overstating this. I'm going to be asked about the Jalen Carter situation probably about 200 times over the course of this season in the comments and questions and stuff. And I'm committing to remain patient on it. I think that there's a lot of premature want And I'm not saying this is what you're doing here, Adrian X, but it's what I'm feeling from some of the folks in the comment section, where there's a lot of premature want to drive towards this Jalen Carter thing and say, see, this is what we should have done. And people have a little bit of a hair trigger as far as their want to kind of go dive into that. We have yet to play a single football game. Jalen Carter has yet to get a single tackle, or yet to get a single sack. You know, I think it's very premature at this point to look at the situation and say, let's make our assessment about whether or not that pick was the right one or not here. Let's give it some time. Let's see what these players do on the football field. Let's see if Witherspoon's maybe he's Eskridge 2.0. Maybe he's made of glass. Maybe we'll call him the glass spoon when it's all said and done. And at that point, we can rip and tear into the process of this front office, not having taken Jalen Carter to go for this one guy who was going to be a slot corner, who maybe then becomes a safety, who then is really super injured. I'll be one of the first guys at the head of the class jumping up and down going, damn, why did you guys do this? But again, the Jalen Carter thing is not a simple situation. Seahawks didn't land by going for Witherspoon simply because they went, well, we have a talent here in Carter, and then we have a talent here in Witherspoon. And now let's compare these talents. Let's judge these talents. We like Witherspoon better. That is not the process that was at play by the Seahawks picking Witherspoon. The character concerns, the issues that we heard about Carter coming out of Georgia were as loud and boisterous as I've heard about any player in recent memory. We didn't have, Adrian X, the access to the folder files which told the background on Jalen Carter, which told what the coaches thought about Jalen Carter. We reportedly heard the coaches hated the guy. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't have access to those reports, but I trust in the guy who did have access to the reports, being John Schneider. And if he looked at those reports and said, this is a tremendous risk for the fifth pick, this is a risk for the fifth pick that we should not be taking. We can go with a lot more of a certain approach here with a player that we know is going to be good, going to be part of our program, that's going to help us out. Whereas we're shooting for the moon with this one, and it's got a huge bust potential. And I think that that's what led their decision there. And if that is, then I get that. He's had a lot of years as the Schneider at this game of evaluating players and their mental state coming out of college to see if they're guys that are going to be good pros. It's a lot. He's done a lot more in that realm than I have. I can look at tape. I can go step for step with people on tape and say, oh, well, I see this, well, I see that. But when it comes to him having access to information, him having access to interviews, him being able to talk to these guys personally, that's stuff that I or you or nobody else gets to have a chance to go and grab. And so we've got to, I think, trust a little bit of when it comes down to a decision of not being about talent, but about being about character risk. That's the one where I think we've got to have a little more trust in the front office at that point in time. Maybe Carter is able to stay clean all the way through his career. Maybe all of that big file that was sitting there on John Schneider's desk proves to be untrue when he turned to pro. Maybe he grows up and matures and the light bulb goes on. As I was saying a few minutes ago here with Adrian X, he's absolutely being put in the right kind of situation to do this, where he's got all of his former Georgia teammates out there in Philadelphia. Half of that defense is Georgia. So he's got a support group to keep him in line. He's got a support group to keep him towing that line. A support group that he wouldn't necessarily have in the same way out here in Seattle. And one final note on this. Carter can go out there and have 6 sacks in the first 9 weeks. But if in week 10 or week 11 he's hit with a DUI, or he's caught racing again, that's the part of this that we got to be careful about, again, making the assessment on this. Well, he through the first part of the year is lighting up and he's a wrecking force, and Witherspoon's struggling to get back on the field, and then he's only a slot. But then what happens when Carter gets hit for that character risk concern thing? What if it's next year that it happens? What if Carter out as a monster year this year and we get halfway through next year and then he's hit with some horrible thing? He's out in a race, he's out there racing again, out there DUIing again, and he starts to spiral a little bit. What happens then? Do these people that say right now Witherspoon's obviously the crappy pick, we shouldn't have gone with them, now this isn't, are they going to be coming back going, oh, well, Schneider was really right, the character thing did really end up bearing out on this? And that's the part you have to kind of wait for that to come in. And that's why we can't make our decisions on this so quickly off of one preseason. It's just too early. It's far, far too early in my opinion. Eventually we may land there, but we've got to wait this out a little bit and see how it plays out. Because what prevented you from going after Carter was more about that background than it more was about what he did on the football field, in my opinion. I hear where you're coming from on it, though, but and I don't hate on it, Adrian X. It's like I said, I will be patient with this. I know I'm going to get asked a lot about it, but you're going to see me consistently remain in the same place on my answer. It's not changing week 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not. Because this is a situation of a determination that we make long term, not short term. because we got to make the judgment of long-term in regards to the character stuff with Jalen. If he keeps his nose clean and he's good to go for years, then that stuff was smoke, I guess all. Or he was able to turn it around, which is hard to predict. If I've got a kid that was on college, an absolute nightmare, who was absolutely out there racing, not committed to the program, talking back to coaches, not being committed in the weight room, not having the greatest of work ethics. And I had to count on, as a general manager, that light to turn on just suddenly the second he gets the pro. I'm sure it happens with some guys, but I wouldn't like to count on it. I wouldn't like to wager on it, especially when I'm talking about the 5th overall pick. And let's not forget here, Adrian X with this. Lions passed on him after us. The other 3 teams behind us passed on us in regards to that. The team that ended up taking him was the team that had the Georgia East. The team that ended up taking him had the Howie Roseman in the house, a general manager who has as much goodwill as any general manager in the sport with his particular fan base. He's viewed as right now the number 1 general manager in the league. If he messes up on Carter and picking him with the 10th pick, no one's going to say boo to Howie Roseman about that. He's not going to get any shade for that pick. And he also had 2 first-round picks, so he could afford to make that Carter pick. No, he can come back around and get Nolan later on in the first round. And that first-round pick he had at number 10 was kind of a freebie anyway. That was the Saints pick. That was the one that he got from the previous year. So he's like, yeah, fine, I'll take that. So a lot into this one, but I'm not going to come to that assessment anytime soon. Unfortunately, Adrian X Adrian X with a $2 donation says, I apologize if you talked about it before, not always on. Oh, no, Adrian X, this is the way this goes. This is why I'm going to be patient with it through the year, because not everybody's here to check out the show at the start of the show. And it's more the patience I say to the chat, because I know there's some people more fed up in the chat on this topic than I am. I get where people are coming from. And the comparison here between Carter and Witherspoon is inevitable, and it's going to be constant, and it's going to be there at the head of it. But we've got to remember that this is one we can't make as a determination now. It's got to be one we make down the road as to what was the smart move, what wasn't the smart move. And I think that down the road too, we're going to hear a little bit more clarity on what that background check looked like from Carter, what was actually in that file, what was, the problems and issues that were out there at Georgia at the time. Time will bring a little more clarity to the situation at that point. And I think we'll be more understanding when we get down the road on this one as to why the Seahawks went in the direction they did. But anytime I ask the question, I don't mind responding, but my answer will stay, I think, the same on this one. I'm not going to move off my spot anytime soon with this, where I will support their decision on this and into the future. And that's even if Witherspoon does struggle in this first year. First year is not going to determine whether that pick was a success or not. What will determine the success is what kind of career Witherspoon has. Not just the season. Kelly says, I'm pumped for Jay Love. Me too. Actually, he says, imagine if the Mariners and Hawks both win. I'm hoping so. I'd love to see it. Kingdom Joe. Aloha, Brandon. Aloha, Hawks Nest. Aloha. I hope you're having a good night. Connor says, Sherman tore the elbow ligament. That's right. And then I think it was Earl, had the separated shoulder. I think that's the way it went. I could be wrong. Been a while. Nathaniel Parks, give me your top 5 quarterbacks in this projected draft. I'd go Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, and Jordan Travis. I would go... Wow. Nathaniel, you don't have Drake May in your top 5? Hold on, let me raise my eyebrow. I would go Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix. We'll go, so we'll go Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix, Shadur Sanders, and Bo Nix. I'm not big on Bo Nix, but he's projected to go in the second round. I'll go with that top 5 right now. Actually, I'm very excited for next week, especially for our offense. I just hope we don't hold our offense back, and Waldron is creative and shows why he was brought in. Me too, Akshay. Me too. You might be a little bit limited offensively into next week because if you don't have your slot JSN, you don't have Eskridge, you don't have Derek Young, you have Bobo now in there as kind of your third. There might be a bit of a impeding factor with this to really fully unveil all the offense has to offer at that point. Connor says Sherman torn elbow ligament, Thomas torn labrum and dislocated shoulder, Chancellor torn MCL, Lane broken arm, Averill concussion, Mebane torn hamstring. It was tough, man. That's not the starting LOB out there at that point, right? Tanner Coltons has just joined, but see, it's been going for a while. Anyone got a timestamp for talks about Chris Jones? I'm sure it was discussed. Well, I did discuss it. I don't know what the timestamp would be on it, Tanner, but I don't mind giving you a little summation on it. There's definitely a little bit of pushback as far as folks thinking that we've got enough cap space to make a move like this for Chris Jones. I do believe that we could make, where there's a will, there's a way. You can make it happen with this cap in the modern age, especially to bring on a talent of Chris Jones's ability. This is not just merely some everyday, average, ordinary defensive lineman you're bringing into the house. This was the most dominant defensive lineman in all of football last year, a bedrock of this Kansas City defense for years now, the most important part of this Kansas City defense on a team that's gone to 3 different Super Bowls and won 2 of them. So there is a will to get this done, Tanner. There is a way to get this done. It's going to be hard. It's going to require some cap acrobatics in order to pull it off. You also have to find a way of coming to the kind of compensation that's going to make sense for us and also make sense for the Chiefs, being that, look, we're not giving you 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick and then paying this guy near $30 million at his age. That's not happening. You know, you get a first-round pick, you can get a player, you can get another kicker pick on top of that at that point. But that's kind of the value at this point if we're making this trade with you. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams lined up to throw multiple first-round picks at the Kansas City Chiefs in this situation. I also don't think that Kansas City is going to look to move Jones within the AFC conference, certainly not to a contender, which means that it's more likely to be then an NFC team. How many teams out there truly could use an NFC? How many teams in the NFC can truly use a defensive lineman who don't already have a stacked up group, who then aren't also pushed right up against the cap necessarily? There's a couple of teams. I know we're pushed against the cap, but we have a little more flexibility than some of those teams pushed against the cap who've already kind of sacrificed their space to get things done. So there wouldn't be a lot, as much competition as you think with this, Tanner, on the surface of it, because of the fact that all the AFC teams, I think, would be X'd off from Kansas City being willing to move him to those teams. Maybe I'm wrong. I know they moved Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins last year, so this goes against my argument with that a little bit. But I think they would look at Jones as a little different than Tyreek a little bit in this respect. But I'm in favor of seeing him do it if it's opened up here, Tanner. The last part I'll say on this is just I think it's informed a bit on making this move on what you're going to do as another option. If you're not a Chris Jones guy, if you don't want to go for a Chris Jones, where are we going to get our next defensive lineman to help out this unit, which indeed does look like it needs some help right now as it currently stands. And that's what partly pushes me in the direction of saying, yes, I'm a yes man when it comes to the Chris Jones trade, because I don't know that we have a viable alternative option into the future in order to help accommodate this defensive line and significantly improve it in a way that it needs to be eventually, whether it's this year to try to be a contender or next year into trying to be a contender. Ryan Ball says, wow, I just looked it up. The 2010 Chargers are noted for having both the number 1 ranked offense and defense, the first team to do so since the 1996 Green Bay Packers. That might have been Ryan Ball too, the team that lost to the Patriots? Was that the one of those ones where the Patriots was film and practice and that's how they beat them? However, a struggling special teams unit would help cause the Chargers to lose 5 of their first 7 games, each of which was by 1 possession margin. I remember that. Yeah, their special teams was some of the worst we've ever seen. Can't ignore that part. Can't ignore that part, man. TikTok, Brandon, Jack Diddley Dandy, love it. That's one of my go-tos. Connor says the defense looked best when they were penetrating in the 5-man fronts. From what I remember, I believe that's what they were doing on the long win streak. Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. Definitely controlling the gap integrity is the key in the run defense. Everybody controlling their gap. It's very much driven in that way. And if you have one guy mess up his gap, though, if everybody else is doing their job, it can all be kind of messed up still. So everybody's got to kind of do their part. Demaine Henderson says 13-3 should be our record this year. I love it, Demaine. Let's go. You mean 13-4, by the way. We got that one extra game on the schedule now. Chicken God says Wilson will probably get benched and then claim some sort of long-standing phantom injury that has lingered. Yeah, he'll be like, my labrum's been torn for years. That's why I've been fighting through it. Real life exposures. I wonder if Russ will retire a Seahawk. It's possible. I'll say it's not looking great right now at the moment, partly because of just how things kind of finished. Especially if some of the rumors about the finish here were true, specifically that he potentially tried to get Schneider and Carroll fired. That might make it hard, but possible, maybe. I'm not against it. Suppose Mack and Brock Purdy goes down, they're done. Yeah, Sam Darnold's not saving the day on that team. I've heard the practice reports of Sam Darnold with the Niners that he has not suddenly turned into. He's not suddenly turned into this great, glorious beast here now. Like, oh, I finally figured it out. No. Nathaniel says, just read an article on Russ. Reportedly, many saw the physical decline, but the only question that hasn't been answered is, can he adapt to overcome this? This is where it becomes hard. You're a victim of your own success. That's what they say at times. And what happened with Russell Wilson in being a victim of his own success was that he was so good at extending plays and elongating things and being able to play off script that he never got better at playing on script. He could always fall back on that, F it, I'll run around, pirouette, spin out of it, throw it 50 yards down the field and look amazing. And that was always something that you could call upon in his game. And the problem with that is that over those years, he really needed to get better at the quarterbacking position and building more from the neck up in his abilities. A lot of the stuff I've referenced, Nathaniel, that Geno Smith did in that 10-year period that he went from starting with the New York Jets to when he finally started with us. He did that lonely work where he's just watching tape, grinding on tape, learning defenses, getting better at the line of scrimmages in his control, getting better at just back foot, know where you're going with the read, be smart pre-snap about understanding where the read is, and then be good about where you're going with the throw and being accurate and on time with it. That was just never what Russ did through those years. And so now he's grown at 32, 33 years old where he loses the mobility. He can't call upon that like he once did, but he never really got the growth going in his game and the development in his game to accommodate to get better from the neck up, to play on time. And now he's trying to sort of speed that 10-year process of what should have been a development all into a year. Let's get it in a year. We'll make it happen in a year. And it's kind of hard to do that. It's hard to make up that much ground this late in the game if you're Russell Wilson. He's a guy with the work ethic to pull it off. I'm not trying to say the guy's completely done at this point, but I do think it's going to be an uphill battle for him to try to, cover that much ground now this fast when really he needed to be doing it slow and surely throughout all of these years. Skiing, Jamal Adams injured, Witherspoon injured, Michael Jackson, Byrne, bum, Seattle D-line, toast, s'mores, just keep the run yards, 220 a game, please. There we go. Actually, our D is going to be bad. I already have accepted that. I'm betting on the offense to bail us out, though. We are practically the best offense in the NFC if we play to our potential. Amen. I don't know if I'm expecting the defense to be as bad as you guys might on this. I think we're still going to be able to slide up into a top 15-ish range. Not good, just, middle of the road. Kingdom Joe says Jamal Adams is not actually injured. He's waiting like Jaws to strike just before the season. Let's go. I like it. What's up, Purpose Ad? Kingdom Joe, I'll cut Bosa. He says, I'll cut Bosa. Seriously, $38 million a year and a good game for him would be getting 2 sacks again. Not worth it. If your name is not TJ Watt or Lawrence Taylor or even Derek Thomas, no money for you. That's tough, man. He was really good. I don't know. Market rate's kind of the market rate, Tanner says, can you also pay extra in compensation for the other team to keep money on their books? You can. Yeah. Tanner, we did this with a Jadeveon Clowney trade. So Jadeveon Clowney, when you moved for him a couple of years ago, he was on a franchise tag. And so you gave them a 3rd-round pick, which was kind of, it wasn't a lot, but it was a good haul to be giving the Texans that didn't have a lot of places to move Clowney at that point. Not a lot of teams had cap space to accommodate him. And what the Texans did at that time is that they ate half of the cap to them. They ate half of the money on their books of the Clowney franchise tag that year. So yes, you can do that. Indeed. Indeed, sir. I'm excited, by the way, I'm really into our new linebacker. He's getting some hype. People like this Thomas kid. I don't know, he's undersized, man. I mean, he's a small cat. See what he can do, though. David, I want to see Witherspoon play if he doesn't miss opportunity, not getting Carter or Nolan Smith. If he doesn't play, missed opportunity. Could be. I just think, David, we can't make this assessment off just 1 year. We got to kind of read this one out on the long-term, future of the approach. Camden says the cap is water. That's right. It's fluid. Very, very, very fluid. It moves in any direction you're looking. Kingdom Joe, I will find you a gym. Oh, you're speaking to me. If I missed your question, let me know. We got a lot of inner chat going on, which is awesome, but sometimes hard to kind of pick out all the questions when chat's going heavy like this. If I happen to miss it, just feel free to repost. Gibson, I am of the thinking we ahead of pace in our rebuild and have a lot of youth and have a bright future. I would err on the side of caution. Nothing wrong with that, Gibson. I wouldn't push back against that in any way. Remaining patient through this process, not getting too aggressive. I think that is a perfectly smart approach to take. I'm one to be aggressive, but the other side of it is completely acceptable if they take that method, and I'm not going to ding them for not being uber aggressive if they're not out there. I'm a little worried about how you get the defensive lineman in the future, but it doesn't mean that we have to panic trade either. That's for sure. Scheme says, whenever you see a player getting max contracts and fighting for them, it usually means they're checking out mentally and thinking retirement. Good sign for Seattle. I'll tell you this, to your point on that, Scheme, it's not like Joey Bosa's been, I think, quite the same player, at least this, maybe the injury stuff as much as anything, as he was prior to signing that big deal he signed with the Chargers at $27.5 million per year. Holy Hand Grenade says, Brandon's going to have to do a PSA on not answering Jalen Carter questions. No, it's all good, man. I promise you I'm going to be patient with it. And especially when it's like Adrian X, kind enough to drop a donation and you're asking, I'll certainly respond to it. No, I'm going to be patient. I'm committed to that this year. And again, understanding when I'm answering it this way, that for those folks that are Jalen Carterites who are like, it should have been this, it's so horrible. Like, I was a Jalen Carterite. I was a guy that put like 3 videos together this offseason when we're building up to the draft, calling upon him to be that guy. You'll not find a bigger backer of Jalen Carter in this world than me. But I also fully support the process by which our organization went through this to come to the end conclusion on drafting. And it wasn't just about talent. We can't remove the off the field aspect from Jalen Carter. The two go hand in hand. The two go together. We got to have both of them in consideration. Kingdom Joe, I've seen some guy walking around in his Cooper Cup jersey on today. I gave him a hug, told him I was sorry. He gently cried on my shoulder. Oh, that's awesome. I do Docs. Brandon, maybe a stream with Walken, Pacino, Cazell, and Nolte discussing Spoon versus Carter. Just teasing. 200 sounds about right. Hey, that might be a hell of a stream at some point. Get them all around. I want Jalen. Let's make a trade. Al, can we make a trade? You can't make a trade. What are you doing? Witherspoon is the way. Stop double backing here at every turn. Just ask Nick about double backing. It's what he did with Julia Roberts when he went back and did another movie. Oh, it was horrible. God damn, I just did it. The worst experience of my career. They'd go deep, man. They'd go deep. Christopher don't mind. Either way, I want to make a trade, though. Let's get him now. Chicken God says Carter's going to eat his way out of the league. He might. Scheme, Geno was smoking weed and drinking, and the Seahawks gave him $30 million blast. Should have taken Carter. Huh? I don't know what the Geno Smith thing has to do with Jalen Carter. Ethan says, I turned 2 decades old today. Happy birthday, man. And yeah, Megan, I agree. There's multiple teams that passed on Carter. We weren't the only ones. You know, if Roseman didn't take him, I don't know how far he would have dropped. I don't think he would have dropped all the way out of the first round or anything, but he would have dropped. He had a lot of GMs nervous, and not just ours. Scheme says Witherspoon has come from humble beginnings, and if we can have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks on the same team for decades, yeah, we'll have 4 or 5 Super Bowls coming in the next 10 seasons. I love it, man. I love it. And that's the part to consider with this Witherspoon that I think that Scheme brings up and thinking about this. Remember, part of the Witherspoon pick too and looking and loving his value is that you're also going to hope to now get the most out of Tariq Woolen. Because if you don't have a corner on the other side of Tariq Woolen that can hold up, you're going to have teams just throw away from Woolen all the time, like they did through the back half of the schedule last season, which means we're not going to have Woolen able to be as potent as he could be, getting as many interceptions as he could be because he's just not getting targeted as often. This happened with Richard Sherman. The Witherspoon pick in certain respects is kind of like a course correction from the Sherman days. You know, we're paying Sherman. We got a lockdown guy over here. We'll just make do over on this other side. No, teams will attack that other side. We got to make that strong as well. And then when you have them as both of a strength, now the quarterbacks have to test one of those guys. Now they're going to have to go at one of them. And that should bring with it, hopefully, some interceptions, some productivity, some turnovers, some stopped offenses. Agreed. Very much agreed. Sam Fisher, thank you for the $20 donation, Sam. That is a very big dono, and you are very kind for dropping that $20 dono out, man. I really, really do appreciate it. Hope you're having a great night, and thank you so much for the support. Said, you guys smell that? Today was the last Sunday without Seahawks football for the next 17 weeks. Sans the bye week. And if we're all lucky, 20 plus weeks. We're going to eat good this year, 12s. Oh, that's a $1 million comment right there, Sam Fisher. Thank you for that $20 donation. And I can smell it. I can smell the grass of the field, the hot dogs and popcorn in the stadium, the buzz of the crowd, the anticipation, everyone on the edge of their seat, waiting for that moment, waiting for this wonderful year that we believe is about to commence. Can you feel it? I can. Appreciate you, Sam. It's going to be, you better believe it's going to be 20 plus weeks, by the way. Not just 17. I think about 23 straight weeks, minus the bye week at the end of the year when we have the bye, and then minus the Super Bowl bye week. Minus those 3 weeks, all of the rest of the weeks on into February, we're going to be playing football. Sounds good. Stephen Patel, Carter might never have played his best for the Seahawks. Carter wanted to go to Philly. Philly talked to Carter's agent and told his agent Philly would take him with their pick. Well said, Stephen. Part of having all those teammates around him is why he wanted to go out there to Philadelphia. Surrounded by people he knew, surrounded by a support group, and like you say, a support group that he would not have had in Seattle. Even if he is able to measure and maintain the straight and narrow out there with Philadelphia, no guarantee he would have necessarily done the same thing in a different environment out here in Seattle. Maybe, but maybe not as well. You did not have Georgia West out there to bring him there and make him feel warm and cozy like the Eagles are able to do. Nathaniel, sometimes you have to take chances, Megan. You're trying to make it. Spectre7 has been celebrating 22 long months as a member of the Hawks Nest channel. I thank you for that, Spectre7, all that long-time support. He says, send the Hawks to orbit. Mariners falling down. It's just a little stumble series. Just a little stumble series. Just got to get past the Mets. The Mets team had a weird energy. They were playing really hard, and they're not playing for anything. It's very strange. But we're going to get it back now. We'll turn it back around, back to a hot streak. Just had to kind of reset the deck a little bit. Kingdom Joe says, can't wait for the season. So much shady things going on in Hawaii right now with Lahaina, the people, and our land. The Seattle Seahawks season will be a welcome friend. It's very depressing to see what's going on there. It's very depressing to see the response of the government to the situation out there in Lahaina, and how little support those folks have gotten. And then, like you say, some of the dark plans that seem to be on deck for what's going on there. It's a little bit unnerving, I would say. I says, feed the slot machines. Let's go. Keep dumping that. I want the max bet button. Hit that max bet for the JSN button every game. Gibson says, I'm extremely pleased with how we have drafted the last several seasons and our direction as a franchise, but I do agree the defensive line needs to be upgraded. It's kind of the last bridge that we've got to cross through. Eventually, we're going to need to kind of develop and figure out what we want to do at the middle linebacker position as well, but you've kind of taken care of all other tasks. Everything else has been sort of handled. You got the future set. You know what you want to kind of do at your different positions. You've got a good mix of the old and the young, but yes, that defensive line remains the place you look at to go, this is the spot though. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And that's the place that remains a worry for me. This was, as we go back to last year, the defense was the worst part of this team. What sunk you above that was your run defense. What sunk you about that was you had guys in the defensive line who weren't good enough week in, week out. You know, you can pull that thread all the way to that end point here. And so this hit us last year, and it has the potential again to hitting us again this year. And this is part of the reason why, Gibson, I am so aggressive in my mindset of looking for somebody else that we can bring in to help out this group. I think it's not desperate, but I think that it's also something that can be a situation that you end up finding to be the kryptonite to your season. A little bit like it was last year. No healthy nose tackles for that 49er playoff game. No ability to stop their run at all over the course of the game. They could run whenever they wanted at will. I don't want to end up back in that same position. And, it's a little bit better as a line overall. Draymond Jones helps. Jaron Reed will help. But it needs a bit more. It needs a bit more. Maybe not a big swing, but just a bit. Just a little bit. Nathaniel says, Carroll has dealt with locker room behavior so well through the years. I don't see why Carter would be different. Sometimes you have to take risks to win Super Bowls. Example, Percy Harvin. Well, I think that there's a little bit to go off of, though, with this Nathaniel Parks, too, which is that you are going to be informed in your position on when you're going to be aggressive and who you're going to be aggressive for will change through your experiences through the year. The Percy Harvin situation did not teach the team that was good to take that risk, that we got rewarded for paying Percy Harvin the money that we paid and giving up the draft picks that we gave up. That burned our butt. This guy became a locker room problem. He literally got in a fight the week of the Super Bowl. He dumped, I think it was Golden Tate or somebody on their head. So they got at the other end of that trade, and that was not an example of success for them, Nathaniel. You take a risk on a guy like Malik McDowell, who they knew was a tremendous risk when they took him in the second round. They knew this guy was problematic. He had some of the worst interviews that you had heard as far as coming out of the combine from different front offices and personnel groupings who had just completely removed them from his draft or draft board. Not removed him from being a first or a second round pick, thrown him off their draft board after those interviews. Schneider was aware of it. He took the risk. He took the big swing for the really good player that had the character concerns. And the guy had an ATV dropped on his head. You know, you get burned by those things, and it's going to inform you into your future process of what you want to do and how you want to do it. And when we talk about Jalen Carter, we are talking about a guy that has had as much character risk coming out of college as any player that I've seen in recent history. I don't have a lot of guys that had this much noise, this many things that was, and it was just, for a while, there was like every week there was something else new coming out. Oh, and he was pulled over for speeding the previous year. And the coaches said that they hated him. And he was uncoachable. And his work ethics, it's just one thing after another. And you can ignore that. You can look back and go, well, you got to take a risk sometimes. Well, that's easier kind of for you to say too, Nathaniel, as a guy kind of up there in the cheap seats on this kind of move, right? Because if you're the general manager who then takes Jalen Carter with the 5th overall pick, and he has more noise than any other prospect in recent history that's this highly rated coming out, following him, and then this fails, and then you have this guy come in and he completely goes out there and is that character risk? How does that represent then, how's that viewed on Schneider or any other general manager in that situation? Is that not an albatross around their neck for the whole rest of their career? Oh, you were the guy that drafted Carter 5th. Everyone could see that he was going to be a problem. Everyone could see that was going to go off the tracks, but you still did it. You were so smart. And you were the guy that did Malik McDowell too. And you had Percy Harvin you brought in. Like, when are you going to learn, John? When are you going to learn, buddy? You just got to keep taking those big swings, don't you? See, that's the problem here, is that there's fallout of this of not just missing the pick. There's also guys that have to have that then as a blemish on the career for the rest of their career. And when you as a general manager make a bad move, that follows you. When you make an epically bad move, that will follow you. And so yeah, they've taken some risks on some players through the years, and I think that they're still willing to do so to some degree, but there's also a characteristic taking it to the extreme level. And I think that Jalen Carter took that character risk to an extreme level. Not a minor like, well, it's problematic of, oh my God. Oh my God. The talent was so good, Nathaniel. Talent's so good. The player is so good. And it's such a necessary fit for what the team could have needed at the time. All of that married together so well. There is no other explanation but to take for granted the fact that that player folder that they have with all the private investigators, with all of the context out there in Georgia with the coaching staff was miserable, was horrible, was atrocious. And we could all say we'd be willing to take that risk, but when your job's on the line, when the future employment's on the line and making this risk because it's going to look that bad on you if it goes bad, you got to factor that into it a little bit as well. There's the human nature element to this as well. And I can't fault somebody for doing that because it does follow you. Follows you like a stench the rest of your career when you get these wrong. Tanner Colton says, to respond to your Chris Jones reply to my question earlier, thanks for the reply. Loved it. Hey, my pleasure, man. I agree. I think it's possible. Daryl Taylor, we stacked plus picks for Chris Jones and Chiefs eat part of his cap. Yeah, you might have a hard time getting them to eat the part of the cap part of it, Tanner. I will be honest with you when it comes to the Chiefs on this because they are so far up against the cap as it currently does stand. But that's where you can offset that, like we're saying, by adding a little bit of extra, give them a cherry on top. You know, here's a first and a third. No, here's Daryl Taylor, or here's a first and a third, and we'll give you. I think the Noah Fant thing could work into this too, Tanner. Where Noah's got a $6 million contract, you could include him as part of the offset. And then now you only need to come up with about $4 million of additional cap space here to get the contract for Chris Jones done. Because it's not about needing to get Chris Jones done at $30 million per year. It's about needing to get Chris Jones for the 2023 season to have $10 million of cap space open on your books to get him signed to the new contract. You get him signed to the new deal. You give him a lot of bonus money. You take the first year hit down to the bare minimum. And that's how you can get this kind of deal done. So it's still possible to make it happen. I'd love to see it, Tanner, if it's opened up on the Chiefs to make it go. I just can't see them making the move because I just don't think that they're going to get the return back to make it worth their while. That it's going to be a better, from their standpoint, the better conclusion is just go through the year and try to see if we get one more back end of the year out of Chris Jones and get another Super Bowl and then turn it over after that next year. I think that's the way this probably ends up just bearing out when it's all said and done. Gibson says Wilson is also 34 and he's not as agile now, which has hid some of his weaknesses like holding the ball too long. That's it. I mean, the agility, the getting out of the pressure and all that stuff he leaned on that. And he made the best we've seen in NFL history at pocket mobility and just being escapable back there, right? I mean, some of that, and he's in his prime. It was like trying to grab a mouse off the floor there with those guys trying to get a hands on him. And it was amazing. But you're right. Every guy gets to 33, 34. And I've made this example of this, Gibson, where you can look at guys like Phillip Rivers, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Tony Romo, go down the list, Matt Ryan's, okay? The guys that get into be 32, 33, 34, and all of those guys lose a bit of their mobility by that point. Some guys are more mobile than others to begin things with, so some guys then turn into a complete statue. Some guys have still just a little bit of juice left in their legs to still go out there and move around a little bit. But what that causes those guys to do as they lose that mobility is to become smarter from the neck up, better at beating the blitz, better at throwing with anticipation, better at reading defenses to make the proper read pre-snap to be better post-snap. All of these things improve with time with these guys. I would offer that it was the double-edged sword of Wilson's effectiveness as a scrambler, that the sharp part that worked well in his favor was he could scramble all over the place and be prolific and be one of the best quarterbacks in the league for a good 4 or 5 year period. The downside was he wasn't growing his game in the same manner that those other quarterbacks were, getting better from the neck up. And that's where now it's hard to do this late in the game here in this process. But it is clear that that's kind of what was holding him back. He's also a little bit, it's not entirely his fault too with this because we got to factor in as well. It's the fact he's 5'10" and he can't see over the top of the pocket at times. And so he's having to get creative in finding open holes to throw the ball out of. This is a bit of the impediment in being a little bit of an undersized quarterback. Maggie says that whenever the determination is made on Carter, I reserve the right to say I told you so. And I will be back, JSA, all the damn way, every damn week. I love it, Megan. I love it. Nathaniel says, I love Spoon, but taking the best player available despite character concerns has to be an option. Micah Parsons a few years ago versus Alden Smith. Got to wait and see. Yeah, again, it's a bit of the process of the stuff. As I always say, and I know I use this phrase a lot, Nathaniel, but nothing is ever done in a vacuum. It's never just as simple as just overlook the character thing and go with it. I've given you examples here in recent history of the team being bit by the character concern situation. I mentioned the fact Howie Roseman has, this great reputation right now. He's got high standing to be able to take this hit. He can miss on Carter and he's not going to get any shade. He is the one general manager in the sport right now who could do that and not suffer that kind of same sling for being a top 10 pick. Other general managers would have to face that heat, and it would be a remarkable brand of heat if it goes wrong, because you could see this car crash coming far on down the road. I also got to say, Nathaniel, I do find it interesting you're so willing to overlook the character concerns of Jalen Carter when you yourself don't actually know what those character concerns fully are. You've got a slight view of it. I've got a slight view of it. We've got some slight reporting that's occurred. We've got the car crash with the racing. We've got the previous time where he was pulled over a year prior to racing. We've got a couple of other issues here and there that are through the stack, right? But you and I have a very tiny view of this big, large picture. You don't have a private investigator. I don't have a private investigator that's going to go down to Georgia and overturn every rock and ask a lot of hard questions to get some solid answers about the player. You and I as well do not have contacts with the Georgia program, contacts with the coaches, contacts with the AD, and an ability to get a very clear picture of what is then going on with that player. You can say you overlook the characteristics, but you don't have the characteristics on your table. You don't have that thick file there that you can leaf through and read about every individual situation that you can pull from to make that determination like Schneider does. That's the argument I'm making here, is that none of us really know. And so to say you're going to overlook something that you don't have the information on, I mean, what if you were to understand here, Nathaniel, what if you were to know about that what your knowledge is of Carter, of what is the character risk, is simply the tip of the iceberg, right? What if you were to understand that's just the tip of the iceberg that's above the waters? Beneath is this huge, monstrous thing right beneath here. You're still going to overlook those character risks? And you mentioned Micah Parsons, which is great that Dallas went out there and took the risk of Micah Parsons and went up against those character risks, and they were able to hit that one out of the park on that one. But you know what, Nathaniel? Dallas has had a whole lot of misses through the years when they've taken these character risk players. Randy Gregory, Taco Charlton. I could go through a litany of names through the years that they've taken that have been character risk. Hell, they just flipped a cornerback that they took in the second round like a year ago for another problematic cornerback on another team because they're so done with him, who was another guy who had character risks. For your one success story of a Micah Parsons there with the Cowboys, I can show you a trail of bloody and battered bodies of bad prospects, because they're so willing to take that character risk at every turn. It can bite you, and it's bit the Cowboys so many times they don't even know which way to look. And you mentioned Alden Smith. After the Cowboys made the pick of an Alden Smith, a Trent Baalke selection, who is the big character guy that they've made since that pick? High or low anywhere in the draft? Who's the guy that's had those off the field concerns that they've overlooked to pick high? I can't think of one. Solomon Bates? No. Nick Bosa? No. We can go down the list and down the line. McGlinchey? No. So they've not gone back and made that same similar kind of risk on a player that's a problematic player in the way that they did at that time, when I think they were a little more freed up of being willing to do that. What I'm trying to say here, Nathaniel, is that you have organizations that will learn their lessons in that way. Cowboys have refused to learn that lesson. They're always willing to make that character risk stretch. And well, it's worth it. Squeeze is worth the juice. But if the squeeze is worth the juice for the Cowboys in taking this methodology of approach, Nathaniel, why is it 30 years since they've even been back to a conference championship? Why has it been so long since they had any kind of success as a franchise operating from that approach? Could maybe a bit of it be, I'd offer to you, could a bit of it be that they're not recognizing the price that they're having to pay for these character risk players that aren't all about football, that got off the field issues, and how that impacts the chemistry on the team, and how that makes the team maybe feel at times that we don't have everybody all working to the same goal and with the same approach. I'm just saying. Holy Hand Grenade, the Texans F up the draft for us for moving back into the first round and grab the other defensive dude we wanted. Indeed, we wanted to get our hands on Will Anderson. And they plucked him. Plucked him. It was Will Anderson you're thinking of. Stephen Patel says Carter might never have played his best for the Seahawks. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Amazing disgrace. Russell had heart when he was hungry. Most people forget the majority of our wins were come from behind. They were, yep. I think there was definitely a certain ability that he had to bring you back in football games, and the chips were down. He could kind of get a little bit locked in. That's true. No, Russ has a lot. I would never say Russ doesn't have a lot of heart. He absolutely does. I mean, hell, no man with the kind of Iron Man spirit that he showed and his ability to get out there and play every week, injured or not. You don't do that unless you're mentally really tough and hungry and have heart. But I agree, I don't think he's as hungry as he once was. Cameron, 7 days till the first game. I'm stoked. Can't wait. Adrian X. Oh, geez, I'm about to dump my coffee there. Adrian X, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that. Says, sorry, I won't bring it up anymore, but if we won a Super Bowl this year or next, who cares what? And again, Adrian X, anybody in here, we don't have any no-go topics here, and I never will. We can talk about anything here. That's the beauty of this place, is if you've got a question or you got something on my mind, I don't care if I've been asked about it a lot. That's the nature of what I do here. And doing these long streams, I'm going to be asked about stuff multiple times over. I have no issue with it whatsoever. All questions are welcome here. That's part of what we want to build here, is a place we can always have open and honest discussion. I don't care if it's been something we talked to death or talked to lightly or barely glossed over. All these things I think are very interesting discussions. And the Carter Witherspoon discussion is a very interesting one. And it's one that has a lot built into it. So there's more to unpack there than it simply being Carter Witherspoon, which, makes the need for these questions to open up that much more, Adrian X. So I love it, man. This is pushing the discussion in a great place. So don't apologize, especially don't apologize when you're dropping a dono on my channel. But don't apologize for this. I want this to be a part of what we do here with this channel. This is always going to be a part of this channel. There are always going to be, I want to have every point of discussion on the table for us to discuss. I love that about this place. He says, I will bring it anyway, but if we won a Super Bowl this year or next, who cares what race Carter is on? You said, trust this front office, but they drafted so many busts. Laughing out loud. Sorry, I fear Curry. Okay, there was a little bit of unpack. I think there was a word that got left out in your deal. I apologize if you talked about it before, not always on. No, it's all, wait, let me see. I think there was a word left out there, Adrian X. If we won a Super Bowl next year, who cares what race Carter is on? You said trust the front office if they drafted. Well, the thing with the character stuff is the problem with it a lot of times is that it rears its ugly head at the worst possible moments. You'll have a guy out there racing right as you're about to go down the edge run of your team for try to get a Super Bowl push, and he suddenly gets caught, he gets arrested or something like that. If Carter got you to a Super Bowl and you won it, and you won a Super Bowl with him here, and he's able to keep his nose clean for a single season, and then the very next year after that, Adrian X, he goes off the rail and he's racing and doing all that, it would be worth it because you got one Super Bowl out of it. I mean, if he's a bedrock player on you going to win that Super Bowl even for 1 year, then yeah, that would be worth it at that point if he did that. Is Carter ready to come in here and be the guy to take us over the top to a Super Bowl here in his rookie year as a defensive tackle? I'm not so sure he is. He's going to be a heavily rotated player out on that Eagles defense. He's not out there he's not going to be running 60, 70% of the snaps for this Eagle defense. He'll be running about 30% of the snaps for the Eagle defense. So on 30% of the snaps onto the Seattle Seahawks team, would he have been enough to take us over the top for a Super Bowl on his presence alone this year? I don't know about that. Maybe. I'm not as convinced in rookie year he's going to do that. But I am convinced of this fact, Adrian X. He's going to be heavily rotated. He was heavily rotated at Georgia. He does have some conditioning issues. I'm sure he'll eventually get him on track as a pro, but he was not a guy that was playing 24/7 out there. And so that does minimize the impact. If I have a guy that Witherspoon that's going to play 73% of the snaps out of the slot versus a Jalen Carter who's only going to play 30% of the snaps out of the defensive line, Witherspoon's got double the opportunity to go out there and make an impact on the field. So that's a part to bring into here just a little bit with this as well. Now, as far as the front office drafting so many busts here, Adrian X, and this is just I know this is my opinion on this, so I'm not trying to say it's your opinion. But my opinion on this is this. The Seattle Seahawks 2 years ago changed course very heavily in their approach to the draft of recent years. I agree with you 100%. You have many bad drafts through the 2000 teens. You can go year after year, like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? And the problem throughout that time is that, in my opinion, you were running your drafts by a need-based philosophy. We need a defensive end. So even though we're in the end of the first round, even though we've seen 25 edge players taken in this first round, we're still going to go grab LJ Collier because we need him. You can see how their failures came in the draft, drafting for need, and you can see it time and time again throughout the courses of those drafts. I would beat them a little bit more up further on that, if not for the fact that they changed their ways. Teams can make mistakes. Teams can go wrong. Not every decision is going to be made perfectly. But if you change your ways, if you change what's broken, if you change in your philosophy what you're not getting right, I'm going to laud it, and I'm going to have a lot more faith within it. 2 years ago, this philosophy changed. It went from a need-based drafting angle here, Adrian X, to a value-based drafting. We're going to take just purely the best guy on the board. In their opinion, whether we all disagree with it here or not, or we measure up against the characteristic or anything else, the value on their board with Witherspoon was the best player on their board. And there's other teams that agreed with this, Adrian X, because one of the reasons that the Lions moved back off of 6 and traded back at that point immediately after we picked Spoon was that they intended to pick Witherspoon. He was going to go top 10 in this draft if we didn't take him at 5. That's where he was going to go. JSN, you don't have a need for a receiver. You're stacked up a receiver. Hell, you took Eskridge a couple years ago as already a slot. You take another slot receiver. Why? Because JSN was the best value on your board. We could go pick by pick through the last 2 years draft, Adrian X, and every single selection, I can make a very strong argument that that's a value-based pick, meaning that that is the best player you had on your board. You didn't reach for need. You didn't say we have a hole here we got to fill. You said, who's the best player available on the board, bar none. And that's brought out 2 of the most successful drafts that we've seen in Seahawks history over the last 2 years. And it also endears me in the fact that they're going to continue to stay, because they're having so much success in this change of strategy in their draft, that they're going to stay in this place, that they're not going to go back to need, that they're going to recognize, like I talked about with the character risks, you have a general manager and a coach who've been here for over 10 years, and that accommodates them something that normal general managers and coaches don't have. Time to learn from their mistakes, time to correct what is holes in their particular games. And when it comes to the draft, they've corrected and fixed those holes, in my opinion, Adrian X. Had they not, I'd be banging on them with it. But they fixed it. They've done a 180-degree turn on this one from where they were. And that's where I think we've got to laud it. I think that's where we got to applaud it. And that's where I've got a lot more faith that this is going to continue to be successful on into the future years. Because those organizations and franchises that kill the draft year after year do so by a value-based philosophy. They're never reaching for need. They're always just taking the purely best guy on the board as much as they absolutely possibly can. Nathaniel says, I'll agree to disagree, but with every elite team that I see has an elite defensive lineman of some sort. We have a lot of average to above average. Pete, also the cornerback whisperer. Agree with a lot of your comment on that. And I'm sorry, we don't totally agree here as far as on the Carter thing. But yeah, I do agree that we need to do more on the defensive line. I don't think Carter's the only way to accomplish that. I think the team is going to intend to at some point to make some kind of move to reinforce the ranks. I could be proven wrong on this, but it feels like where the team's going in a general fashion. But I agree, they need to do more there. I would like to see it better and improved. I don't think that Carter was the only answer or the only way to getting that done, especially if we can bring in a player that doesn't bring the kind of character risks that Carter brings with him. I says, Russell Wilson said he wanted to win like 5 to 6 more Super Bowls while becoming the best quarterback ever. Russell Wilson did say Lynch was their MVP. He did say that at one point. Probably not saying that as much now. Daniel, Jalen Carter was elite in college. He has the tools to succeed. Obviously, we have to wait because he hasn't played yet. But I thought he was the one player in this class. Agreed, man. As far as a pure talent wise, in my opinion, Jalen Carter was the best talent in this draft as far as pure talent. But every guy is going to have a mode that he's going to reach as far as the character stuff goes that has got to be able to be checked to some degree. And being an NFL player is one where, Nathaniel, you're an instant multimillionaire. You're going to go give Carter as the 5th overall contract a $35 million guaranteed contract. You better be very sure when you're doing that. And if I'm not sure, it's going to push me a little bit away from the pick. Carter was elite last year in college. Absolutely, he was. He was very elite. And I agree with you again. Best player in the draft class if we're talking pure talent. But you don't just make these picks by just the talent. You're also factoring in the background check. And if background didn't matter, Nathaniel, then why do it at all? Why do it for any of the players? Why not just throw that whole element of your evaluation process out then if it doesn't factor in at all? And I think if we take it to that extreme degree, you'll understand why we need to maybe build a little bit more into it here with the Carter situation. Because even you, I don't think, would just throw it out bar none for every player. Like, all that stuff's irrelevant. Just what do they do on the field? That's kind of, that'll lead you down a potential foolish path, wouldn't it? Jeff Speak, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm sorry, Jeff, I'm a little bit behind on the donos here. I get caught up on the chat sometimes, my man. Says, must have been something about his mental presentation and attitude in regards to Carter. Thank you, Jeff, for the $5 donation, but thank you as well for the comment. It says, must have been something about his mental presentation and attitude in regards to Carter. I agree with this, Jeff. I mean, the team did their due diligence here. You cannot argue that. They were interested in this guy. They brought him out as you only have so many set visits of guys you can bring out to have come to your facility and you can directly interview them face to face. Jalen Carter was one of those guys that they had to go and do that. And they had him face to face and they weren't blown away enough, especially with what they already had kind of on the books and being aware of how things had gone there at Georgia. I don't think that this was one where they passed on Jalen Carter in any way, shape, or form because of his talent. This was them moving on him because of the fact that those background checks were so bad. And the team has been burned in recent years by those background checks. You know, the miss of the Malik McDowell pick caused a chain reaction that flowed on down that cost you way more than just that second round pick when it was all said and done. Because that thing missed for you because you weren't able to hit on that one. But yeah, well said, Jeff. Sorry it took me a while to get your donation, but very well said, man. This team's trying to create a team, too. Think about this, folks, with this. The team that they're trying to create, and they've been very open and honest with this, is one that are guys that are all about ball. I want a team on both sides of the ball where you're all about ball. Not that you're the most talented guy in the room and you're going to go do all this other stuff off the field. You don't care about football and you just do this because it's your job. You love ball. You're all about ball. You want to be great. They are trying to really bring all the guys in that can do that uniformly down the line. Not that there's the one outlier guy who's just on his own clock and his own time and his own speed. If you're going to commit to that process from a philosophy of team building, then you have to commit to it in total, in full. And when you look back to the Legion of Boom team, when you look back to the Super Bowl team that got their back-to-back, you did so not because you had character-concerned guys in the house. You did so because you had guys that were all about ball all the time. These guys were thinking about football off the field. They were hanging out, talking about football off the field. They were obsessed. And maybe there's a recognition from our front office within that this is a requirement to get ourselves back to the top of the heap in that manner. And if we have a collection of guys on this team that aren't thinking in that way, that don't have that mentality, then you know what's going to happen from there? We might get some cliques developing. And from cliques, you'll get the erosion of the team chemistry. And from the erosion of the team chemistry, you get an underperforming team, which is a lot of what we saw in the 2010s teams. In those clicks and whatnot. But thank you, Jeff, for that donation. I appreciate you. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hey, who's the best NFL player in history with the last name Carter? It's probably between two guys. I got two guys in my name right now, Garth. I'm trying to think if this is the only ones. So I think Chris Carter, obviously receiver for the Vikings, would be probably one. And then Dale Carter, former great cornerback for the Kansas City Chiefs, would probably be number two. That's my 1-2. I'm going with that, Garth. Appreciate the donation though, man. Thanks for all the donos. I'll have to, if I think of another name, I'll let you know too. I feel like there's one I may be leaving off here. Like an obvious one. Oh, no. That was Bruce Smith, not Bruce Carter. Thinking of another guy. Empower Code, thank you for the $20 donation. Very kind of you, Empower Code, for that dono. And you guys are very kind as always. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. He says, here's to a great season. Thanks for your amazing coverage. Keep up the fantastic work, Brando. And tell Pumpkin I said hi. I will tell her you said hi. She's laying down on the floor right now. I guess she got a little bit hot up here. It's a little humid out here right now as it's starting to get a little bit wetter out here on the east side. But thank you for that Empower Code, man. I'm hyped up for this year. I'm hyped up for this chat. I'm hyped up for all the stuff that we're going to get to talk about with this team this year, and especially for the type of team that we get to put on the field, which these are some easy guys to root for. The team has just been doing so many things right and correctly from their standpoint of building this team up to where they've gotten it to. And I think they're very capable of making a lot of noise this upcoming season. Not to mention Empower, we got a wide open NFC, man. I know you're going to be with me here step for step all the way through, and I appreciate that about you, brother. I'll let Pumpkin know. Pumpkin, he says hi. Why don't you come back up? Why don't you come back up on the stream? She gave me a thank you. When she gives me a thank you, she does this with her eyes. Empower, she goes like this. Give you the slow blink. That's the thank you for that. You know what I mean? Let me give you the slow blink, though. Appreciate you, Empower Code. I hope you're having a good night, man. And thank you so much for that big $20 donation. Stephen Patel, nothing put in the comment, just a $10 drop on your own side of things. So thank you, Stephen, for putting the $10 drop on the channel as well, man. Very kind of you for doing so. No comment posted in there. Probably just being kind on dropping that note. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it, Steven. And thanks for the good conversation talk on this, man. The chat, you guys are as awesome as ever tonight, man. The subjects and what we're talking about, I love this stuff. Love turning it over. I really do. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Says, I'd prefer any player the Seahawks draft doesn't like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, aside from the pretty lead actress. That's what you do, Garth. That's how you test them out, is you bring these players in now and you just drop the whole DVD set of the Fast and Furious in front of them and you say, what do you think about that? And if they tell you that it's an American classic film genre or a classic collection of American film Americana, then you're not drafting that guy. That's the test at that point. No need for any other background checks. Just you take the stack of Fast and Furious DVDs, you put it in front of them and you just say, tell me about those movies. And if their eyes start getting big and they start getting real excited, you need to run. You need to run at that point. Oh. Thank you though, Garth. I appreciate you, man, for all those donations, brother. Was a very pretty actress. Nathaniel, I can't put too much emphasis on preseason regardless of who's playing, but obviously your evaluation of him was very different from mine. Oh, you're talking to Megan, I think, on that. Hans Van Wyn says, hey, Brendan, I don't get people calling the defense bad without one snap played. The whole D-line is blown up and no Cody Barton, so got to be at least decent with Barton gone. I do feel like it's a defense that's going to find its way in about middle-of-the-road status here this year, Hans. I don't think it's going to be as bad as it was last year. I do think, in hearing people call for a little bit more help on the defensive line, I think that that's right and appropriate. They brought some guys in to help out on the line, but they also basically rebuilt the whole defensive line. I mean, you moved on from 4 guys this offseason, so there was a lot of work to be done. And you could say, you've added almost kind of just 2 guys for the 4 you lost a little bit in the way that this is, functioned. But I agree, Hans, it's going to be an improved team this year, defensively speaking. It's not going to be bottom end, back of the worst of the worst defensively, or one of the worst of the defense in the league like they were last year. I think they find a way to get themselves into a middle of the road kind of place of things. I do. Addicted Ox. Brandon, would the Eagles be Georgia North technically? I don't know. They feel more east than Georgia North. I think of like New York and Boston as north. I feel like they're more kind of, technically I guess they're north, but Georgia East rolls off the tongue more than Georgia North. June 32nd, what if Pete is hyping up Mike Jackson? He could be. He didn't play too good in those 2 preseason games. We'll have to see where he's at. I says 3 drug, alcohol, high speeding instances strongly indicates the streets of Seattle are much safer without JC on them. End of story. Nathaniel, I don't think there are many coaches like Pete who are constantly able to get the most out of players, and there's no guarantee that our next coach will be able to do that. That's true. I think you're going to definitely lose some stuff with Coach Carroll when he walks out the door, that's for sure, in that department of things. So, Kingdom Joe says Zach Thomas was undersized also. Probably the best linebacker that Miami has ever had. Indeed, he was. Yeah, he is the best one they probably ever had in there. Didn't they have like Nick Bonacati or something like that? They had a couple other guys back in the Killer Bee days and the no-name defense days. They had some good ones. But Thomas was awesome. He was awesome. My pet, are we really going to capitalize on restructuring Diggs' contract and sign some impact or no? We're going to do it, my Pete, but we're going to have to give it a little bit of time because I think this is much about creating space for a potential trade deadline deal as much as it is about doing a move right now and being impelled to have to do something in this moment. So I think that they're going to be patient and try to see if some market parameters set in a way that's going to be advantageous for us to take advantage of a depressed asset. But that means that we're going to have to be a little bit patient here as Hawks fans, I think, a bit with the situation. Addicted Hawks says, yeah, JS had a bite of the Malik McDowell sandwich. Didn't go for the Jalen Carter calzone. Oh, Lordy. Nagasa, trading for Jamal is way worse than picking Carter at 5. I mean, it's an apples and oranges situation, though. Jamal Adams didn't have any characteristics that you were worried about in picking him. He was a leader going back to his LSU days. There was no question about his commitment to staying in shape and being a baller and giving it his all and being pretty clean in that respect. So it's hard to make that kind of comp when it's not apples for apples, the same type of situation. And Jamal Adams not being a bad trade doesn't inform you at all of what you do with Jalen Carter, in my opinion. I don't know the connection. I guess, Nagasa, I'm not understanding the connection on that one and what you're trying to say exactly. Radu, I honestly would trade Diggs or something and would have had someone young at the safety position who was with me. Well, they want to roll with Diggs. I don't know. I think Diggs is going to have probably his best year, at least as far as picks and interceptions go, as he's had since he's come to the Seahawks. Ryan, Seahawks won the Super Bowl with Red Bryant, 4th round pick, Alan Branch, 2nd round pick, Brandon Bain, 3rd round pick, and Chris Clemens, undrafted. Indeed they did. Indeed they did. Bruce Irvin 1st, J.R. Sweezy 7th. We don't need a Jalen Carter, Joey Bosa, Chris Jones, or an Aaron Donald to win Super Bowl. It's true. I think that was just a recent trend they're talking about too with this, Ryan, that maybe this is something we're seeing of recent NFL franchises, that this is kind of a newer kind of requirement that's come up to the forefront a bit. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. I'm late, but how are we going to trade for anyone with the lack of cap space? Seems to be the struggle on this, Jose. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on this, but why do we believe that the cap is somehow in a structured fashion that we're set here and we can't do anything about it? The cap space as I've been looking at this, when it's being reported that we have only a couple $1 million of cap space, it doesn't appear as though people have taken into account the base to bonus conversion that happened with Quandre Diggs that did free up some extra cap space. For instance, when you go to Sports Track right now and you go look at the cap hits that are undertaken there, they've got Quandre Diggs on the hook for a 10.49 base contract. But we know Quandre Diggs has actually converted his base to bonus, so it shouldn't be registering up at that amount. I think some of these reports that are coming out are not accurate to how much cap space the Seahawks actually have. As well, Jose, we have seen over the last couple of years with plenty of teams out there where if you want to move money around, you can move money around. If you determine that it is the time right now to go for it, you can make the go for it move. The final part of this, Jose, is if we're going to look for a guy like a Chris Jones, you don't have to come up with $30 million of cap space this year to sign a Chris Jones. You only have to come up with $10 million of extra cap space to sign a Chris Jones, which they absolutely could if they had the will and want to do so. It comes down to, is there the will? Is there the want? That part I don't know on, but I certainly think that we can't look at this as being a cap problem or us being hamstrung by not being able to get it done because of the cap. That's just not the case. We do have flexibility. We do have an ability to go out there and make an aggressive move if we want to do it. Please shoot. We still talk about Carter. I guess we are. Oh, yeah, number 1 there, Steven. Thank you, man. I like how you put that. Adams trade is a necessary step in this current timeline of the Seahawks evolution. I love it. Nagasa kind of in a mood tonight, man. Jesus. So Nagasa, we don't even have an owner who cares. We clearly not a Super Bowl caliber team, not even a question. I had these always the speaking, and I never been a big fan of speaking in just ultimates and everything is in certainties on all things. I don't know what is it that the owner's not done as far as spending money goes, Nagasa. I think she's opened up the purse strings quite a bit, and including as of recent just signing Uchenna Nwosu to the contract that they signed him to. I'm not saying we're a Super Bowl favorite here, but to say that we're not Super Bowl caliber, I think is completely underselling this team. You accomplished getting to the playoffs last year, Nagasa, with a team that was down their best defensive player, a team that was $57 million in dead money, a team that was starting 6 rookies across the board, and you attained the kind of success you did last year, and we're going to go backwards in your mind? With a better, more improved team, with a draft class that we've just pulled off? Again, I'm not saying we're the Super Bowl frontrunners here, but this is also an NFC and an NFC West that's wide open right now. Why don't we have the chance to do that in your mind? I don't know why you've come to that certain, that such close certainty in your mind that there's no chance of it. That we are clearly, as you put it, not a Super Bowl caliber team. I don't see how that's clear with the last season that they had. You're speaking in terms of Nagasa like we're coming off a 4-win year last year. That's kind of like where your tone is on that. That doesn't kind of add up to me. Why did we not trade up to take Anderson? Because they wanted to have the full totality of their picks. And I think that they didn't expect the Texans to move probably up in the fashion that they did to snake him. They got, Spuds Max says, Jerry don't care about character. He owns the America's team. Bingo. We bring up Nathaniel. You bring up the Cowboys with that. That's the other thing with this. I talked to you about Roseman and the goodwill that he has built up in order to take this kind of risk for a guy like Carter, because he's made so many right decisions. Equally, a guy like Jerry Jones can go out there and take all these character risks and have all of them blow up in their face. And the Cowboys media can freak out and say, we got to get these Jones boys out of this general manager stuff. This is not working, and there ain't nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. So there is no blowback for Jones. He can take those risks without any of the heat coming back the other side to him. Nick Brando says, best Hawks live streamer. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that, man. That's kind of you to say. Nagasa, we gotta be accurate with it. So you say Spoon's hamstring has been bad for months now, which is inaccurate. He had a bad hamstring injury. The injury he got over, and now he's gotten a new hamstring injury that is in a different part of the hamstring. It's not the same hamstring injury. So it's not the same thing. It's not the same one. Yeah, he's not been healthy enough through his time here, but it's not like it's the same injury at the same spot that's just reoccurring. Stephen Weston, that's why I love your streams. You don't get mad about the questions. No, man, never. I love where everyone's coming from. I appreciate where everyone's coming from. I might disagree vehemently, but I love everyone having their voice in here, and I love hearing the different perspectives with it, even if I bristle sometimes at it. Nathaniel, I fully understand GS's decision, and I hated the McDowell pick too, because my point being, how many truly elite defensive tackle, defensive ends have we found after pick 25? That's why I'm arguing for Carter. Make sure I'm... You're right. It's hard to find them. It's not easy to find these guys now after that pick. And a lot of the elite ones in this league right now that have even been highly paid ones in this league, from your Lawrences to your Daron Paynes to your Quinnen Williams to the Allen out there in Washington. To your point on that, Nathaniel, those are all top 20 first round picks. You're not wrong in that respect of things at all. But the pick does come down to, again, you keep mentioning this in terms of he's an elite defensive tackle. He's this good on the field. He's going to provide this on the field. But it's not just about a pick of how good the guy is as a talent. It's also about the character risks and concerns. And if you think you're getting Malik McDowell 2.0, taking him with the 5th overall pick, that's hard to necessarily make that choice if you're a general manager in that position. Hard to make it for the risk that you're taking, hard to make it for the risk you're taking, and also the blowback you'll receive if it goes wrong. If Schneider messed up that Carter pick at 5, that would be a hell of a black mark on his record. In addition to a guy that does have a Malik McDowell on his resume, that does have the Percy Harvin trade on his resume. It's not that, it would cause him to never get another job in the NFL again, but it doesn't look good, not helpful. And there were teams picking behind us in this draft, Nathaniel, that did need defensive line help there, who did also overlook going for Carter after us. Because it wasn't just us to the Eagles, right? It was him waiting 5 picks to get down to Roseman. So there were other general managers who kind of felt similarly, despite how talented he was. Yeah, Nagase, you can look at, if you just do a Google search of Coach Carroll talking about Spoon's hamstring injury, he spoke about this really in camp after the second hamstring injury came up, and he said it's in a different part of the leg where the injury's at. It's not the same original injury that he had sustained. OD Death Metal, taking a 5'11", 185-pound cornerback with a short arms, doesn't have elite speed, and doesn't test with the 5th overall pick is problematic. Plus the injury history. I think he does have pretty elite speed when it comes to that. Certainly your metrics about the 5'11", 190, all that's fair. Slightly, he's got a half-inch shorter arms than I think they technically look for out there at like 31 and a half. And those are, we'll see if he can, we'll see if he can overtake that. Here's the thing with it again, though, is that this was not an outlier pick, and kind of the way you're phrasing that OD at Death Metal is a bit like, well, nobody would have taken that guy there. Carter wasn't going to go 6 to the Lions after we passed him. Carter wasn't going to go all the way down to 10. Witherspoon was going to go at pick number 6 if we passed on him. And if the Lions passed him on 6, he probably would have gone to 7 or would have gone at 8. Witherspoon was going to go in the top 10 of this draft. He was going to be the first cornerback taken in this draft, if not by us, by somebody. The things you mentioned are correct. The size limitations, the length limitations, a little bit of maybe the injury history is in this a bit. But as far as him being a talent worthy of being a top 10 selection, there were other teams that were going to make that call as well. It wasn't just us super high and like having fallen head over heels for the guy, in that situation. Garth says it didn't help that Jalen pulled up to the VMAC in a Firebird full of Coors beer. He walks up to John Schneider, just kills a beer and shakes his hand. What's up, Jess? Want to do some shots? Spuds Mac, they took Spoon for the intangibles, how he plays, not how he tested. Well said. Radu, what's so great about Witherspoon? All I see is an undersized hitter that will eventually injure himself with his style of play. The injury part, we'll see. He didn't injure himself with that style of play in college, because he certainly played very violently in college, and that was not something that, he didn't break his shoulders or break his body by, tackling too hard. He is a guy that he was the best man corner in this entire draft. So I don't know if that's worth anything, but that's what he offered with you on tape. You watch any other corner in this draft, nobody is as good in man coverage as Witherspoon. He has an ability to play both on the outside and play in the slot, so he provides some versatility and flexibility in how you utilize him. He was also the best tackling cornerback in this draft. So you have the best man-based corner and you have the best tackling cornerback in this draft. That's pretty much a consensus view of Witherspoon. That's not my view. That would have been an NFL consensus view out there on Witherspoon. So he definitely was bringing that. Dale Carter was legit. Kachana Carter. He'd be on the other end of that one. Radu says too slow is not always a problem. Undersized is usually, and Jam wasn't a corner. And Jam wasn't a corner? Jam wasn't a corner. Not sure what you mean on that one. Sorry, man. Radu, on that last part, I can't quite make out what you mean on that one. Gibson, Anthony Carter as well. I think he's still Michigan's all-time leading receiver. Oh, there we go. Anthony Carter. Yeah, I remember him. It's another good one. Digs at Hawks. Brandon, I did a lot of slow blinking in college, but it wasn't a thank you blink. Oh, shoot. DJ Owen, sorry, man, I'm late on some of these donos. That's my bad. DJ, thank you for the $10 donation. I really do appreciate you. Hope you're doing well tonight out there, DJ, and thank you for that dono. Sorry, a little late on acknowledgement. That's my bad. Says, this Carter talk makes me feel I'm right with my pick that we will beat the Eagles at home. Their schedule is no walk in the park. That is their Super Bowl fall-off year. The Cowboys got their number this year. So this is Carter talking me feel I'm right with my pick that we will beat the Eagles at home. Their schedule is no walk in the park this year. This year is their Super Bowl fall-off year for the Cowboys. Got their number this year. I could definitely see it. And boy, when you look at that Maze Smith pick in particular, DJ, you're looking at a selection where you go, boy, this one feels like one from the Cowboys' perspective of this is a selection driven to where we take a nose tackle who can't rush the passer because we got two teams in our division that are highly committed to running the football, and we've got to stop that first and foremost. And so bringing in a guy like Maze to help stop up that Eagle attack, hell, just to stop their 3rd and 1 move that they do with Jalen Hurts, where they just have him run the quarterback dive. I feel like that's going to help the Cowboys out. Maze, I don't think had the greatest of preseason, but eventually I think he finds his way. And if he can be that point in there to help them really lock down that middle and force that Eagles team down, now have to become a little bit more pass heavy in their approach, not to be able to lean into their balance as much in their approach. I think that's where the Cowboys can maybe take advantage. To me, I love where the Cowboys defense is at, but I do really worry about where their offense is at too on the other side of it. Dak within that. That would just make me a little concerned in that pick. But the Cowboys defense is legitimate. They put together a really good squad. You got Gilmore and Trayvon Diggs as your two corners out there. I mean, that's pretty good too. I do like how they put that team together in that respect of things. But I like your pick, man. I like your pick. I like the thought of us taking them down at home, man. That'd make a lot of people feel at that point, well, this Seahawks team is legitimate. You know, we were wondering if they were. Now we know they are after a win like this. So I hope you're right, DJ. Yeah, we got a lot of Jalen Carter talk tonight, surprisingly. Wasn't expecting that. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. And DJ, you're awesome for that tenor, man. Thank you so much. Garth says, Brando, much as I don't want to agree with Nagasa, I'd much rather have drafted JC versus trading 2 firsts and beyond for some overhyped dude from the Jets. I get that. I get that on that other side of it. The trade from the Jets with Jamal is driven by things that are other factors at play that are just other than you liking Jamal, of course. Or not, in your case, not liking Jamal. 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, the Jamal trade's tough in retrospect. We did get 1 year out of him, so you did get nothing from it. You did get a year of him playing pretty good ball for you overall in that year until he got kind of beat up. The Jamal trade was a bad one, Garth. It was. It was a trade as well that was really born out of the draft failings from those late teens. From the team just trying to trust in guys like Darrell Taylor or LJ Collier, rather than really building up their pass rush enough to the point that they grew into a desperate state to have to make that desperate trade with the Jets. And it's not a trade that I'll try to cover up or gloss over. It's a bad trade right now as it stands. It's one of the worst. It is the worst trade right now Schneider's done in 10 years, definitely surpassing even the Percy Harvin trade. We'll see if they can kind of reclaim a little bit of value, from within it. But the good news is, in my opinion on this, Garth, they've corrected and fixed what it is that caused them to be led to having to make the Jamal Adams trade, being that because you were moving your drafts around along in a way of being need-based. We need this player, so we'll draft this. We need this position, we'll draft that. Rather than value-based, That led you to having to make a Jamal Adams trade. Now you're allowing your drafts to be driven more by a value-based aspect of things. And I think with that, you're not going to be led into a same kind of desperate state for making a desperate kind of trade like you did with Jamal Adams. I think that they're not going to go down that road once again. And yeah, if you're talking about taking the risk between taking Carter at 5 or moving 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for Jamal Adams, who I then have to pay on top of that, that was a much bigger risk, at that time. But it was also the different circumstances going on, and you were in the middle of what you thought was a Super Bowl window run, and, things had grown desperate just a tiny bit. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, does the season really start in week 2? Well, I'm trying not to overlook the Rams too much here, Taker610. And boy, you look at Vegas, they only have us winning this game by a mere 5 points, which is kind of eye-opening. I don't know how they don't have us better than a touchdown at home here, but maybe they know something that we don't here, Taker610. So I'll take this Rams team relatively seriously here over the course of this week. Well, we don't know what we're going to get from them quite until we see what we're going to get from them on the football field. But yeah, I would think that this first opening week should be one that we are able to take care of business and take care of business pretty easily. So I don't know if it means that there wasn't a first game of the week in the season, but it does mean that it is one that you should be able to, keep the ailing guys out an extra week, let them rest up a week. You don't feel like you necessarily need it for this opening week, but we should be able to take care of business, especially Taker610 with this being at home to start the year. OD Death Metal, for me, it's all about defense. If it's better this season, I could see us winning 10 to 11 games. I like it, man. I like it. For me, as kind of is the theme on this show, I think the offense drives the day here. I think this is the best offense in Seahawks history. You have a top 3 special teams unit. I feel like the defense just needs to find its way to be around middle of the road. You got a middle of the road defense. You have a top 3 offense. You have a top 3 special teams unit. To me, that's a team that can win 11 or 12 games, especially with this conference and division being as opened as it's been in 5 or 6 years. Radu says, imagine Seahawks versus Eagles and Carter is S-ing on us. I'm going to laugh so hard. Yeah, that's not going to be fun. I'm going to have a hard time explaining that one away. That's for sure. No, let's say, I appreciate where you're coming from too, Nathaniel. I know we're a little bit in disagreement on this one, but I appreciate where you're coming from with it. And I'll say this, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez says, hey, I love Fast and Furious. Yeah, but Jose, I don't have to worry about you out there living Fast and Furious. I mean, maybe you are. Maybe you're out there living your life a quarter mile at a time. Maybe so. Hey, I like the Fast and Furious too, but I don't know if I'm worried about a guy being a racer. I don't know. Gibson says there are holes defensively, but on offense, Geno has a year under his belt and more weapons around him. I think 11 wins is realistic. Hell yeah. Nagasa says, I have no faith in Carroll for years. 2022 was the perfect year to fire Pete. I'd like you to have, if you could, provide a little more thoughts on this one for how you go through last season, being on the right end of the Russell Wilson situation. Having such a young team last year with 6 rookies, you were starting across the board, being $57 million of dead money. And you got the year out of that team that you got out from a Carroll's perspective, that you've rebuilt this culture in the way that you built it. To have no faith at all, especially when Carroll has, like I just talked about with the draft, has taken steps to fix what was problematic for him for years. I mean, we can wring our hands over the fact that he should have made the correction and changed quicker. I would agree with that, but the change was made. He updated the late 1980s offense. He updated the late 1980s defense. He's modernized his approach from that standpoint of things. You got the team last year throwing 57% of the time, which a Coach Carroll 5 years ago would have never have done. Never have done. So if the guy's changing his ways, if they're moving to fix what has been in error, there's no faith to be built from that. It's a completely no faith situation at that point from your perspective. I says with MJ seemingly average, Trey not being elite, still unknown. 12 years of Spoon sounds good, plus the new 5th pickup at cornerback. Caillou Blue Kelly. Sounds good to me too, Nick Brando, Pete Carroll is the best coach Seattle's ever had. I don't want to think about him retiring. I don't either. I don't think he's thinking about it anytime soon either, though. Kingdom Joe, I agree with the picks this year. We might have needed a defensive tackle, but why not just complete the secondary already? There are certain ways to build. I'm sure Pete knows what he's doing. Well said. Spuds Max is 2022. We were supposed to win like 4 games with Geno. That's right. Cameron Robinson, what's up, B and 12s? In trust of our organization, 100%. Hey, let's go. Hashtag Hawks for life. Stephen Miller, Seahawks. What's up, Stephen? Nagasa says, I meant the Jamal trade was a way worse mistake than the Carter pick could have been. We got 2 firsts and a lot of money for nothing. I'll go with that. I'm good with that, Nagasa. I'll give you that. I'll give a little bit of a foot on this one. The Jamal trade was worse. But one doesn't. I would just say one doesn't inform the other. You know, like. So I guess if I'm trying to kind of logically deduce from what you're saying, you made this big risk and you made this big risky pick and this big risky move for a Jamal Adams. So why wouldn't you make this big risky move then for a Jalen Carter? But it's not an apples for apples situation. And what caused you to make the trade in the first place, the state of the organization and where you were. And also what caused you not to pick Carter is different from what caused you to consummate the trade from Jamal Adams. You thought you were getting a leader for the defense. You thought you were getting a superstar safety. You thought you were getting a guy very clean off the field that you weren't going to have to worry about. You know, you were getting what you thought to be all of that. And that's not something you're necessarily getting on the other end with Carter, at least as far as with the background stuff it probably informed Schneider of. But yes, I do agree with you. That is a worse trade than the picking of 5 at Carter would have been. If he like you say, if he had messed up, if he was a bust. Keep in mind, Nagasa, too, it's not nothing. And it is only one season, I'll give you that. It's only 1 year of play that you've gotten. But in that 1 year, yeah, he did set the sack record for a defensive back. He provided some pass rush in a year where you had no pass rush from anybody else. And he was also an A-plus run defender that year as well. Let's not forget that as well. As that's one of the main skill sets Jamal brings to the stage before you even get to his pass rush, is he's one of the better run-stuffing safeties in the league when he's on the field and playing. And he did provide you that in 2022. So you got 1 year out of it. It's not enough for the contract, not enough for the trade. I'm not saying that. But it's also not nothing. Let's not overstate something to more hammer home a point. Let's be accurate in how we say it, right? That's a Pro Bowl year that he gave you from the safety position. It's only one, but that's what he gave you. He was also aligned at times in places not to allow him to be succeeded, like playing cover 2 as much as they had him play and single high. But again, they've learned the lessons from that. Now they've accommodated him to a defense that's going to get more out of his skill set. Nathaniel says Carter could wreck a culture, and I'm not denying that, but I think he could get you over the playoff jump we've seen to have hit in recent years. Could. He very well could, man. I wouldn't put Bush back on that. It's a possibility here when we look back on this trade that's the way that this ends up flowing. A Jamal trade is a necessary step for the Seahawks are currently at Super Bowl contenders. He was. As one as that did hit, it did help us set us on this path, didn't it? Did set us on this path. Kingdom Joe, 365 days a year, I rock Seahawks gear. I literally fist fight at least 3 49er fans a season. I'm very serious about my Seahawks. Go Seahawks. Oh, that's hilarious. Jordan Hodson, I hate living in Oregon. My NFL team is the Seahawks, but as Ducks fans, I hate the Huskies. And a lot of Seahawks fans are Husky fans. Laughing out loud. It's a wicked, vicious circle, man. What are you going to do? Nagasa says, last year we reached the playoffs because of a very easy schedule and luck. Yeah, we're in firm disagreement on this one, man. You don't get to a season like that with 6 rookies starting across the board. And with, again, Nagasa, $57 million of dead money cap you're working against. You had $57 million of money that you didn't have for players that were on your roster that was just dead and gone money. That was by far the most in the NFL last year. You had a lot set up against you to not have success last season, and still you found success. Maybe not the hardest schedule, but also one by which you went out there and won those games. You performed. Your offense balled out. Geno took steps forward. I mean, the trusting in Geno to get the year out of him that they got, that's just luck. That's just Geno out there. I don't believe in luck, man. When it comes to football, that's not the way football works. If you're successful in football, you're doing it because you're doing something right. I don't see a lot of lucking stuff into a 10, 11 win seasons into a playoff year. I can't get in that place. I'm not sure how you kind of arrive at that spot with luck. It was a year where every expert and every pundit in Augusta had us winning 4 wins with that easy schedule. No one saw us going to the playoffs. No one saw us in that place of being a team that could be that good. And yet Carroll was able to get that team to that place. Never in the modern NFL age in Augusta has any team started 2 rookie tackles on either side of the line. Never been done. And you got to a playoff starting 2 rookies on the line. I think you're over. I can understand your coloring of this. You're not alone. And there's a lot of people anti-Carroll. I tend to find a lot of it is the beating up on them for the past mistakes back in 2018, 19, 20. It's not as much of what's been done lately, but as much of what was done in the past. And I can get the understanding that that pissed you off and that fed you up and you had had enough. But why I've changed off of that approach, why I was a guy hammering Carroll and Schneider a couple of years ago for not changing the mistakes, and now that's not my tune. Why that's that way is because the team has corrected those mistakes. They've gone to great lengths down the line to fix what was wrong. And if they're going to fix what was wrong, I'm not going to hammer them about something that was something broken years ago. Did you fix it? Have you moved on? Have you tried to improve upon what was broken in your philosophy? The answer is yes. And I can provide a lot of tangential proof of this. Like Coach Carroll changing his offense and his defense, modernizing his approaches on both sides of the ball. Took a long time. I understand it took maybe too much time from your perspective, but the change has been undertaken and should bring with it now at least maybe not a lot, but at least a smidge of some faith in Carroll and their process and what they're doing now. I'm not saying you have to be a tried and true believer, but to say there's no faith in Carroll after that year, to say that there's zero, like there's not even a chance. And then if they go out and win this year, is that then luck again? Is that then just an easy schedule? Is that just then because the NFC was wide open? That's how they did it done. At what point do they then get credit if they are successful with this team from your perspective? I did not see that Niner and Raider fight at In-N-Out Burger. Sounds about right. That does sound about right. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Garth. All the donos tonight, all the support. Says Brandon at Byron P. says Jamal Adams is a good man, so we need to cut him some slack. Is there another good man in Seahawks history given no slack? Ooh, what a fantastic question that is. What a good question, Garth. Trying to think of another player that's kind of gotten shaded as much or in the same kind of realm. And there really hasn't been many that I can think of in Seattle's time. I can't think of anybody. Everybody's been given a pretty good fair shake in Seattle throughout the history of this organization. I mean, maybe shoot, man, I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of a guy that got kind of a raw deal by the fans or whatnot. Or just not like you say, use your words, kind of given no slack. I can't think of anybody that was, kind of hammered for that. I guess maybe Hutchinson got a little bit of shade for signing with the Vikings and putting the poison pill in the contract. But That would be about as close as I come, and that's almost about a former player that's a former Seahawk at that point. But I can't think of anybody. Sorry, man. Let me see if maybe another answer will come to me on that, Garth. But I think everybody's been treated pretty fairly in Seattle's history. I mean, everybody's pretty much viewed in the right light, in the right way, I would say. I can't think of anybody else that wasn't given any slack. We're pretty patient people here in Seattle, you know? It takes a lot for us to kind of turn on you a bit. Thank you, though, Garth. Appreciate all those donos, man. Thank you so much. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Who would you pay more, Bosa or Chris Jones? Who would I... Oh, I think you mean which guy would I rather pay over the others, what I think you mean. Not you. It's kind of phrased like who would maybe I pay more, like pay more money to. But I think you're phrasing this of who would I rather go and sign or trade for. To me, I would be doing the Chris Jones trade over the Bosa. Bosa is significantly younger, but I believe that Bosa is asking for $35 million a year. I wouldn't want to pay $35 million a year for any edge in this sport. That's too much money. That's going to hinder you in a way that I wouldn't want to be hindered by. That's quarterback money at that point. Jones is going to ask for $30 million. He's probably going to get $20.5 million on average per year. So that's $7 million less almost that you're spending on Chris Jones. I know he's a little bit of an older player. As well, the problem with Bosa and bringing him in is Bosa going to be able to just stand up and be an outside linebacker? Because he's been a hand in his dirt 4-3 defensive guy throughout his time. I don't think Bosa would fit as well as a stand-up wide nine. You do the wide nine stuff, and maybe it would work because he's in wide nine already with the Niners, and so like he's already kind of at least in alignment from that far out the line. But I think he's more of a guy that you put your hand in the dirt where that's where he's at his best. And not all guys are as good standing up as they are with their hand in the dirt. So I would go with Chris Jones on this one for those reasons, Taker. Thank you, though, man, for the donation. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5, man. You're unbelievable with all this support, brother. You're unbelievable. Says Brando. Who is blamed for the past, though? If you had to fire one, who would it be? Pete or John? I would be making an educated guess here, Garth, because in following this process, I am under the firm belief that the reason why your two drafts in recent history have changed around so thoroughly, the reason why you've gone to more of a value-based philosophy in your approach in the draft, and that's so different than how you were in recent history, Garth, is I believe that what occurred at that time, this was at the offseason of Russell being traded, is that Jody Allen took a bit of an internal assessment at that point. And she came to the conclusion that she needed to take a little bit of the power away from Coach Carroll. He was wielding too much of a general manager-like influence over the top of Schneider. Because, of course, throughout these years, technically Coach Carroll has had more power than John Schneider has. And it would appear at that time that they took that off of him, that they said, nope, John's got the final call now on the drafts. He's the guy that gets to run the draft. You need to coach. Coach. That's what you do. And I think that they made that change at that time. So who's to blame for the past at that point? In my opinion, when I look at the LJ Collier picks, the Jordan Brooks pick, the Jamal Adams trade, you start going down the line on some of these deals. I think a lot of them were pushed by Coach Carroll in the background. So if you're saying who had the blame at that time, I'd put it a lot more on the shoulders of Coach Carroll than I would Schneider, because I think Schneider was inhibited. Not many general managers can get overridden by their head coach. That's very infrequent in the sport of football that you see that. And it's got to make it harder as a general manager to do your job when you don't have the final say. That's the point of having a general manager. So I would come back to saying it's on Pete's watch. It's Pete's blame at that point. I am making a guess here, Garth, because I don't know how the dynamic worked behind closed doors. I don't know if it was Coach Carroll driving those trades, making those picks that were reaches picks, that were not value-based selections, but where we need a guy. Let's get this guy. We just love this guy. Let's just take him. Maybe it was a collaborative effort, So I am making a little bit of an educated guess on who was the one that was really the true cook in the kitchen at that time. But that's the way I believe it would go. I think it would go that way, and that's where I think they course corrected and fixed this and changed their ways with it a little bit, which is why they've now had the success they've had, as they stopped doing wrong what was going wrongly at every turn and worked to finally find a fix. Stephen Miller says, can't wait to see the O-line in action next week. Me either, Stephen. And Garth, Taker610, thank you for those donations. Very, very kind of you. Wu-Tang says a rookie wouldn't have wrecked the culture. Pete likes guys that are really brought in and hungry And after the McDowell thing, they weren't risking it. Otherwise, Carter would have been a great, perfect pick. Well said, Wu-Tang. Very well said, my man. Fleece Use says, I bet the Eagles would have drafted Witherspoon over Carter. They might have. We'll never know. We'll never know. Football Scout brings the hype videos on Drake Thomas and Seahawks top 5 O-line. Well, there we go. I saw that Drake Thomas video out there. He's getting a lot of pub. And boy, if Seahawks can be a top 5 offensive line, that'd be awesome. I don't know if I quite see them getting that spot of things, but it's I guess it's possible. Nick Brando says Witherspoon has the intangibles that resemble Legion of Boom caliber physicality. Beautifully put, Nick. Beautifully put. And I agree with you on that 100%. He's absolutely, he's going to be I don't know if the body's going to hold up, but the body is going to be willing. Kingdom Joe, I can be totally patient with Witherspoon. That boy has skills. I want to see him play before I pass any type of judgment on him. I think he's earned it. I played ball. An injury is an injury. Yep. Well said, Kingdom Joe, and I agree with you on that. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. Al Pro Seahawks, I don't get why people are ripping on the Witherspoon pick. He's built for a nickel corner, and nickel corner is a starting corner. And nowadays, this league, teams play nickel 80% of the time in today's NFL. It's well said on your part, Al Pro Seahawks. I have been banging the same kind of drum that you talk about here over the last couple of months in regards to Witherspoon. I think it's as much the Carter love. And when you have and to give a little bit of, to try to drop a little bit of an olive branch to the Jalen Carterites here that we have in the comment section, Jalen Carter was the number 1 player in this past draft on just a talent basis. And a guy that, for a lot of people that watch a lot of football, they see a generational like talent at the defensive tackle position, that position by which we are in most of need on this team. So when people make that connection and they put those two together, I get it. I get it, because I saw a lot of the same things that they saw. But as I've been trying to kind of harp on throughout this stream, of course, that these decisions are not just made merely on the back of whether or not a player has got the talent. Does he got what it takes upstairs? Does he got what it takes off the field to be committed in the fashion that you have to be committed to be great in this league, to be a Super Bowl contending team? And that's as much as anything that I think that drives this All-Pro Seahawks. I don't think it's really an evaluation of Witherspoon. It's more of the view of Carter here that I think is pushing it. Megan says undersized isn't always a problem. Steve Largent, anyone? That's right, Megan. It's not always a death knell. And even undersized corner tacklers. Just because you're that doesn't mean you're going to break down for 100% certainty. Best tackling corner in all time, in my opinion, is Antoine Winfield. Man was 5'8". I think he amassed well over 1,000 tackles in his career. Boom shakalaka. How's my man out there in Hawaii? Hope you're doing well. I says Spoon equals Troy Polamalu. Yeah, that's certainly, if he plays like Polamalu, that'll finally get a lot of people on board. Radu says, could you see Witherspoon to safety corner and kind of replicate what Cam did there? He's an aggressive player, which I can see. It's possible, Radu. It's very possible. Football in a lot of ways at times, especially when we talk about secondary safety to linebacker to corner, some of this stuff is becoming a little bit positionless to a degree. So it's a little bit less, fitting them into a box of this is what you are, instead of just have him on the field a vast majority of the time, and he's going to go out there and make plays. But there is a possibility you could move him to, in the future, either safety position in the long term. I think he's certainly going to get his run at the corner spot outside and at the slot first before he would go there. But it would not shock me if that ends up being maybe his final resting place when it's all said and done. Boom Chakalakas is talking about Jamal put Brandon on the IR. Well said. Nick Brando, the Russ trade made up for the Jamal trade. It did for me too, man. Far surpassed it on that one. Wu-Tang says, I trust Malibu Pete and John when it comes to cornerbacks. I'm down with Spoon. They don't tend to get those wrong, do they? And this is the most highly taken cornerback that we've ever seen by a wide margin here in the 11, 12-year period that Schneider and Carroll have been here. The highest you've gone is what? We did a second-round pick for Walter Thurman like 10 years ago, and then you did a late third-round pick for Shaquille Griffin. And now you go top 5. I think it does speak to how impressed they were by Witherspoon and what they think he's going to be able to bring to the field. All-Pro Seahawks. Witherspoon is the exact same size and speed as Jair Alexander. And last I checked, Alexander has been an All-Pro not once, but twice. Spoon will be just as good. Be patient. You got me on board, man. I'm with you on it. I'm trying to talk these folks into it as well. Don't know if we're making any headway here, but we're going to give it a try. King Zhao, analytic versus old school. The debate is new as the test of time. Indeed. Those go head to head, especially now at football, because football's at a little bit of that fork in the road between the old school and the analytic age that we're starting to head into. Wu-Tang, even with Jamal Adams, the idea was good. The price was too steep, but they gambled big and lost. Well said, man. I can't add anything else on top of that. That's just beautifully put. There was a good methodology and approach behind it. The cost was too high, even at the time. You were taking that gamble, and it just didn't work out. It's true. Megan, you have yourself a great night. I appreciate you being in the chat, doing your thing. And here's our mod. And I hope you have a good one out there. We'll be back on Tuesday, Wednesday here. King Zhao, it's because no matter how bad the Rams are, they play us close and tough. Plus, we also seem to downplay the Rams every year except like 2014-15 or something. I think that's fair. All very fair. Nathaniel can't overlook the Rams, and I can't overlook the Rams. McVay has had our number and was damn close with a bad team last year. This has trap game written in bright red ink all over it. I would be, if this was week 2, 3, 4, middle of the season, end of the season, that you're playing this, Nathaniel, and especially like the second game against the Rams, this will very much be the case. I'd be on board with that being a possibility. I think with the fact that it's the first game of the year and that I don't know that there's any teams that are overlooking anybody in that first game of the year. Everyone's got their nerves up. The adrenaline's cooking. Everyone's kind of hyped up for that first game. And so I think that kind of builds up a little bit of insurance here for the potential of kind of slacking off against this Rams unit. But we'll see. I'll take them seriously on my coverage this week. I'm not overlooking at my coverage. I'm going to take it just like they're a legit opponent, even if I don't believe it. Boom Shakalaka is going to visit Washington, go to the Hawks game versus the Rams. I can't wait. It'll be my first Seahawks game. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Well, enjoy yourself out there. Make sure you get there very early so you can do a lot of pre-funking in the bars and checking things out. You got to get the ambiance of the place, All-Pro Seahawks, there's a rumor of Chris Jones saying he's interested in playing for the Seahawks, and I guess Seattle is monitoring the situation, but we will see. I was hearing that as well. There was a reportedly of a tweet that he liked of potentially being traded to the Seahawks, which did get a few people talking about that earlier, All-Pro Seahawks. It's as I said about 5 weeks ago when we did kind of that Chris Jones-based show, and I said, look, this might be a guy that could come on our radar. And many people at the time said, there's no chance. And it's long odds. It's not going to be easy to get the deal done. But it's a situation to monitor, and it's a situation that can be ever-changing. The Chiefs could go from saying, look, well, let's get one last year out of him this year to maybe flipping the script, saying, hey, let's just get some draft capital for him and turn this over, like we did with Tyreek Hill, like we kind of did without getting the trade compensation back for Orlando Brown. We can keep this moving. This is a Patrick Mahomes team. This is an offensive line team. That's what drives the success. And if it gets to that point, then maybe we will enter the fray. Radu says Chris Jones will make us a Super Bowl contender, especially with Bobby Wagner back. I agree, Radu. Part of the reason I would be in favor of making the move. I would not be hesitant on that one. Wu-Tang says the slander of Malibu Pete will not stand. Tell him. You tell him, man. King Zhao, my only thing with Adams is how much cap he takes from us for how much he actually does on the field. But off the field, I can imagine Jamal doing more than just being a bench warmer. Yeah, well said. And we need to get the production from him this year. The good news here on this is that if you don't get that from him this year, you're going to be able to move off from him after this year. We're not married to him beyond this season. And it's kind of a make or break time for him in that respect of things. King says, and having a vet like Jamal does bring a lot of pride into the team, makes our rookies and young players play better. There are little things he does do, just like our Legion of Boom vets did as well. Well said, man. You hope he's able to bring at least some of that impact off the field. If he can't do it there, at least help the young guys to bring them along. And that would be tremendous if that's what we're to understand does happen here. I still have some hope that we can still reclaim some value from Jamal, that his days aren't just done. We'll see how it goes. Jody's text back about Pete Carroll is just silly. He'll probably retire as one of the top 5 greatest coaches of all time because of his Super Bowl winning history, because of his actual skills. Pete has created some of the best defensive secondaries and squads in history. If you don't believe me, look at who he worked with before he became head coach. Well said, man. Well said. I'm all in too, all in on this team. King Zhao, even with 2 picks we lost, imagine trading 3 picks for a guy named Trey Lance. And with those 3 picks, Miami got Waddle, Hill, Chubb. That's an insane value for Miami that thankfully isn't going to San Fran. It's going to be we talk about black marks on your record, and the Lance one's going to be a black mark on both Lynch and Shanahan's record moving on into the future. And it could end up speeding up the end of this Super Bowl window for them, that they don't have those players to reinvigorate the program because they've traded those picks for a player who's no longer on their roster. It is a awful pick. It is far surpassing anything that we're talking about with this Jamal Adams trade. And it's one that, frankly, I don't feel like the Niner management and coaching staff has gotten enough heat for on the heels of it. It's like, they're lucky they've been good. They're lucky they've been as good. Not lucky, but they've been, it's good that they're winning as many as they've won in recent years to earn that goodwill, because other organizations would not be able to just make this kind of move and suffer no slings, suffer no arrows. Nathaniel says Pete won't stop coaching until he's carried out of the VMAC in a box by Megan. My comment posted late for some reason. I could just see Megan, you carrying the box on top of your head, you got like you get the people out in Africa with the thing on their heads with the hold the deal up there, kind of like that. King Jamal is also so much instinctual compared to any other player in the field. He's so good at reading the offense and being able to time the snap perfectly in many occasions. That's why he got 9 sacks. Very much so. Instinctive is a good way to put it with Jamal. El Chorito, hey B, is Witherspoon going to play slot cornerback or is he going to play outside? I'm really confused, and I feel like if he plays slot, this is going to not be worth a first round pick, especially in the 5. I do believe in this first year you're going to have him play in the slot, El Chorito. I don't know if that means that he's going to be there long term just this year, because partly you making this decision is informed from a couple of different places. It's informed from the fact that you have good depth on the outside as it stands right now with Mike Jackson and Trey Brown. It's informed from the fact that you don't necessarily love how your current slot situation is aligned, and that he could be an improvement and an upgrade over your current slot there being a Kobe Bryant. It's also informed El Chorito by the fact that Witherspoon, as he said on draft day, is a guy that struggles a little bit in zone coverage, but he's at his best in man coverage situations. Well, when you're running like a cover 3 defense at times out of a nickel defense, oftentimes you're going to have your outside corners playing zone, you're going to have your free safety playing zone, but then you're going to have your slot playing man. And so this now puts him in a position to do what he does best in his first season. Doesn't mean that long-term he can't develop his zone abilities better, and that long-term he will be an outside corner. But for year one, with the depth that you have, with the spirit of wanting to put out the best 11 defenders on the football at any one given time, you go this route. Let's remember as well with this El Chorito and understanding the slot and the slot wide receiver and the nickel cornerback are 2 positions that are coming to the forefront in the NFL in recent years. You played 73% of the time in nickel situations. Your nickel was on the field 73% of the time last year. Your starting corners were on the field 93% of the time last year. We're talking about a 20% difference in total snaps on a season between playing on the outside and playing on the inside. It is basically a starter's position. So if you're out there for that many snaps to have that many impact, does it really matter whether it's coming from outside corner or whether it's coming from slot? Just that you have impact. Just that you're helping the team win games. Just that you're helping to improve this defense. That's the important part from my perspective in regards to Witherspoon. And I do believe he would bring that if you put him out there into the slot. Nathaniel, you have yourself a great night, man. Appreciate you. And do please hit that like button if you guys could for me well, just want to say a thank you again out there to the sponsor of this channel, which is Underdog Fantasy. If you find yourself outside the state of Washington, you are able to really utilize this in full. And if you want to go to that site, you can use my code NEST today, NEST. They will match you up to 100% of your first $100 deposit just on me, on the Hawks Nest. So get your free little bit of $100 by using my code in that manner. Please do so if you get a chance to go out there. You can wager out on these games where you get these parlays where, I'm doing a couple, for instance, where, you can put down the money that you think Trevor Lawrence is going to get over 3,800 yards total passing on the year. Get another guy that you think will get over 750 yards receiving. Stack up a couple of those collections in a parlay, and boy, you can actually come out and win some money on the other end of it on some of these bets. And some of them are pretty straightforward, easy ones to me to win on the season. They're pretty sure bets as it looks to me as far as these ones go. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring this channel and throughout the course of this year. And do go over their site, underdogfantasy.com. Use my code NEST today, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. Thank you for that, though. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Garth, you're amazing, man. I do really appreciate it. Says, if I was Pete, I'd rather be in the cosmos than deal with the likes of women who date guys in jail. What did I miss on that, Garth? If I'd rather be in the cosmos than deal with the likes of women who date guys in jail. I do always find it weird that you get the serial killers and they always end up getting married. Like there's some weird obsession that you get from some people, like, that's always a bit of a strange one to me. But I think I missed something on that comment there, Garth. I think there's a little bit left out. You'd rather be, if I was Pete, I'd rather be in the cosmos than deal with the likes of women who date guys in jail. Thank you for the donation, bro. Hoop Craze, did this offseason go by fast compared to other off seasons? For me, I would say yes. It was going by quick for me, Hoops Craze. We went to free agency. We went to the draft. It was cooking. But then we got into like late May, June, and everything went, it went to a dead stop for about a 2-month period there. It was kind of brutal for me. But it's kind of picking back up now. That's for sure. Draymond Jones will definitely help the interior, no doubt. Kingdom Joe, Brandon, I have a question. All in the Hawks Nest, Kenny. Help me out with this one. I'm going to buy my throwback. I wanted either Bobby or DK, but now they have a Brian Bosworth and I am torn. I'll tell you, don't get the buy. I wear my Bosworth shirt, and every time I wear my Bosworth shirt on live stream, I get a good 20, 30 comments. People like, yeah, Bosworth, hell yeah. But I get a few people that, man, I didn't realize how much that guy's got a certain segment of the Seahawks population that absolutely hates him with a fiery hot blue flame of a heat. I did not understand or expect that just wearing that shirt. So probably don't go with Bosworth. He's a little bit of a divisive figure there. Bobby or DK? DK has been the one that I've been leaning towards myself getting. I've been torn a little bit on this one as well. So my torn on this one is I've been thinking DK. I've been thinking Kenny Easley. I've been thinking about doing Tez. So I'm definitely torn on this one too, Kingdom Joe. I'm going to go with the Bobby because it is iconic at this point. That number is going to get retired. I mean, I love DK, but the Bobby one's probably one I would lean to on that. It's hard. There's so many good ones, though. I want all of them. All. Jason agrees with me. He says it's got to be Wagner. Number 50, future Hall of Famer. That's right. First ballot slide. He better be a first ballot, Jason. He better be. Kingdom things. I think I'm going with the Brian Bosworth jersey. It's a good jersey. I love it. It's 55 too. That's always a good number on a jersey. I think if I was a middle linebacker, I'd probably be 56 or 55. That's the strongest middle linebacker numbers in my opinion. King Zhao, I'm not interested in Bosa. I may be in the minority, but I'd rather get Buckner. No, I think you'd be surprised. Hawk fans would be probably pretty smart on this one and doing the math. Bosa is great. He would be better than any edge you currently have, but you've stacked yourself up 4 deep at the edge. You need help on the interior, on the inside, and bringing in Bosa does nothing to improve that interior, nor to have a pathway to improving that interior into the foreseeable future unless you're going to move one of those edge guys for an interior guy, which I don't know if they're likely to do that. So I'd be a Buckner guy too. Kingdom Joe says, no, but the question wasn't which one not to get. I put 3 out there of the ones I'm going to get. I don't want a Kraken jersey. I live in Hawaii. It's like 103 out here. It's a hot jersey too. It's a warm one. All 3 of those are good, man. If I had to make one pick, and I might be a bit of a hypocrite on this because I'll probably end up going with the DK. The other thing I don't like about the DK is just the number of 14. I wish he had picked a different number than 14. It never quite looks right to me on a wide receiver. El Choritos is bad thing. I feel like you can only wear a football jersey in football season or else everybody thinks it's weird. Maybe that's true. Nick Brando, I like the Oluwatimi pick. I'm hoping I'm going to I got to grind like hell this week. I've got a Derek Hall video I'm just getting ready to release tomorrow. And then I want to try to get a Jarek Reed and Oluwatimi preseason video done from those 2 guys this week too. I don't know if I might run out of time by the end of the year, but by the end of the week, but I would like to try to get those out this week. Oluwatimi was good he looked good in his action there against the Packers. I liked what I saw from him. And I agree, Kingdom Joe. Bosworth would have been a monster if not for the injuries. I think he would have realized his potential. I think his body just broke down. El Chorito, Megan, do you agree with me about the Witherspoon pick? Oh, yeah, Megan's on board with me. She's on board with me. Kingdom Joe says, seriously, that settles it, though. I'm getting a Brian Bosworth jersey, laughing out loud. Just be ready for some comments. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't prepared for it, so I got to prepare you for it. King says, I don't care how much flack I get. I'd rather extend Lucas before any offensive line, before any OL any day, because it's just more and more rare finding a dominant right tackle. I get that, man. I think, King, you're in a good position here where you're able to keep both Cross and Lucas and make them the centerpiece of this line for where you're spending your money. And they're both going to command a lot, but I don't think you're going to have to make a choice of one or the other. I think you'll be able to do both. Holy Hand Grenade says, first shalt thou take out the holy pin, then shalt count to 3, no more, no less, then shalt beat the number thou shalt count, and the number of counting shall be 3. Give me a tongue twister on that one. Kingdom Joe, one of the best linebackers ever played with, one of the hardest hitting linebackers that Hawaii has ever produced, or number 46. That's a good number. 46 is good too. Something about that 5'5", 5'6", though. I don't know. Wu-Tang, the Russ trade made up for the Adams trade. The Broncos got finessed big time. You far surpassed the Adams returns. Far, far surpassed. I agree with you on that 100%. 100%. King Zhao actually liked Griffin a lot, given his time here in Seattle. Quite fast, instinctual enough to get by, but also did not become a shutdown after his 3rd year. It's just we ain't going to pay him $10 million a year. I was kind of meh myself, King Zhao, on Griffin, in my opinion. He's the guy that was the quintessential guy that would adapt to Carroll's defense at its most fundamental level. And what I mean by that is I'm going to stay clean over the top of my cover 3, but I'm going to stay really, really clean. And that means I'll give up everything in front of me. I'll come up and I'll rally, and I will be a pretty solid tackler to come up there and make the tackle after the guy catches it. But I'm just going to get sort of bled slow throughout the course of the game. You'll never get me over the top, but you're going to be able to kind of just pick me apart bit by bit by bit over the course of the game. And I saw a lot of that from him. I just thought, when you had Sherman at a time when he was right in his prime, teams were able to go there to Shaquille's side of the field because they knew they could go after him. I gotta say, I was pretty low on Griffin, and especially low when we're starting to talk about $10 million per season. Like, good God, no. Kingdom Joe, I don't know why they don't allow tailgating at Lumen. Pisses me off. Will Valdez, Jamal Adams or Chris Jones straight up? I'd do it. All day, every day, twice on Sundays. Friendly Neighborhood Gentile. Holler at me week 1. 7 rows back from the sideline. Hell yeah. Ooh, those are some good. You got some good tickets. Addicted to Hawks. Brandon, what's your pregame meal? It's going to be usually one of probably 3 things. So it's going to probably be either I'll do like a breakfast I'll do a big breakfast, like five scrambled eggs, bacon, English muffin, just load up. You got to remember when I do my live streams on game day now, it's like I start at 1. I'm going to go till 10, 11 at night. And then I got to go another 4 hours after that and putting together the post game. So I got to load it up. I got to carb up. I got to calorie load. If not that, I usually I'll get a burger, fries, or just some fries if I want to go a little light. But got to eat something substantial because I know I won't get back around to it though for hours and hours. Friendly neighborhood Gentile amateur beers in Lumen, like $9. Too expensive. All Pro Seahawks, because of Chris Jones' age and contract demands, it'll probably take a 2024 first round pick, 2024 fourth round pick, and Darrell Taylor. That's probably what it would take to get Chris Jones. That seems about right to me, All Pro Seahawks. Yeah. Just sneak a bottle of schnapps in. Yeah, they don't look too thoroughly. You could probably hide it somewhere if you get creative. Radu says, how do you grade the Darrell Taylor pick when we first got him? The C+. I'm trying to remember where I was at with it, but a couple of issues I have with that pick. First off, it's not just the second round pick. You had to give up a third round pick to move up in the second round to get Darrell Taylor. Then you had him coming off having a rod put in his leg. I didn't like the thought of the time of trading up for a guy that I have to give an extra pick for who's just had a rod out of his leg, who I had some serious concerns on draft day that he was going to be ready and healthy for the upcoming season, especially since the team had indicated with their approach that they were expecting Darrell Taylor to be productive off the edge from day one, and he was not ready to be that. So I had issues with the pick from that standpoint of things. I didn't know he was also going to be this bad against the run, but I didn't have that as part of my assessment at the time. I was more concentrating in on him as a pass rusher. Colts going to struggle. DeForest Buckner becoming clear. I'd love to see it. I hope you're right. I wish they would just come to their peace with this, that they're not going to contend this year, so they just need to turn it over a bit. Just to make you heard, Garcia, you know who the Seahawks are. King, Brandon's right. The Niners, in terms of both management and player relations, have been in a slump these past year, but they did also get a lot of starters from those third-round comp picks, the most in the NFL. That helped them out a lot. That kind of saved their bacon a little bit in certain respects. They'll tell you this, Kings Al. They didn't do a whole hell of a lot with those picks this year in this year's draft. Jake Moody, Latu. It's rough. But yeah, it's been a bit of a rough road for this Niner organization as of recent. El Chorito B, is Jackson Smith going to be available for week 1 against the Rams? I know he was training and running at full speed, but I don't know if he's healthy enough yet. I think he's probably healthy enough to go technically. If this was a playoff game against the Rams, he could go. But because it's actually the Rams you're playing and you feel like you can win this game at home without him, it probably drives the coaching staff tier to go, give him an extra week to rest. We don't need him necessarily right now. Next week against Detroit, yes. Right now, I mean, we could use him, but we'll get by if we don't have him. Addicted Hawks, thank God Brandon is confused too. But this sounds great to know about. Kingdom Joe, Brandon, I was thinking about that though. The Rams and Seahawks have weird games, laughing out loud. We think we're going to whoop their butt. They come out with Aaron Donald at running back and safety. It's possible, I suppose. And certainly McVay has given us a run every single year, including last year. That's not to be undersold. It took you a last-minute drive last year against the Rams on the road to win that game on a throw from DK, sunning up Jalen Ramsey there to make that go. Maybe they give us that kind of fight, and Vegas certainly seems to believe so with the odds and the way that they've worked. But I just look at this Rams team, and this is not just like kind of a different Rams team than we've seen in recent years. This is a shell of a former Rams self. This is a team starting so many rookies we're not only starting so many rookies, but starting so many rookies in their very first professional game of this first NFL season. It just makes me think that we should be able to mollywop them. Spuds Max says, who do you got Thursday? Kind of hoping Detroit wins. Be so stoked they overlook us the next week. That would be cool, Spuds Mac. I agree. That'd be nice. You got them feeling like they're kind of relaxing, feel good about their win. I know with Jones being out here, this is one that you would probably lead to saying, well, shouldn't Detroit maybe get this one? There's been a really solid track record, though, of these Super Bowl winning teams coming back in the first week of the season. And you got the banner dropping in the stadium. Everyone's hyped up there at Arrowhead. There's a sort of a special energy in that first game for those Super Bowl winners. I think that's going to be enough to allow them to win that game. It's going to be a shootout, though. It's going to be a lot of points. But I do believe that the Chiefs are going to win. Not by a lot, but they'll come out with it. King of Joe says Brian Bosworth was probably talking about a national championship ring, and he probably said that because he won them. Oh, you're speaking to somebody else. Sorry. Friendly Neighborhood Gentile, who y'all got for week 1? You mean like all the picks? Like all the picks? Guard Knight, thank you for another 5. I appreciate you on that. He says, I wonder if Pete Carroll likes hockey. Probably not, but he'd say he does if lunatics made it seem like he had to in order to feel safe. I bet he's not a hockey guy too, Garth. Pete doesn't strike me as a hockey guy. But I bet he would say he was one. Yeah, I love hockey. It's great. Kraken fan. The best NHL team in the sport. Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Garth, for all your donos, brother. I appreciate you. And I hope you're having a great night, man. King Zhao, I like Lockett 16, but we agree to disagree, Brandon. I like 16's okay for me. On Lockett works. He makes 16 work. 14 just, I don't know. I always saw that as like a mid quarterback number. Like growing up, anybody that was 14 was just, like, isn't Sam Darnold 14? Tutupu would be a good jersey to get too. King Bomber says, without the Adams trade, the Russ trade would never have happened. So thank you, Jets, for opening our eyes. There we go. One does lead to the other a little bit, even if indirectly. King Zhao, Olu is actually a good center this preseason. His stance is very low, which is impressive, so he can get leverage better. But overall, he's definitely going to be a big impact once he gets more reps. I loved what I saw off of his tape, man. He wasn't overpowering, he wasn't dominating, but he was assignment correct. He showed off a lot of that ability. His kind of special skill set is he's really able to hand off stunts and twists and really be smooth with it. And boy, he was silky smooth on some of those twists and stunts in that game. But it was overall very encouraging, the tape out of the Packers reps that I watched. I like what we got here in Olu on that center position in the future. Niner Sickness Podcast. It says, what's up, brother? Love your show, but not your team. Laughing out loud. Well, thank you for jumping in here on the stream on this, man. We always do like having Niner fans come in here. And for the most part, you guys do come in and you're pretty respectful. I know sometimes you got to keep my mods a little bit active, but I do appreciate folks like yourself coming in, being respectful, and nothing but love back to you. This is a Niner Sickness Podcast. This is a very, very great rivalry right now. And it is tooth and nail, and it is intense. And there is a hatred on both sides of the camps of this. But in an odd way, I really hope both sides sort of treasure that as well. And that this is a unique thing to have in football. I think it's as good a rivalry as you see anywhere else in the sport. It's been going on for about 10 years. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it only makes the season that much more interesting to follow. And I love the fact that you guys have become kind of our nemesis in this way. It's going to be a fun year this upcoming year. Likewise here, man. Love back to you. Brotherly love back to you. Hope everything's going good on that podcast. But unfortunately, we are going to have to throttle you this year. Just both hands. So it's just the way it's going to have to go, unfortunately. Kingdom Joe says, but the white jerseys that I've always wanted was a big Walter Jones baby. That's the number one jersey I want. If I could get a Walter Jones in the throwback, that would be the bomb. That'd be pretty tight, Joe. That'd be a nice jersey. 71 looks good too. I like the 71 number. How's Trey Flowers doing nowadays? I don't know. I've been tracking Trey Flowers. King Zhao, I'm with you. I kind of see this new kid. I know some people are getting hyped up with the Drake Thomas guy, but is he really that different of BBK? I mean, does he really bring a different skill set from what BBK brings to the table? I mean, maybe he does. I mean, there's a lot of people that have been talking about him here for a guy that, I know he tore up preseason, but he is just so very small. King Zhao says Darrell Taylor's also bad about getting pushed out of the pocket when he's rushing the quarterback, where he literally runs himself out of the pocket. DT has literally been his own worst enemy. Yeah, his feel for rushing the passer is not great. And he's really a first step quickness, dip, bend guy. He's your traditional kind of edge rusher with his skill set, but he's also traditional, and that's kind of all he's got. He's not really an inside counter move kind of guy. It's, can I beat the guy to the edge every time? It's a little bit like Bruce Irvin was when he was younger. It's just like, I'm just going to try to get as fast to the edge every time as I can. And it ain't sexy. It ain't all that, strategically based, and sometimes he can be effective with it because he is just so quick and able to do so well with that dip and bend. But there is a lot of kind of blown reps in there, like you talk about, where it's just, he's not really pressing the pocket at all. He's not really being a threat much at all. It's sort of an all or nothing thing when it comes to Darrell Taylor's pass rush. Radu Turkin, what are the chances we beat the Niners both games? I mean, you lost to them 3 times last year. Probably like 20%. Not good. I wouldn't bet on that happening. What have the Romans ever done for us? El Torito, do you think we're going to trade for a defensive tackle? And yes, would you prefer Buckner or Jones? I do think, El Torito, we're going to trade for a defensive tackle at some point this year. We may have to wait until the trade deadline, but we're going to do something at some point, I think. I would prefer Buckner over Jones because the compensation is probably going to be slightly less or equivalent. You have a little bit of a younger player in Buckner, and the cost is going to be a little bit less than what it would cost to bring in Jones. So it slightly leaning towards Buckner over Jones on this one, but I will take either one. Prezon, does Kobe Bryant find a role with the stacked cornerback room around him? I'm not so sure he does, Preston, once we do get Witherspoon back. There's an opening here for him to get some slot snaps initially here, but once you get Jamal Adams back in the fold, once Witherspoon's back in the fold, I think Kobe Bryant's going to find his way onto the bench. I think you're going to run a lot of Jamal Adams down by the line of scrimmage. You're going to have a lot of Witherspoon in there in the slot, even a little bit of Love. Just not enough room on the field for him at this point. Nick Brando, I'll watch a hockey game. I don't follow hockey. The only player I know is Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, I can't get into it myself either. I've tried a little bit. The sport just does not appeal to me. Kings out. Historically, most Super Bowl winners don't ever make it to the playoffs. Last team to even go back-to-back just to the Super Bowl, not including winning, was the Seahawks. Let's go. Woo. I think Seahawks DK should be 84, not 14. I'd like that better. 84 would fit right. 81 would look good. I'd even do the single digits with DK. Kingdom Joe Brandon, I do want a DK, but what happens if Bobby retires next year? Do you know how much those retired jerseys are? There are a lot. It's true. You got to keep it clean, though, if you're going to keep it worth something, And then you can't wear it. But no, I'd be torn on this. This is a good one to be torn on. I've thought about getting a Bobby too. I have this hard time right now with jerseys where it's like getting a tattoo. I can't decide on one permanently. So I don't end up making a decision on any of them. Easley's the one that I've kind of gravitated to a little bit recently. Maze Guru, how you doing? It's good to see you in the chat, man. Yeah, those Kraken jerseys aren't cheap. Megan had to give up part of her house to get that Kraken jersey. DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, DJ, for that. He says, I wish DK would have been number 20 like Gary Payton. I would have gone for that too. That would have been look good. Any of these number suggestions are great, DJ. Just 14's just kind of, I know, I'm sure he's like, well, I'm going to make 14 my thing. Like nobody else has done 14. 14 will be me. But it just doesn't aesthetically look very pleasing on the field in a receiver. You know, it doesn't look like a fast number. Thank you though, DJ, for the don't know, man. Niner Sickness Podcast. Jesse's my boy, and I've enjoyed the both of you come together. I love collabing up with Jesse's Niner Sickness, and of course, we'll be doing it a couple times this year. He runs a really great channel over there at Last Second Sports. I love the fact that we can get on and kind of talk as going head to head. I know he's passionate about his team. I'm passionate about my team, but we can just kind of chop it up, you know, and it doesn't have to be a trash talk session. It can be just us kind of, meeting of the minds on where everything stands. And I think that there's a general equal respect for both organizations and what they've accomplished over the years. And, the hate's there too, but you can have respect and hate. Those things are not mutually inexclusive, but Jesse does awesome over there. Love what he does on his channel. And I'm looking forward to chopping it up with him in about, we're going to have to wait a couple months here because we don't play you guys till late. King Zhao, my only knock with Thomas is size. He's very small, and his T-Rex arms literally make him look much smaller than he is. Also, his size has inhibited him from seeing over the line during inside run plays. It worries me too. I just think that there is a size of the line, especially in a 3-4 linebacker here, King. You know, you're coming as a 3-4. There's times you're going to have to take on those downhill linemen. How's this kid going to get around him? He doesn't have the length to keep him off his body. He's not going to have the size to keep him off his body. He better be very quick and twitchy in short spaces to get around them. And I'm not so sure I have a lot of confidence that he'll be able to pull that off. King Dome, what would have been the best number for DK to have if he didn't pick 14? I think he would have looked good in 85. I mean, 85, 84, 81. Somebody said 20. I don't think he could have picked that at the time because the NFL wasn't allowing the numbers there. I think any of those would have looked really good. Better than 14. But 85 would have been great. 85 is a strong number. 85, though, does, I think, tend to look better on the 5'10" guys. I don't know if it's as good a number on those guys that are bigger. How about 88? That would look pretty cool on DK. King says at least BBK has some girth on him, and I think BBK is faster overall, but Thomas does one thing better than most, stuff the running lanes. He's a heat-seeking missile when it comes to stuffing the run. Ooh, I love it, man. I got to watch a little more tape on him. I just haven't fully dug in this past week, been a bit busy on some side projects. But I'll take a look at him. All Pro Seahawks, I think Derek Hall will be a much better pass rusher than Darrell Taylor. Yeah, I'll give you guys a little bit of a, let's see if I can give you guys a little taster. Give you guys a little taster here. Hold on. I can't do it. I don't have it done. I was going to show you the thumbnail I have for the video for Derek Hall. I continue to make the comp that Derek Hall has a lot of considerable comparisons to Terrell Suggs. And it's going to be very much at the heart of a bit of the point I'm going to make in this Derek Hall video I'm going to drop tomorrow, I think. And that is that I do believe that he has a lot of the same skills within his game, the same ways he wins. They even have the same signature move. And to your point on that All-Pro Seahawks, I certainly do believe them within that Derek Hall is going to be a much more complete player and a better overall player than Darrell Taylor. He'll be a better pass rusher, he'll be a better run defender, and he'll just be a better overall player. Hans Van Nine says, I think the Seahawks defense will be way better. Put pressure on first and second down with the Dre and Reed, true the middle on base, to then force turnovers in dime or nickel. The front seven are way better this year. I love it, Hans. I hope you're right, man. Hope you're right. I think they are improved. They are certainly improved. But how much so, we're going to have to see. I think the Hawks, Brandon, you don't like a sport where guys hit each other with sticks? Who are you, man? Who are you, man? Just tease it. I've tried, man. I did try. And it's a tough sport. It's a tough man's man kind of sport. But I just can't quite get there with it. Can't quite get there with it. I tried, though. I'll tell you what. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation, man. You are very kind. I appreciate you so much for all of your support to the channel tonight and always all the support that you send to this channel. It says, I'll watch a hockey game as well as a security guard protecting the bait. Pete Carroll. It's fair enough. Serving a role, man. I like it. I do like it. I don't think I could be dragged to a hockey game at this point. I can't get on board with this sport. I know, Megan, I'm sorry. I just can't do it. John says they really have cheap replica embroidered jerseys online and they are good quality. Brandon, you got to own a Chancellor jersey though. I know. Eventually I got to get a lot of these stacked up, John, to your point. There's about 5 or 6 jerseys I've got in the kitty I got to go get. And definitely Chancellor's one you got to eventually, 100%, you got to pick that one up at some point or another. You've got to do it. That's a necessity for the collection, John. Well said. Radu says, what do I think about bringing Carlos Dunlap back? The reason you moved off of Carlos Dunlap, Radu, was not because Carlos didn't have something to offer on the table. You moved off of him because you were changing from a 4-3 to a 3-4 defense, and you weren't going to ask the 6'7" Carlos Dunlap to stand up as an outside wide 9 technique pass rusher. So the short answer on this one is he just doesn't quite fit the defense like he did when you were running a 4-3. I don't know if he's got a lot left either, but that's really at the forefront of that. Niner Sickness, I'm 53 years old. I got to watch all 5 Super Bowl wins in person. In person, man. Hell yeah, what a treat that would have been. That's awesome. King Zhao, 88 is always Doug Baldwin. Doug was 89. Yeah, Doug. Garth picked up on that one. Doug was 89, King. We even had a baller at 88. I dig to Docs. Heat-seeking missile. I know that. I like that term of him. I got to go back and look at this Thomas kid, man. Maybe I didn't give him a good enough look. King Zhao says, good player comp, actually. I didn't even think of Terrell Suggs. And this is one I'm definitely going to cover in my video to probably a greater degree on this King Zhao, but it stood out to me when I was initially comping out and looking at Derek Hall before I even knew that the Seahawks were going to take him. This was just when I was doing my scouting evaluation process of him. And I just kept seeing some of the same things that Terrell Suggs did, mainly winning with power first and foremost, and then having the quickness counter to work off of the power opposite the offensive lineman when they start to root down too early, when they start to quick set to try to amp up for that power. Now you suddenly make these guys look twice as quick than they actually are because it's the power that first and foremost is setting it up. And both of these two guys have that to great lengths. And then they've got the signature move. And the signature move for Terrell Suggs, as is with Derek Hall, is the long arm bull rush, or as I like to call it, the long arm of the law. And that's just what it is. And these guys can use it, and they can, with one arm, be as strong as a normal guy can be with 2 arms. And it's going to be tremendously effective for Hall as it was for Suggs. I don't think he's going to become the player Suggs was. I'm not trying to say the comp goes that far where we've got a first ballot Hall of Famer on our hands. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that their games have a lot of stirring echoes in the way that they get done what they get done. And if that skill set brought Terrell Suggs to 139 career sacks and a Defensive Player of the Year and a multiple Super Bowl winner, this makes me wonder about what the potential of Derek Hall could be in addition to that. Niner Sickness says, have a great show, man. Best of luck this season to your team. Go Niners. Hey, you have a best of luck to you guys, too. I hope you guys get your Bosa situation figured out there sooner than later. And as I've said before, I think you guys are still the cream of the crop on this division. You know, we've got to overtake you. You went over in 3 against us. You have every right to be believed as to be the front runner in this particular division. So it's going to be a hell of a fight this year. I'm gonna look forward to how it's going to go down, and hopefully we can give a little bit back to you guys this year. You know, you got us 0-3 last year. Hopefully we can at least, kind of even it up a bit more this year if we can. We'll see how it goes, but it'll be some good games. And man, Thanksgiving's going to be a hell of a night. Spuds Mac, well, the obvious number for DK is 2. 2 would work too. Single digits. I'm all on board with the single digits as well. Not number 8, not number 6, not number 3. But all the other single digits, I'd be with it. I agree with Nick Brando. Jimmy Graham, I don't really consider as R88 because he's more Saint than he is Seahawk. Will says, I got a Chancellor jersey. It's it is a must-have for a Hawk fan, I think, eventually. Chancellor's earned that. It's just a cool jersey with Chancellor on the back, too. It's just a cool name to have on the back of your jersey. Danny McCormick says, always late, but worth the wait, my man. Addicted to Hawks says, what number should Pumpkin wear? I've got her actually a 00. My guy Space, I think, sent me a 00 baby onesie. I got it on her at one time. She was not a big fan of it, but I did get her into it one time. I do think I got that picture, actually. I got that picture. She was not a fan. She said, "What are you doing to me?" Oh, here we go. Yeah, I do have it. I forced her into it. It's basically like animal abuse almost. Where's this pic at? I want to show you guys. I know this is stirring entertainment here. I got a lot of stuff. I got to clear this stuff out. Oh, holy hell. For the love of God. I have to bring it up. It's in their time. It's like lost or something here. What in the hell? What in the hell? I'll find another time. It's weird. Don't worry, King Zhao. 88's close to 89, man. King Bomber, I saw a video on Drake Thomas that was praising him a lot. And as of right now, he's the only linebacker slated to be on our roster next year, I believe. It's a little bit lean and light, the linebacker core moving in the future. Yeah. We'll see what we got with him. Could be interesting. Nick says DK should be 91, same as Dennis Rodman. I could go for that too. We'll eventually get a receiver in the 90s, maybe. I don't think the NFL allows that one. They'll allow the single digits, but they won't allow that. Yeah, McCormick says, would love to come on the stream and chat Hawks. What do you mean, Danny? All pro, if Derek Hall can beat Terrell Suggs, that's a huge deal. Very much so. Very much so. And I don't know if he can be as impactful as Terrell, and Terrell was a top 10 first round pick, right? But these guys it stood out to me when I first watched Derek Hall jump to the forefront of my mind almost instantaneously with watching a few of his games. And it's only being reinforced after looking at the preseason All-22 tape. It's just very much in line with winning. He wins in the very same way that Terrell Suggs does. And they have an unusual nature where everybody in the NFL is strong. And there are rare guys that are more strong than the natural strength that you see across the board in the NFL. You know, guys that are just truly grown man strength, like kind of freakish power. That's a little bit of what Terrell Suggs had to bring to bear. And that's what Derek Hall brings to bear too, which is just usually the power and the strength gets neutralized when you go from doing that at the college level against college tackles. Everybody tends to be strong in the NFL. So you've got to be really above board to be in your strength department to be able to still utilize these kind of moves based off of power. And Terrell Suggs could do that. And Derek Hall in the preseason was doing the very same thing, showing you how he can make power work for him. And he can be effective with it. He only had one sack, but he had more than a couple of pressures and a few times where he was this close to getting a couple sacks this preseason. Radu says, what are the main reasons the Seahawks moved from a 4-3? I see no problem staying at 4-4-3. The success from their 4-3 defense in recent years was very limited. They were not a team that ran their 4-3 defense with much coverage variation on the back end, which made them very easy to prepare for, made them very easy to predict pre-snap to post-snap what they were going to do. And so when you bring in the 3-4 defense, you allow yourself more versatility and flexibility to be more complicated in your approach, to not be as easy to prepare for, to not be as easy to know pre-snap what you're going to be doing post-snap. I run against the Seahawks 4-3 defense. I know I'm not getting blitzed. I know you're going to drop into a cover 3 with your outside corners and your free safety. So I can basically predict where all of the individual players are going to be and where they're going to go. After the snap, I mean. And so you move to something that was going to hopefully open the door to getting back to being effective defensively. I mean, those last few 4-3 years that you ran, Radu, you had some historically bad play on the field in those 4-3 defenses. It was very much diminishing returns, a far, far call from the days of the Legion of Boom days. And it wasn't simply because you lost the Legion of Boom members and you just didn't have the talent so you couldn't make the 4-3 defense work. Carroll poured a ton of assets back into reinvigorating that defense, and they just didn't work. Danny says, would love to come on the stream and chat Hawks. Oh, you're talking about a call-in show, Danny. That's what you mean? is like a call-in show on the deal. I'm potentially open with doing that. I've done it a couple times. They're not really very highly viewed videos, and I get some blowback in my comment section about it where people don't seem as interested in it. So a lot of, doing these channels and stuff, I've got to kind of do it by what the audience tells me that they're resonating with and what they like and what they want to hear with. So it hasn't exactly been a real big draw in to do those kind of call-in shows. But I will be doing them. We've done it over on the, Danny, I've been doing it over the members channel, and I'll be doing some of those over there on the members channel throughout this year with call-in shows and kind of discussing over there. So I will try to open that up for at least on the members on the channel side of it. But that's been the issue with trying to run these call-in shows prior, is just that it's not something I've gotten as much resonance with the Hawk fans out there. Kingdom Joe says, wait, you seen a Chancellor throwback? I hadn't seen one, but I expected there was one out there. Be a complete lost opportunity if they didn't. King says, speaking of Jimmy, he looked good in the preseason for being almost 60 in NFL age. Rock Manager, I'm like putting boots on a cat, laughing out loud, not having it. No, she was good. She actually let me put it on her, but then she just like laid on the ground and looked up at me going, like, really? This is what we're doing now? This is what you're doing to me? You're going to put me in this? Give me this look like I've got no pride left now. Thank you. You've just removed whatever dignity that I have left in my soul. I thought I had the picture. I want to show you guys the picture, and I suddenly can't find it. Driving me crazy. It's driving me big time crazy. Huh. Weird. I'll show you guys on the next one. Show you on the next one. Greg says Brandon's 14 is DK's birthday, though. Brandon 14 is DK's birthday. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, but he's just not aesthetically pleasing 14. And so many quarterbacks in the 80s, all the bad quarterbacks in the 80s had the number 14. So that's like stuck in my head. Ohana Beach Sweets, 11-6 or 12-5 Hawks. You better believe it, Ohana. I'm going 12-5. Let me bring you up to 12. Throw that 11 number away. Toss that away. Put that in the trash. 12. That's the one we want. That's the right one. Kingdom Joe, when I think of the number 85, unfortunately, I still think of T.O. Terrell Owens was 81, though. Okay, I was right on Terrell. Yeah, he's 81. Kingdom, Jamal Adams already set the safety record for quarterback sacks. He doesn't have to do much more. I think maybe have a decent season and win a Super Bowl with us. That'd be good. John says, what do you think Jamal Adams have to do going forward to redeem the trade and the coaches? Play at a high level, John. He doesn't necessarily need to be an all-pro, but play at a like Pro Bowl level and give us a couple of seasons of that level of play. If he does that, I think that he's validated the trade at that point, even with the lost time that he has missed. But I need at least 2 seasons of him out on the football field having an impact like that. And then I'd be willing to give a little bit more of a praise to him on that. Andy Phillips, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. King says, really they're running a disguised 3-4 cover zone. It's quite more flexible running a 3-4 disguise, especially with blitzes, which we never focused on until just a few years ago. Exactly. Some of the change, of course, is to accommodate an Adams, who's best in a 3-4, best around the line of scrimmage, best moved all around the place where he can attack from every kind of angle. So some of this is informed by that. But you're able to be a lot more creative with a 3-4. 4-3 is very much stagnant in its approach. John says, don't think we're pretty much guaranteed a playoff spot in our division with... Don't you think, sorry, I read that wrong, John. Don't you think we're pretty much guaranteed a playoff spot in our division with the Cards and Rams fighting for Cupcake Team of the Year? I think that gives you a freebie of 4 wins, John, right off the top. You should go 4-0 against that division. And when you're being given 4 quick, easy wins like that, regardless of whatever is going on with the rest of the schedule, that would indeed give me a lot of confidence on that basis alone that my team can get their way into the playoffs at that point. I mean, I basically got to carve out 6 wins through the rest of the schedule there to make that happen. 6 wins from, 13 games, to then get in the playoffs at that point. So yeah, I think I guess to say pretty much is the right way to term it. It kind of pretty much does guarantee it. I do think that the Rams and Cardinals are not merely bad. I think, like you say, they are 2 of the biggest cupcake teams in the entire National Football League. These are 2 teams that very much could be in that 1-2 as far as their draft position when the season's all said and done. And I love seeing it. I like the easier road to getting in the playoffs. I like the easier road to getting that number 1 overall bye. When that division, John, is running like it was 4 years ago, where everybody was good, everybody was a playoff contender. Nobody was getting the number 1 bye of that division with that being the circumstance and situation. And as we've seen with our Hawks, and the 3 times that we've gotten to the Super Bowl, it's all been on the back of having the number 1 bye, that bye week and home field advantage throughout the whole course of the playoffs. Andy Phillips says, this is good stuff. Have you been doing this for the whole time now? I usually watch your 15, 25-minute videos. First time in the live stream for me. Go, Geno. I indeed do, Andy. I'm kind of known for this a little bit. We tend to go 4 or 5 hours, sometimes even longer on some of these streams. So I tend to cook and just get rolling. The chat tends to keep me cooking and keeping me going. I'm trying to do some more of the shorter uploads, Andy, this year, to where it's not driven as much just by the long streams, but definitely there's a huge market here on this channel for the live stream shows. We've had most of this stream, even through the 5 hours, well over 200 people in here at any one given time. So yeah, it usually tends to be one that I go pretty long on with this. I love doing it though, man. I really do. John says, what am I missing about Levis? He didn't even win the backup job against Malik Willis, who looked absolutely horrendous. I still stand behind Will Levis being a solid, good player. We're in the same camp on this one, John, in our outlook of Levis and where we think he can be and what he can become. And there's no denying here. It looks a little bit dodgy out the gate here for Levis, but there is some good talent on this kid. He's got a great NFL arm. He seems to have the work ethic in place to get better. Let's see if he can do it. Let's see if he can pull it off. It is disconcerting when you can't beat out a guy like Malik Willis, but let's also acknowledge the fact that Malik did have a year head start with him in that program. This wasn't them both starting out of that starting line. The gun goes off and they're both in that sprint. But I'm with you. It's a bit of a confusing one for me. And one, though, they like you do, where you end up still landing at the spot of going, yeah, but I still do think this guy's got some meat on the bone. I still think this guy can be a player in this league. And he says, dang, 5 hours, man. Way to go. My pleasure, man. It's normal for us. It's kind of normal for us. Status quo, as they say here. As Megan says, that's a short one. I love doing it, man. The chat keeps me going on it. It always keeps me thinking, laughing. A perspective I hadn't considered. Kingdom Joe, my nephew from Hawaii, moved to Canada, and he's a sophomore in high school. He stands out about 6'2" next year. He's going to try out for the hockey team. I taught him to play linebacker, so he'll be okay. Oh, yeah. If he's got the linebacker background, he'll be well acquainted to get it done. John says, did Devin Bush win a starting job opposite Bobby? I would sure love to see his world-class speed for his size blitz up the A and B gaps all the time, especially with the running back blocks. He looked really good to me, John, and he looks like he offers a little bit more upside in coverage than you get from Jordan Brooks. I think we pretty firmly are fit to knowing what we're getting from Jordan Brooks when he's dropping into coverage, and that is that he is indeed a little bit limited. That he indeed is not necessarily going to be anything but a negative out there in coverage. I don't know if that's going to be the case with Devin Bush, and I'm not sure that Devin Bush gives you a whole lot less as a run stuffer in his ability in that side of the game, meaning that, John, Jordan Brooks is so good as a run stuffer and a hitter that you have to keep him on the field in those coverage situations. And in my opinion, no, I think Devin Bush can be pretty close to what Jordan Brooks is as a run defender, as a tackler, but then he's also way better maybe in coverage than what you get from Brooks. Don't know for sure. He looked good in the preseason, a little bit of that we got from him, but that's the part that sort of remains to be seen here a little bit. They've not shown their hand, have the coaching staff on this one, John. John says Bush and Adams are blitzers that can scream off the edge and up the middle. Yeah. And world-class speed's a good way to put it, man. You go back and look at this guy and how he tested Bush At 235 pounds, running as fast as he was, jumping as high as he did. Very impressive player. Maybe not the biggest guy, but can't doubt the speed and quickness if he's back to it off that ACL. Sean Hines says, do you think Witherspoon is injury prone? And it is weird that I feel more optimistic for Adams' return than Witherspoon's first game in the NFL. I don't think Witherspoon's necessarily injury prone. No, hamstrings are tough injuries, and they're frustrating injuries because they take so long sometimes to get over, and they're hard to predict when you're fully kind of over it or not. But no, I think I need a few more injuries on Witherspoon's resume to get to the point of thinking that he is injury prone or that it's going to be some problematic issue that sort of hounds him throughout the course of his career. It may become that, but we don't have that kind of information to operate off of quite yet. I do think that Witherspoon comes back before Adams does, Sean. I think that they're going to be very, very, very careful with Adams. I think they're also interested in maybe removing some of the game slate off Adams, right? We start him in week 4, week 5, and then we have him for the full season as opposed to trying to start him in week 1 and maybe you lose him by week 15. He's not there for a playoff run at that point. And so maybe the team's going to try to accommodate a little bit of a lesser action for him this year to hopefully have him a little bit more healthier and better and ready to roll. Especially when you look at after the first 4 weeks, you have a bye. So you could have Jamal sit the first 4 weeks, get the bye in there, and that's giving him an additional 5 weeks to get fully back up to health, fully back up to speed. So I would, if I was to make a guess here, I would say that that's where the team's looking to target to bring back Jamal Adams at this point. Still not practicing yet. Ethan, what you doing, man? Says, hey, I'm back, and we still going. Still going, brother. Kingdom Joe, that's why Levi Bell was able to play fullback wearing a 90 number. Oh, okay. I mean, you can always bring defensive linemen in there to play fullback. Kingdom Joe says, hey, Brandon, actually 90 is a receiver's number. There are tight ends in college that were 90. I just haven't seen any in the pros. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't want to rock 90 if I was a receiver, though. Andy Phillips says, what do I think the score will be in week 1 versus the Rams? I think it will be 28-13. Seahawks. Garth Knight with his 9th donation tonight of $5. Thank you, Garth, for all of those donations. I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for that. What kind of weirdo requests boots on a cat as brilliant as the orange one? I won't guess, but I think I know. If I tried to put one boot on that cat, I can't believe she let me get the jersey on her. If I tried to put a boot on her, she would. I would definitely be scratched to itty bitty bits. Undoubtedly, I would be. Can I do the image on that one? Oh, that's why it's a hex file. It doesn't want to do the hex files. Well, that's stupid. Yeah, Pumpkin was a number 2, by the way. Oh, Lord. Thank you, though, Gar, for the $5 donation. Yeah, we ain't putting boots on this cat. I want to save the veins in my arms. And be coming back on the next stream and just have red stripes up the arms here. And be like, what happened? I was trying to put boots on her, and it didn't happen. I couldn't pull it off. But thank you, Garth, for the $5 dono, brother. I do appreciate you on that. Camden says, cupcake teams, but we didn't beat a single NFC South team last year. Always respect the opponent. Definitely do respect the opponent. I think we can respect them and also say, though, they are in a cupcake state. And that, it's not merely saying, well, these are bad teams in the division here, Camden. It's saying these are 2 of the worst teams in all of football. These will be 31 and probably 32 as your worst 2 teams. And and not just by them being bad luck or they made bad decisions. These teams have purposely made themselves bad in order to basically openly tank. Something that you don't see very often in football. I would very much more often not take every opponent serious in every way and not say the word cupcake. But these 2 opponents in the Cardinals and Rams will be playing this year are uniquely structured and have made some very unique choices to where they are leaning into that tank all the way. All the way. You are right. Last year, NFC South teams, none of those teams being very good, and all of them gave it to you. That's for sure. But I do think that these two teams in our division this year are even much worse than those two teams in the NFC South were last year. Much, much worse. John says, if the Seahawks are going to blitz, play more man coverage, and throw in some more cover one, they can get away with drafting run stuffers like Mike Morris and save the capital that would go to the O-line, that would go to the D-line. True. Yeah, because you can manufacture some more of your pressure-based stuff, and it's not as much driven by needing to have the front four guys create the pressure all on their own. I think, Docs, is there any injury report on Morris, by the way? Morris undertook and did a small, very slight shoulder surgery for a long, ongoing issue that he was dealing with. And so I would expect he's probably not going to be back, but for a couple of weeks, I would estimate. Andy Phillips says, love to hear it, dude. Keep up the hard work. Rest in peace, Paul Allen. Thank you, man. And rest in peace, Paul. Oscar, how much do you think a disruptive Boye Mafe with 10 plus sacks can elevate our defense? Top 10 potentially? I can't quite see the likelihood that there's a pathway to this defense becoming a top 10 unit outside of Carroll really adopting in an aggressive approach defensively, becoming more blitz heavy than he's ever been in the past, running more man concepts than he's ever run before, doing more to manufacture stuff schematically rather than what he's done traditionally, Oscar, which is just lean back and trust the talent to go make plays. Keep the scheme simple, let him just go run fast. And as we've seen, that brought some diminishing returns there at the end of the way they're running their old defense. I think Boye Mafe can certainly become the player that you described with the 10 plus sacks and being one of the best edge defenders that you would find out there in the sport. 100% I would say that. But I would also say that you do still have some issues on this defensive line that could be an inhibiting factor to you getting to a top 10 state. In fact, I think as it stands right now, it will be. I think the team can get to a top 15 place as far as top 15 on average in yards, top 15 on average in points. I think they can land on that area of things. But I lost my train of thought here. It's definitely getting late. But I just don't think they can push past 15. I think that's their ceiling this year with where they've got this defensive line talent at currently. Benelli, what's up, man? How you doing, Benelli? It's good to see you out there, man. I hope you're doing well. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? Says 12s, everyone just coming in to say hi. I'm super busy at work, but I had to come in and show some love to you guys. Brandon, what's up, B? Just saying hi and have a good night. 12s, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, D-Boy. It's good to see you in the chat, man. I hope you're not working too hard out there. Hope it's nice and kind of relaxed, laid back. I think the Hawks says, Brandon calling Brooks' coverage skills limited is an insult to the word limited. Agreed, Bush needs to start. Yeah, he's worst in the sport, maybe, at the linebacker position in coverage. Is maybe a better way of putting it more accurately without trying to be kind. If I just want to be cold-blooded about it. Kings out, I think Bush is behind Brooks, I believe, in the depth chart, but I do love me some Devin Bush in the Seahawks defense. All I'm saying is if we have Brooks going out there again and looking like he's going to come down the trek and give up 1,000 yards in coverage again as he did one year, as PFF once credited him for giving up that amount of yards, then I hope we're open to at least maybe calling upon Bush as a backup option then. It can't be worse with Bush. It really can at that point. Oscar says, what day 2 or 3 rookie from this year do you think can take the biggest leap next season and become an impactful player? I think that Derek Hall has a chance to become a very impactful player off the edge. That'd be a day 2 guy that I would look at. I think Oluwatimi has a point. I don't know if Oluwatimi is going to be an impact player, but I think he has a chance to be an above average starter for you at the center position as a guy that you got in the 5th round. Mike Morris has some interesting upside to him because he played really the majority of his career in Michigan as an outside guy that you're now kicking to the inside. You don't exactly know what you're getting from him then within the inside. He might be a guy that can provide some impact down the line as a better move for him, that he wasn't as good as an edge guy, but once you move him inside, that quickness now really works to his benefit, and he already has kind of the size and strength to also be able to hold up inside in there. Those would be the 3 guys that I think could have some potential impact. Hall at the front of that. Those would probably be the only guys. One outside guy here with the upside he has. Anthony Bradford has upside to be an impactful player, Oscar, but he is the furthest of any of the guys that you drafted in this class from realizing that potential. But in going back and watching the All-22 tape, especially when I was concentrating in on Oluwatimi, I'll tell you what, there was maybe no more funner lineman to watch in the preseason this year with the All-22 tape than Bradford, because he is mean, he is angry, and he is stronger than just about anybody else on the football field. I mean, he was throwing guys around right and left, play after play, where his physicality was showing up. He's got none of the technical refinement he needs. He's got a long way to go with all of that stuff. But he's got a tantalizing skill set in what he brings. Gar says Adams needs to be treated like a stuffed animal. Exactly, man. Exactly. Eric Canup, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Eric. I do appreciate that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. John Stillwell in the house, making his presence known and felt with a big $100 donation. Thank you so much, John, for that big fat dono. You are very kind, as you ever are. Always a big contributor here to this channel. I really do appreciate it. It's also just good to see you in the chat tonight, John. I hope you're having a good night and everything's going all well, and hopefully not working too hard out there. He says, hi, Brandon. You're giving a master class in NFL analysis and presentation. That's the way to do it. Thank you, John. Very kind of you to say. I really appreciate the $100 donation. I appreciate the kind comments, man. I'm loving what I'm doing here. I'm a pig in mud. You know what I mean? I'm happy as can be getting to do this. Like I get to do this full time all the way from having the support like yourself, folks that bring it to the table like you do, showing the love like you show. And just the being able to look forward to this season and all the videos I'm gonna be able to create, all the time I'm gonna be able to put in this channel, and how much we're gonna be able to grow this channel off the back of it this year in particular, with a Seahawks team that's looking like it's gonna be its strongest it's been since I started this channel 4 years ago. And that kind of success will definitely bring about the returns on the subscribers and people jumping on this channel. But thank you, man, so very much for that $100 donation. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you to say that as well. That's the goal here, is to give top-notch analysis of presentation, is to be on my P's and Q's, is to be doing this in the right manner. And so hopefully I'm hitting that mark. That's definitely the goal here, and to always be improving along those lines. So thank you so much, John, for that donation. Thank you very, very much, man. Thank you just never does seem like enough for that kind of huge, monstrous donation. You're awesome. And I hope that new guitar is playing nice, by the way. I saw your note on the email. I hope you're tearing it up with that new guitar you got. Appreciate you, brother. Team 24 Momo, pretty sure there's a receiver on Virginia who's 97. That's kind of a strong receiver number. I like 90, but 97 is kind of nice. 97 is a strong number on the football field. Well, Valdez, do you think the Hawks should deploy some amoeba defense concepts with the defensive backs they have? Hard part about amoeba concepts is you sort of give a look of, I'm in a casino blitz look. Everybody's in man coverage, and I don't have any safety help over the top. That goes against a little bit of Carroll's machinations. He might be willing to blitz. He might be willing to bring more pressure up around the line of scrimmage. But he's always going to want to, at the very least, keep a single high safety deep as insurance against guys getting beat over the top. I don't think he could ever buy into that full-on Raven-style defense back in the day in the way that they ran it, where, we're not scared. We're not worried you're going to get us over the top. We're going to get to you before you get us over the top. And I don't know if Carroll would have that same kind of confidence to run that in that same way. John does indeed rock, Megan. And he literally rocks. He's a musician as well. King's Hour, what's funny is there's a lot of hit pieces online saying we're done with Devin Bush and we're going to trade Bush and blah, blah, blah. Everyone is always trying to mess with our sea feathers. Somebody was doing some backtracking on that, and it seemed like King's Hour, those rumors were coming from bitter Steeler fans, posting that on message boards and stuff. Somebody kind of backtracked a little bit. I was like, where's this coming from? It didn't make any sense. And so, yeah, I agree with you. That was a weird thing that was suddenly coming out of the woodwork as we were getting to cut down day last week. Congratulations on finishing up your project, John. I know that was a tough one. It was not an easy one. Don Ranger Power, you have yourself a great night, man. Thank you so much. Go Hawks, Gadsky building. John Robinson says, who's the sleeper team that was bad last year that makes the playoffs? That's a good question, John. I'll give you, since we know that this will happen with both the AFC and the NFC, we're going to get a new one, at least one new one from each side. Let's give both on both edges of it. So I do think the New York Jets are going to get in the playoffs, being a team that didn't make the playoffs last year, John. And I could see Cleveland or Denver being those teams that kind of come out to get in the playoffs. None of these teams are going to win the division, but I don't think the Jets win the division, but get to the playoffs. Yeah. In the NFC, John, I think it's not a sleeper team to say the Lions, but the Lions will be a team that gets to the playoffs this year that didn't last year. And I think the Atlanta Falcons, John. The Atlanta Falcons, to me, are a team that are getting slept on a little bit. And that the way that they run that offense, the unusual style of their offense, their commitment to running the ball is going to keep them close in a lot of football games, and they're going to run the ball well. They added Bijan Robinson, which is only going to make it more deadly, that rushing attack. I think Atlanta is kind of the surprise team. In fact, I've got them winning that division, John. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest, who's better at right guard, Bradford or Haynes? Right now, Phil Haynes is far better than Bradford as a player at right guard. But Bradford has a physical skill set that is very unique. And it's one that's not, his length, his power, his movement abilities are all better than Haynes. He's got raw goods that far surpass Haynes. But Haynes is so much more refined as a player with his technical abilities. So I can't, Bradford's at least a year away. He'd be fun if he was on the football field. He'd lay a lot of pancake blocks out there. He'd get a lot of people's eyes drawn to him. But he's going to have a lot of whiffs. He's going to have a lot of times where that looked ugly. He's got to just clean a little bit of it up. John Stillwell has just gifted 10 Hawks Nest memberships out there to the chat. John, thank you for doing that. That is very, very kind of you. Garth Knight, Don Ranger Power, Devo Martzall, Mark Habercorn, CJ Kurzman, D-Boy. That's funny. If D-Boy's in the house, it actually gifted it to Mark, who's a mod D-Boy. We were wondering about that. That's funny. CJ Kurzman, Connor Oshwagler, Bobo is my religion. That is an awesome name. Why Do Why and Narc Diaries. Kelly, you guys have all been gifted memberships out there by John Stillwell. Very kind of him to do that. Thank you, John, for doing that. We will definitely be back on track this week with I've been a bit busy here the last couple of weeks. Haven't been able to do as much member-only streams. We will be doing a member-only stream this week on Thursday. So be ready for that, folks. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of the Thursday night game, chop it up just a little bit, perhaps. I think that'd be kind of cool. So let's plan on that, folks. Let's come back on when we do come back on Thursday. We'll do our member only stream on Thursday at the start of that game. Watch a little bit of the action. First game of the year. That sounds like fun. John says, is it me or does anyone else think Bryce Young is going to struggle mightily this year and get killed like Carr's rookie year? I hope they don't ruin this kid's career. I would have sat him. Yeah, I think I would have sat him, at least just to your point on this, John, for where the protection is on that team. Because you look at them in preseason, you go, boy, you guys kind of built a run-built offensive line. Like they can open up holes, they can be very good in the ground game, but is that quintessential line that sort of, we can run block, but we can't pass protect worth our life. And you're right. To me, you have a rookie in there now on a line that's not going to allow him to get back there and set up, and he's going to get beat to hell. And that little body, I don't know how much it can sustain at the pro level of getting smacked every which way but loose. I really do hope, John, as we go into the future with this situation, I hope the same thing with the Stroud situation down there in Houston, is he looks like he's going to be under a lot of heat as well. And they're still going to try to start him day one anyway because of it. I don't know what it is with NFL teams to where they want to get their rookie quarterbacks killed. It's one thing if you have the line out there to place the rookie to where he's going to have some measure of protection. A guy like Dak Prescott with the Cowboys, when he came out as a third rounder, he had the best kind of protection you could give a rookie to be able to go out there and flourish in his rookie year. And the Panthers, they're doing kind of the opposite here. The Texans, they're doing kind of the opposite here. And I don't know why, because you can easily get your guy broken in that first year for years beyond. Is it that worthwhile? Do you really look at it as a Panthers team? Well, let's run with Bryce because we're going to be a contender this year. We're going to be able this year. We can make it happen with Bryce. No Sam Darnold, Bryce Young, Super Bowl contender. I mean, nobody in Carolina should be looking at it and thinking that way. But every team gets in this massive rush to play these guys, never to sit them, never to give them some time to kind of develop. I don't get why. I don't get why it's just suddenly been decided that it has to be these guys you throw them out there and play them day one. We have a lot of successes of guys that actually did sit. Patrick Mahomes sat for a year. Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it can be mighty beneficial to players. John says, I think it's going to show out that Bryce Young also needs a strong running game around him like Wilson does and did. I think so as well. I think they're going to run the ball well, John. But when it comes down to pass protection, it's going to be a problematic. Have a good night, D-Boy. Appreciate you, bro. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest, do you think going after Chris Jones would be worth it or too much and too old? It's a risk. It's going to cost an arm and a leg, Sean. But I don't make this decision just based upon whether or not I like Chris Jones or him being too old or not. I also have to feel like I need to be informed by the market conditions. And the market conditions are telling me right now, and they're telling me, screaming at the top of their voice, it's going to be very hard to get an impactful defensive lineman in here into the future. If the running back position is being devalued like never before in the NFL, the defensive tackle position is being overvalued or valued up as much as any time in NFL history. And so if it's not a Chris Jones, okay, who's the pathway? Who's the guy that we're going to be able to go get down the road to accommodate this defensive line, to fix what is kind of the one real weak link of this team? And I don't as much see that pathway being very clear to the next guy, the next option. Meaning that if one of these guys becomes available, be it a Chris Jones, be it a DeForest Buckner, be it a Leonard Williams, I'm not going to be a beggar chooser on this one. I'm not going to get caught up on too old to this. The man is coming off his best season as a pro in Chris Jones. He is getting up there a little bit, 29 years old. He's not young anymore, but he is coming off of his best season as a pro. And I think there's a lot of reason to believe that while he might not be that impactful on in the future, you're going to get something a little bit close to that, at least for the next couple of years. And that would be very, very, very helpful to this particular Seahawks team where we're standing with the defensive line as it currently sits. John says, boy, it feels good to have wrapped up my work project. I hope everyone's doing great. We're doing awesome, man. The energy has been great in here all night. John, from the moment we started back 5.5 hours ago to now, it's been cooking great. Everybody's been awesome, as they always are. Gar says, what makes the linebacker coverage skills limited? Can he not raise his arms? What makes him limited is the lack of ability in zone. And so in looking at Jordan Brooks, and I looked at a lot of tape of Jordan Brooks, I went through his back 2 years of his college experience there at Texas Tech, along with what we've seen from him here in the pros. And the irony here is that Brooks is actually pretty good in man coverage, Garth. If you put a man on man and ask him to stay in the hip pocket of a tight end or a running back, he can stay there and his speed shows up there. You know, he's a lot better in those moments. The problem comes into play is that you have your linebackers play at like 95% of the rate when they drop into coverage. They're dropping into zone coverage. And this is where Jordan Brooks is limited in the respect of he has no feel in zone. He doesn't have a feel for when to pick players up who come through his zone. He doesn't have a feel for zone of when he picks up a player who comes up through his zone and then leaves his zone, that he needs to come back and find the other player now coming into his zone as that guy is leaving the zone. The flood-based concepts that Shanahan and McVay have used so heartily to go after this defense in the last couple of years, a big part of their attack is going after Jordan Brooks with those flood zone concepts. He can't help but take the cheese. The first guy goes through his zone of coverage. He takes that guy and carries him with him out of his zone. He'll leave his zone to take that first guy. When you have to do a handoff, guy comes through my zone, cover, hand him off to the next zone. But Brooks has no ability to do that. And when I say no ability, I mean not in kind of a little bit of the ability to do that. He has no ability to do that whatsoever. And it has shown up every single year of his career. It showed up in the final 2 years with him at Texas Tech. And unfortunately, it's not going away anytime soon. John says, maybe Pumpkin's doing more than I thought. John says, so if future follows true to mock drafts, what the hell do the Cardinals do with Kyler Murray? What can they do? That Isaiah Simmons move was odd. I wonder why they never used him like Parsons. Some teams just don't have a plan, John. We've been a team that's been guilty of this as well. We didn't really have a plan for Jimmy Graham. We didn't initially really have a plan for Jamal Adams. We're just going to blitz him at the highest rate he's ever been blitzed in his career. That was our plan. So sometimes teams don't have plans when you think they would. And you thought when you were going to take Isaiah Simmons coming out of college, any team that was going to do that, have a plan in place. Know what you're going to do and how you're going to use them. Move this guy all over the spot. He's not just a position player where he's a middle linebacker. He's a will. He's an edge. He's a this. Move him all over the place like Clemson did when he was coming out of college. But that's not how the Cardinals really did use him, in my opinion. What they're going to do with the Kyler Murray situation is as follows. He is going to remain inactive throughout the course of this year. They don't want him helping them win football games. They're going to get to the end of this season. And then what they're going to do is they're going to roll over money. If you look at their cap situation right now, John, I believe they have like $25-30 million in current cap space. They'll roll that money over. They will then post June 1st designate him for being a cut at that time after the season. And that means that they're then going to be able to spread the cap costs over 2 years. And they have the built-in rolled over money from this year's cap to accommodate that great massive cap hit that they'll have to sustain to make that happen. Hans, I do love Anthony Bradford. I hope you're right about him taking that next big step. He's got a long way to go in his technique. Long. Far, far. I don't know if he can get it all done in 1 year, but he's got a lot of physical ability that just few guards coming through here in years have had. Jeffrey McCagg says dime equals love. Jamal Kobe, 4 safeties. I could see it, man. I could see it for sure like that. John says, did you see the deal the Cowboys gave the right tackle Steele? $82 million. Holy crap. They love to overpay their own talent, and we better open up the checkbook for Abe Lucas soon. Well, you got Lucas for 2 more years, John, because remember with the CBA, the players cannot negotiate new contracts until after the 3rd year of their contract. Indeed, though, at that time, it is going to be mighty expensive for both Lucas and Cross. You're going to be paying them a gargantuan amount of money. Radu, can we use 4 wide receiver sets and have Bobo and JSN playing the same slot, same times slot? Yeah, you'd have each of those as your 2 slot guys, Radu. Your 2 inside guys. And you could totally do that. George Harmon, Ian, Megan, Brandon, I'm working in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and so my season tickets for this year won't be able to use. I'd like to sell them in one lump sum, section 332, row T, seats 10 and 11. Well, if somebody's out there willing to jump out and maybe put your a Twitter handle out there or something, George, put an offline contact people can reach you out on. Unfortunately, I'm going to be, or not fortunately, but fortunately, I'm going to be streaming every game. So I'm not going to any games this year. It's going to be all live streaming from my end of things, but somebody might take you up on that. You never know. John says, God, Bradford looks bad sometimes, though he's a whipping son of a gun. He does. He's a hit or miss guy right now. But you knew that a little bit with him coming out. This was a little my reticence with him on tape when I watched him and did my evaluation of him. A fun prospect, uber talented from a guard position. I mean, he's got everything you could want from a guard from a physical trait standpoint. He's got the nasty disposition where he'll play to the whistle. He'll be mean. He's got all that. He's just got to get the technical refinement in place now. That's the part that's got to come next. And we'll see if it does. With some it does, with some it don't. Andy Phillips, thank you so very much, Andy Phillips, celebrating your first super chat here on the Hawks Nest and doing it in a big fashion with a big fat $20 donation. Thank you for that, Andy. I really do appreciate that support here to the channel. It helps me do what I do, which is doing this channel full time every day, 24/7. Helps me allow me to do this and free me up in that fashion. So thank you for letting me do what I love to do here at the Hawks Nest with this kind of support and the way you're doing it. He says, keep up the hard work, man. Absolutely. It's hard work, but it's hard, fun work, if that makes sense to you. John Stillwell says, I'm not done. $100 donation, already 10 gifted subs. Let me gift 10 more. Radu Turkin, Hans Van Wyn, Sean Hines, Tyson Santiercier, Eric Gilbertson, Just Tags, Tyler Muir, Randall McDaniel, Old Lady Deek Geek, and Robert Zieglerdorf. You have all been gifted memberships by Mr. John Stillwell, our very kind gentleman here in the Hawks Nest, getting it done as always in the support department in that fact. So Thank you for gifting those memberships. If you are now a member of the channel, thanks to John having gifted one of those 20 memberships as he's just gifted here on this channel here today. Do keep an eye on your community post, as I'm going to be posting out PFF grades this season on Mondays after we get the grades back in there. So you'll have that. We'll be doing the Thursday streams for the members as well. So a lot of added extra benefits we're going to be getting for members of the channel. Do feel free to join on up and take advantage of those benefits, because I will be continuing to expand them. John, you are amazing, man. Namaste, as they say. Namaste. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you on that. I want to hear how that guitar plays, by the way. Give me a comment in the channel. Let me know how that snazzy guitar you said you bought's playing. It sounded like a monster. John's awesome. Jeff McCoog, DB's starters. 6 DBs, the new norm with this crew. I could see it, man. I think they're going to be very defensive back based in how they're going to run. I think even at times, Jeff, they're going to move to probably moving one linebacker off the field in favor of having an extra defensive back on the field in favor of it. And I think it could work, and they can be very exotic with those kind of looks. Very, very exotic with those kind of looks. Ethan Techworld says, so with Purdy's injury, is his deep ball going to be 20 yards? I mean, sheesh. The Niners did not deserve Trey Lance, and they abandoned him. Shame. It is shame. I feel bad for Lance. I don't think that they set him up for success there. And I think that certainly right now Shanahan has shown that when it comes to quarterbacks, he's got a little bit of a blind spot. It's not that he's not able to get something out of quarterbacks or get the most with the least, or that he's just doesn't have any ability with quarterbacks, but it seems like there is a little bit of a weird hitch in his giddy up when it comes to his ability to really, get these quarterbacks grown in their manner. I feel like Shanahan just needs a guy already developed. He needs a guy that's already gone through the ups and the downs, and that quarterback is what he is. And then he gets to roll. That's what Shanahan really needs at this point above all else. Purdy's arm is going to be what it is. And I would certainly not think it's going to get better after this surgery. It certainly is not going to be better just 6 months removed from the surgery. Something that's stood out to me in listening to a lot of people talk about this Tommy John surgery, or as I like to call it, the Tommy Lee John surgery, is how you can feel like you're back. You can feel like you're at 100% one day, and then the next day you still feel like you're kind of still recovering. You don't have the full zip on your ball. You don't have the full allotment of your arm strength. That will be something I think to track here with Purdy throughout the course of this season. But the Niners were 32nd last year, Ethan, in air yards from the quarterback position. They get the ball out of their quarterback's hand into a guy's hand who can work with the ball and with the yak side of things, and that's just what they're going to do. So to me, if I play the Niners, I'm squeezing down those short routes. I'm making Brock Purdy beat me on 20, 25, 30-yard throws. Show me you can put it on the line. Show me you can hit a 9 route. Show me you can hit it consistently over the course of the game. And if you beat me that way, then so be it. But do not allow this guy to just simply dink and dunk you to death. You can't do that as a defense this upcoming season. And I have a feeling defenses are going to force the Niners to prove they can beat them in just that fashion, taking that part away from Purdy's game. It's easier said than done a little bit, but it can be done. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for that donation. He says, I submit at John Stillwell's next project to find who was ultimately responsible for the many Seahawks draft prior to the most recent. I don't know if John wants to pick that one up. That might be a hard land to forge through, John's a numbers guy on that. And that's a land of no numbers. That's more about a land of culpability, blame, detective. We need a detective on this one, Garth, We need to get one of those hotshot PIs on the case on this one. A guy that's willing to get dirty to find the answers. Appreciate you, Garth. You're very, very kind for all these donations. That's like your 10th donation today, man. Thank you so, so very much. Jeff Picog says, who starts at defensive back, cornerbacks, and safety? So you'll start Tariq Woolen. I'm going to make the guess the team's. I'm going to go with Trey Brown. It could be Mike Jackson, but I'll just go with Trey Brown as your other starter out there. Then in the first game, Kobe Bryant's going to be your slot corner. Jeff, it's a little bit of a hard question to answer a bit because you're asking this as The answer is going to change from what is early in the season to where we're going to go down the season. You're without Jamal Adams. You're without Devin Witherspoon in the first game. So the starting lineup's going to look first differently in this first game than it's going to look down the line. It also isn't going to really matter about who the starter is and who isn't the starter, Jeff, because you're going to be moving these guys onto the field to get the best 11 guys out onto the football field. So sometimes you're going to have Devin Witherspoon in the slot. Other times you're going to have Julian Love down the slot, and then you'll have Jamal Adams out there at strong safety. So this is one that's going to probably be more of a moving part situation more than you've got these guys all fixed to the roles and the situations and the places that they're going to be. I think they're going to move guys around a little bit of this. I think you could have Mike Jackson at 1 week start out there at outside corner, and the next week you see Trey Brown. So I can't give you as much a firm answer as who's starting and where starting. I don't know yet. I got to see it in the first game, and I don't think the team has fully decided yet on exactly how they're going to do it. Long term, I think you're going to find a way to get both Julian Love and Jamal Adams on the field a lot at the same time. And that means when you go to nickel, that means you're probably going to have Julian Love down there as your slot corner at that time. But this is very much, Jeff, a guessing game because you've added all these extra elements. You have all of these guys coming onto the field, coming back from injury that you don't know when you're going to get back. You got players like Kobe Bryant who play 3 different positions. It's a tremendously difficult question for me to answer of you. I'm sorry on that one. I don't know what they're planning on doing exactly. They've got a lot of guys that can fit to a variety of different positions. Outside, inside, corner, safety. It's not just as simple as this guy's here, that guy's there, this guy's here. It's a little bit more complicated. Beyond Balance is going to be the opening game with a sign that says the 12s all have Bobo nerves. Keep an eye out. Hey, Beyond Balance, I'll give you a shout out on the stream if I happen to see that they go to you on the telecast with that. That'd be awesome. John Stillwell says, did I hear that Tedrick Thompson was still in the league? No way. No way. Well, maybe. No, he last played in 2021. It looks like there's a Tedrick Thompson with the Browns. It looks like there's a Tedrick Thompson with the Browns, John, with the same spelling of the name, which probably is what throws you off on that. I would say. I'm seeing a Brown come up here. But 2021 was the last year he was under contract. Also with the Browns was Tedrick Thompson. I don't know, maybe that's wrong. Well, it doesn't look like he's playing. Wait, is he? Yeah, I'm getting 2021 is the last time I'm seeing on this form, John. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it looks like no. It doesn't appear to be the case. John says, another team I don't understand what they're doing is the Patriots. First, they hire Matt Patricia, who's a defensive coach, as offensive coordinator. They also refuse to surround Mac with any weapons. If Mac had the Dolphins receivers, he'd be lighting up. He very well could be. I think your criticisms of the Patriots is very fair. And Bill Belichick has, as we've seen with all coaches, John, Carroll's not immune from this. All coaches have a little bit of, we were talking about Shanahan. You know, maybe his Achilles heel is the quarterback position. Well, it is kind of certain that every coach, no matter how good that coach is, no matter if they're legendary, all of them have some kind of hole to their game. And with Belichick, it's undoubted at this point that you can say the hole in his game is finding enough skill position players, is getting a good enough guys there. He seems to almost have a little bit of a hate relationship when it comes to for receivers and whatnot. And they haven't exactly targeted the right guys when they have targeted guys. I mean, look at the money that they gave Devontae Parker, and a guy that creates the least amount of separation in the entire league. I don't know what their plan is there, John. And Bill just strikes me as a guy that's so stubborn at this point in time in his approach, and has also not been a guy that's been willing to, I think, evolve in his mindset as much as he did there back, let's say in 2010, when he went away, you know, from the traditional offense that they used to run to more of the spread-based concepts that were in college, the Chip Kelly type offenses, the hurry-up modes and stuff like that. So, you know, he's kind of gotten stagnant in his approach a little bit here, and I don't have a real good explanation for it, but you know, you'd think there would be a little bit more of a drive on his part to have a sense of urgency here, but they just seem to be just kind of taking their time and whatever's clever, you know. One thing's for sure though, John, they're not ready to compete this year. That's for sure. John Stillwell says, everyone get your NFC futures bets on the Hawks to win the NFC. Still paying pretty well. I'll have to check that out there on my Underdog if they've got that offer, John. I did see that we're only 5-point favorites, I think, in the Rams game. First game of the season, which, I mean, even that one looks like a good bet to take from my standpoint, John. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. I mean, we should have that by easily a touchdown. Andy Phillips says, have you ever coached a team before? Any age range? How did you get all of your football knowledge? I have never coached. I certainly would love to potentially do it at some point. I wouldn't be opposed to coaching. I played up until about high school, where I topped out from a talent standpoint, where we had a high school with a lot of people. So we had a lot of good players, a lot of big guys, a lot of guys that were really physically talented. Didn't have a lot of the physical talent part of it, wasn't quite able to get that done. Tried really hard. I was a high motor guy. You know what I mean? High motor. But what happened very early on for me with football and the process of football was that I fell in love with it. I have a background, Andy, that I have kind of an engineering kind of background. I like to understand how things work and pull them apart. And the more I'm interested in it, the more that I love it and the way something is working in its process, the more I'm going to want to try to pull it apart. And when it came to football, it was never just enough to watch and enjoy it. It was always about trying to understand the deeper edge of it, trying to understand the tactical nature that's at play, how the development works, how teams structure their rosters, how teams try to win, just everything. And it's a sport to me that's unusual. I can watch basketball and baseball, and there's some intricacies involved with those sports, but they are, for lack of a better term, just what they are and what you see on the field and on the court. It doesn't have as many of those layers to it. Where with football, it's the layer of physicality, it's the layer of gracefulness and athleticism. It is the coaching, it is the strategery, it is the chess match going on. It is so many different things happening. It is the mix of players from old to young. It's the chemistry. It's the different type of feeling you get from certain teams, the different type of character that they have from one team to the next. You can get to all of the depths of this, which only make the experience that much more enriched. And I really, early on, it caught me in that way. And so I used to go really deep. And so I would have, before I did this channel, I would be talking people's ears off in the manner in which I talk your guys' ears off. And people would say for me for years you got to start a channel. You got to talk about this. You got to get on and do this, because it was just being kind of just spoken out to the random person whose ear I could kind of tug on. But it's just been it's been the love of the sport, and I've been following it now, Andy. I'm well into my 40s now. I've been following this sport for almost 4 decades, and following it through a lot of that time with that kind of more of a serious look and approach to it, and loving it and wanting to understand it at that deeper level, because the game just really does. The more you understand it, the more that you understand how it fundamentally works, the more the colors are more vibrant, the more it becomes even more interesting to me to watch, because you have so many things going on at the same time at once. And it just makes it ever interesting for me, But sadly, never coached. I would at some point if somebody would ask me to do it. I'd love to do it, though. I appreciate that, though, Andy. Kingdom Joe, Brandon, I work with Steeler fans. Trust me, they are super salty that Bush didn't pan out for them, but it's working for us. That's right, man. I get why they would be on that. They spent a high pick on him, and he didn't give them a lot for it, unfortunately, on the other side of that. But hopefully it can work out for us. I'm definitely rooting for the kid. I loved what I saw out of him, Kingdom Joe, in preseason. I really liked. He looked back to his college speed. King's House says Brooks has never been a coverage linebacker. In college, he played much coverage. He never played much coverage, but in Texas Tech, he was an absolute monster when it comes to rushing lanes. But overall, he is in fact limited. Yes. He did in his junior year. He played more of an outside 3-4 linebacker role. They actually put him as an outside 3-4 linebacker in that junior year. So he was moved from the middle linebacker position. And that also then left him dropping kind of into the flat in man-based situations. So he does have an ability, if you put him in man coverage situations, to somewhat hold up in that realm. It's really the zone stuff that gives him a hard time. And that going back to the college. John, the Steeler fans are hardcore, man. They're definitely very serious folk. Andy Phillips is also a low-key bummer. We had to let go of Ryan Neal. I was hoping to keep him, but we still have great players back there. I was too, Andy. He was very cheap this upcoming year. It would have helped you out with the depth, especially with Jamal Adams coming back from the injury. I'm not exactly sure. I can explain a lot of the moves that this team does and that they make sense. And you can kind of, even if you disagree with it, you can see where their logic came into why they did what they did. But on this one, I can't really put it together. You didn't save a tremendous amount of money by cutting Ryan Neal. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense. King's Alice says, I also think with a Bradford pick, we had similar success with Lewis as he's from LSU. Maybe the Seahawks felt comfortable being able to develop him like Lewis before. Bradford does have talent. He's got legitimate talent, no doubt about that. That's a great point. It's a great point. They have kind of a similar little bit of a background coming out in what they do and how they win and where they're impressive and where they're not impressive. And the good news here is that he has all correctable things in his technique. There is nothing within his game where that's never getting fixed. There's never anything you can do about that. It's not the case with Bradford. He does have things. He's just got a lot to fix. But it's all cleanable. Azaban says, Go Hawks, Azaban. John Stillwell, they were probably going to have some trouble with Neal because he wasn't getting paid anywhere near where his contribution to the team was. That'd be a feasible explanation for it, John, because as it stands right now, you weren't really saving much money by cutting him, if any, really, cumulatively. So that excuse doesn't really add up. But maybe that's a bit of it with it, where they were worried about him being a bit of a just kind of sore about it. I also kind of wondered with them thinking that, John, you have Love coming in here. You have Jamal Adams coming back. You have Witherspoon back in the fray when he gets in there and gets healthy. And then you've got Neal going into, to your point, a free agent year, right? Where he's got to go out in that field and have another show-out season in order to get that contract. But yet he's stuck on the depth chart behind all these guys because they've stacked that depth chart ahead of them. I mean, maybe this is a bit of a problem like you're talking about that they saw themselves getting out ahead of. And that was really where the spirit was on this one. Derek Sanchez says, who do we pull the plug on it unexpectedly? Who do we pull the plug on unexpectedly? Jamal? Someone else? I think, Derek, if the team was looking to move off of Jamal, they would have made that peace with doing it already. Early on the offseason, they would have designated him as a post-June 1st cut, and they would have spread out his dead money over 2 years. Them deciding to go with one more year of Jamal indicates that there's no plug being pulled out on him. Not this year. Maybe next year if he can't get through or if he can't become the player that he once was. But that's a decision for probably next year. Who do we pull the plug on unexpectedly? Yeah, I don't see anybody on that. I think the roster is kind of set right now, Derek, where there's nobody that they're looking to pull any plug underneath. I can't see somebody that they're not going to run with for the whole rest of the season at this point. Jamal would have been maybe possible at the early offseason, but now you're in it at this point. You're rolling with him. John Stillwell, man, coming hot tonight, man. I know you're feeling good. Coming in with another $50 donation. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, John. You are amazing, sir. I do salute you and appreciate you, brother, so much for that support. It says, Brandon, do you think Walker has some of the field? Do you think Walker has some off the field issues that are holding him back a bit? Kenneth Walker? I've not heard of Kenneth Walker having any off the field issues, John. Everything with Kenneth Walker has been that he is, that he's a really hard worker and that he is on point with what he needs to do and that, he's minding his P's and Q's. I remember Carroll had one press conference where he was referencing about Walker's work ethic, this off season and saying that he's been on all of it, that he's been doing everything that they could want him to do to be top notch. What's making you think, John, that Walker has some off the field issues? Just that he's been out of training camp? Because it's as much, you've got the groin issue and the groin's like the hamstring. I mean, there's a reason with it that you've had guys like him and Witherspoon, and it's taken them a long period of time to get over that stuff a bit, like all of training camp a little bit, because those injuries tend to take a long period of time to get right. But Walker seems to be the real deal in all respects. And we were speaking about this earlier on the stream, John, where, in Seahawks history, 50 years, you've had 3 rookie running backs that have gone over 1,000 yards. Kurt Warner, Chris Carson, and Kenneth Walker. And I think that does speak to how hard that is to do It's also really impressive with him, John, when you consider that he didn't start until after week 6. He had through most of the back half of that schedule a bum ankle, a bum foot that he was kind of fighting through at that point. But no, everything that I've heard off of Walker has been that he's clean off the field and that he's everything you could want from the kind of players that they're trying to build in this locker room, being that he is, all about ball, that this is his passion. This is what he wants to do and be great at it. But I'd be interested if you have something you're kind of working off of that makes you think that might be a bit of the case. I haven't heard of anything though. And I do think he's going to be our number one back. I think Johnny ends up with 230, 240 total touches this year, well over 1,000 yards, probably averages somewhere near 5 yards per carry. I feel very strongly that that's where we're going to see Walker kind of finish in at when it's all, said and done this year. Hell, John, if you're looking for how much confidence I have in him, I took him in my fantasy league. He's the only Seahawk I took in my fantasy league on my team. I have that much faith that he's going to get himself into a 1,300, maybe even a 1,400 type of year from the running back position. I'm very, very high on Walker right now. John, thank you for that $50 donation, man, and the $100 donation, and the 20 gifted subs, and the other 20 gifted subs. You are amazing in your support, brother. You really are. And you help me do what I get to do here, which is this channel full time. Garth, why pay productive players like Ryan Neal when you can mortgage the future on some overhyped wanker from the Jets? You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. He did play. He did kind of play. Ryan Neal did almost every bit as good as you'd hope the top end of Jamal would be playing last year. I mean, Ryan Neal had a strong argument to be made that he was your best defensive player last season. Camden McLaurin says, how long would it take you to become an NFL caliber punter kicker? I don't think people appreciate how difficult that job is. Yeah, no, I don't. There's no way I could be either of those two. I think you've got to have a bit of a background punting or kicking and at least a little bit of soccer. I also don't think I probably would have you also have to have some kind of naturally big leg, naturally ability to boom the kicks without having trained and doing all that stuff. There's got to be some natural talent. To your point on that, Camden, it's not just something anybody could go out there and do. You do have to have the talent to make it happen too, on top of the work ethic to make it go. But no, I could never be an NFL caliber punter or kicker. Number one, Camden, I'm very tight in my legs, okay? I'm older, I'm tighter in my legs. You look at those guys, they kick, they end up with their ankle touching their forehead when they're done through their follow through. And you see that stuff and you're like, never. I might tear my whole butthole open if I try to do that move. I'm just go, ah! No. John says PFF had Neal as the best safety in the NFC. Yeah, he was highly graded. He was almost a 90 grade, John. They had him put up there very high, and he earned that grade. He was awesome for us last year. He was all over the place. All that much more surprising that you're going to let a guy like that go that is such a solid contributor, and he's fairly cheap, and you can never have enough depth. It's a decision. It's one of the few decisions of this offseason, John, that I just don't quite understand. And I haven't been able to put exactly what went into this. I can have some conjecture about it, but I have no certainty. Kevin Zorbo says, okay, but aside from some website, was Neal the best safety in the NFC? Well, I guess the question at play would be, who outplayed him? As you go through the NFC last year, who was the better safety? We had no teams in our division that were bringing a safety that was that good. Panthers don't really have anybody. Falcons weren't offering a whole lot. Tampa Bay has Antoine Winfield Jr. He's pretty good. Saints have Tyrann Mathieu. Vikings have Harrison Smith, who's on the downward trajectory in his career right now. He's not the same player he once was. Lions didn't have anybody. Packers didn't really have anybody. Darnell Savage and Rasul Douglas. None of those guys were better than Neal, in my opinion. Eagles, nobody. Cowboys, Malik Hooker. Maybe. Maybe. Giants, no, and Commanders, no. I think to your point on this, though, it's as much, with this, Kevin, is that it was a weakened safety class out there in the NFC. You didn't have a lot of top end guys across the board there. But to my eye test, I think John, the thing is with this is that the PFF says that as a grade, but then the eye test also told us this as well. There were so many plays where he stood out with just making a play, being good as a run defender, good in coverage. He was good all around too. Not just, he's good in coverage. He's good all the way around. But that's where you marry this up between the PFF and the eye test. You don't just go off one or the other. You try to utilize them both. I know you're not super impressed by the PFF though, John. There's a lot of folks in that camp like yourself on that. I give them a little bit of a measure of legitimacy, but I understand there's some reticence on some folks to give it too much. I think the Hawks, Brandon, does the Hawks O-line coach, spacing on his name, it's Dickerson, have what it takes to fix Bradford? Well, in Dickerson's time here, he's done pretty considering if you look at the work that he did last year, let's see what he's done, because he's been here for now 2 years. So what has he done in his development? Well, he's taken Damian Lewis, a guy that's really at his best probably as a right guard, and he's turned him into a legitimate left guard in this league. Lewis had a 71 PFF grade last year. He was our best performing lineman on that line overall, I think. Very impressive to see Dickerson's work with Lewis. And then you see this team with 2 rookie linemen last year, and to go out with 2 rookie offensive tackles and to get them to perform well in that first year is, I think, a testament addicted to Hawks, Dickerson's ability as an offensive line coach. I'm not saying that he is a grade A type, but he's got some encouraging steps here for what he's done in this first 2-year stint. So I think he does have what it takes to fix Bradford. And this is what you want your coaches to do. Like, look, I'll give you the raw goods. I'm giving you the greatest raw goods you could ask for. Now it's your job to do your job, which is refine them, get them technically better. John says Tampa Bay has got a sneaky good defense now. If Baker can play like he did early in his career, they can be good. It's going to be tough for them, John, because Baker's not going to have the same offensive line that he had to work with early on in his career. They're not going to have the same backfield to work with that he had early on in his career to work with. Tampa Bay's defense is pretty good. It is still pretty good. But I do think that Baker's never getting back to that player again. Tuck says, Brandon put in the graveyard shift tonight. I am, man. I clocked in a little bit late today, though. I had the show going to 7, so I got to go a little later as well. King Zhao, I try not to depend on PFF for anything, but the ratings they give on most players are accurate, but it's also the schemes the players play. But PFF is definitely not the end-all, be-all. Exactly. That's a beautiful way of putting it, King. It's not to be used as just the end-all, be-all metric. Sometimes we don't have a chance to go off of the film, so we have to lean back on the PFF grades in general. I try as much as I can to make sure that I'm following it up with tape study if I'm referencing PFF as well. It's not always possible, but I try it every time I can. But I do agree with you. I think overall it's accurate. Overall it's close to the mark. It's not perfect. Certainly baseball and basketball have the analytics a little more perfected. But they're going to get there eventually, I think, with the NFL. And it's improving every single year. 360 Bet says, how do you think Arizona versus the Commanders goes week 1 in the score? I love to watch the Cardinals crash and burn. I indeed do think it's a crash and burn situation with the Cardinals there in week 1. Washington probably beats them by 2 touchdowns. This is going to be a miserable Arizona team. Miserable. And the fact that they moved on from Colt McCoy and now it's a matter of either Josh Dobbs or Clayton Tune. It's going to get dicey. I know we're not supposed to call them cupcakes, but it's got frosting falling over the side of the deal. It's all cupcake. Radu, I'm hyped up for McIntosh too, man. I have a great feeling about him. I think he's going to be an impact for us. I don't think he's going to get a lot of touches, but what he gets, I think he makes the most of it. Kevin says, I think our punter didn't start until not long prior to being a Seahawk. Yeah, but he had that background, Kevin. It's like those kickers having the soccer background, where Dickinson had the rugby background. So it's like, you've been playing rugby since you were a wee lad, and now you transition to football, and it's very much an easy transition to make off of the background that you have. 360 bets how many passing yards from Geno and rushing yards from Walker in week 1. Geno will have Geno will have 275 yards passing in the first week. Walker will have 125 yards rushing. Yeah. Hell yeah. Seattle Seahawks, boom shakalaka. You change your remote. I missed the old logo, man. Bring back the old logo. King Zhao, McIntosh has been one of the most hyped players just to me. In Georgia, he made their offense quite dynamic and is one of the few running backs that can run multiple full routes for the passing game. That's how I feel as well. I think him and Jahmyr Gibbs were really the only two running backs in this draft class that you could line up as running backs and actually ask them to run wide receiver routes, and they could look competent doing it. I do believe that that's something that he brings to the table that is very, very unique. And I love his addition on this team. He's a little bit of an insurance for us, I think, King Zhao, and that you're going to be able to use the fly sweep game a little bit more than you've used it in the past, because you've not used the fly sweep with Waldron here, not because Waldron doesn't want to use it, but because you've not had the players who can operate and run the fly sweep game in the way that you need it ran. Now you do. You got a JSN. You got a Drake Young. You got a Eskridge when he comes back. And if none of those guys work, you got a McIntosh you can call upon to run that kind of the game for you. And I like that aspect of it. I think the team's going to find a way to creatively get this guy with some touches throughout the course of the season. And I think he's going to make some impact. Very, very underrated guy to me for where he fell in this draft. Very strange that he fell to the 7th round, King Zhao. Very, very strange for me. I would have thought he would have been like at least a 6th, 5th round pick. But their loss is our gain on this one. Jesus Ostos says, Geno's going to have over 300 plus yards in week 1. I love it. I love it. Camden says, not the butthole. John says, I love Walker, so I hope I'm way off on that one. Well, and too, John, was there a report that you had read, or was it a story that you had gotten that was like leaked out on Walker that there might be an issue with that? That would be what I'd want to know with it, but I hadn't heard anything with it. And certainly having that impressive first year like he had, knowing how hard it is for rookie running backs to have that kind of impact, it only leads me to believe that this guy's going to be legitimate going forward. And I love his game. I love how he runs the rock. He's a fun runner. Radu Brandon had too many coffees tonight. I did. I went too deep on the coffee. Jesus Ostos is Durant. Only played 6 games at most. Durant is the number 1 corner. Oh, Kobe Durant with the Rams. Yeah, it's brutal, man. They're starting rookies across the board, and it's just going to be tough for that Rams team. King's House says Harrison Smith's been doing it for over a decade. He's slowing. He's slowing, getting up there, but still can ball out. He's still a good overall player. I just don't think you'd look at him as the class of the safety class of the NFC anymore, though, either. But still effective. And you're right, 10 good years. I mean, he's had a hell of a career. Can't argue with that. Jason, laughing out loud, every team in the NFL uses PFF stats. Let's give them some credit. 100%, Jason. And that's the very thing that I say to people when they push back too hard, saying that there's no value in the stats at all. I don't look at any of that. Well, you may not look at that, but 32 NFL teams do. They absolutely do pay attention to those stats and give it weight. Certain teams give it more weight than others, but all teams give it some measure, some degree of weight within it. King's House is just like I mentioned earlier, old school eye versus analytics, the oldest new debate since the test of time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. John says, hey, everyone, I've got to get a little extra sleep, so I'm checking out, but it's been fun tonight. Nice work, Brandon. Nice work by the stream. Go Hawks. Hey, John, well, let me give you a big thank you and a shout out to you, man. Huge donations, gift and subs right and left, as you've done many times over here on this channel. Thank you so much for that support. I'm glad to hear you're getting outside that project. I know that's been a brutal one for you. You never let me know how the new guitar played, so I guess I'm just gonna have to hit you up offline to hear what the thoughts are on the new guitar you got. But thank you, man, for all that support here on the channel. I hope you have yourself a great night. Get some extra sleep, rest up, man. Recharge those batteries, get it cooking. I'll hit you up offline too. I got to respond to your email on that deal. I've been a little bit backed up. I've been trying to get this Derek Hall video done. Just been obsessed with trying to knock it out. But I will be hitting you up soon offline on that too. Andy Phillips, thanks, Brandon. Take care, everyone. You have yourself a great night. I think it's probably a good time here with John calling on that note, and everyone seems to be doing a little bit of a checking out here as everyone's kind of wrapping up. Let's go ahead and put a bit of a button on this. We'll go through some of the last questions, comments, and concerns, trials, tribulations, and turn this over just a little bit. But thank you to everybody out there. You have yourself a great night, Andy. King's House is no lie. When you watch the Ravens versus Bucks game, Blue Kelly had by far one of his worst games and been burned severely by thirds and fourths. Yeah, the thing that stood out to me with that too, Kings, out of your point, is that it's not like the Ravens are exactly sitting on a stack of cornerback talent. You know, they need help at corner as maybe one of the main parts of that defense that does need help. And yet, they were willing to release him and let him go. I will say this about Caillou Kelly, though, too, is that he was a pretty raw prospect coming out, and he was going to take some time to situate himself. Something that we can maybe afford him here that the Ravens couldn't afford him there. And if he is being burned just that bad, he's probably not going to be long for this world with your Seahawks. They probably just wanted to have a nice, good, long look at him because of how well they thought of him in their scouting process of him, and thinking this guy could be a corner for us. And he's got some tremendous. He's a little bit like Bradford on the other side, King Zhao. You know, he's got some tremendous raw goods that he's working with. He's just maybe really far away from realizing them. Megan says Michael Dixon never played rugby. He played Aussie Rules B, 2 different games. Well, does one require you to kick the ball and make you better as a kicker? That was really the point on it. I know that offends Aussies. Don't call it rugby. It's Aussie Rules. We will beat the Rams, but they will always give us a hard time, says Alexander Matthews. They might. McVay just might be that guy, just can still find a way to make it a pain in the butt on Carroll, even in a year like this. Mez Ape says, hell yeah, Mez. Hope you're having a great night, man. I do indeed. Don't they, though, making an Aussie Rules, they still kick the ball, right? Like, he'd still be getting good at kicking that punting kind of motion. See, there we go. So it prepared him. It got him ready. King's House says, that's true, actually. The Ravens have nobody but Marlon, but that's something to note if they gave up on Kelly so quickly. It is a big part of the draw away for me. As much as I like the Kelly upside, I like the raw goods. The fact that the Ravens are as a team right now that's trying to go for it, King, that's trying to be a team that looks at themselves as a contender this year, and that does need a little bit of corner help, moves off of them. It is noteworthy, and it shouldn't be something we just gloss over in their willingness to do that. They'll give this kid a look. They'll give him a run. And if they think they can develop him, I think I will trust in Carroll, especially at that position, to be able to read the scene and go, yes, I can do it, or no, I can't, and make that determination really quickly. And how you can probably end up doubling back around Artie Burns if you really need to, as go back to that option if you want, you know. But I certainly don't think he's anywhere near close to being ready to be a guy that come out there and get on the field and help you out. And if we got to be reaching that deep into our depth chart, we're probably going to be bringing in other people from the outside. Kingdom Joe says Aussie Rules football offends rugby players. Oh, does it? 3 steps and kick every time. Oh, do they really? Oh, that's lame. I like the freedom of rugby then. That seems restricted, Megan. That seems a little restricted. I like the rugby. You can run wherever you want to run. King, but I don't think they have the patience to develop a cornerback, while Carroll is a guru at doing that exact same thing. Bingo. Yeah. I think they want a little bit of the known quantity, and don't, like you said, maybe they don't trust in their ability to clean all that up. It's like, it's too much. He's too far away. It's going to take us too long. We need the returns right now. Will be interesting if we see, in addition to this, King, if they end up making a trade before the trade deadline, and we've seen the Ravens do this in the past, to go get corner help. You know, that's the move that we see them aggressively making, and that's the choice they've made here, is rather than have the raw guy in the roster, we'll end up going getting the guy that's a little more legitimate, who can provide some immediate returns. Megan says, I watch both. Men in tight shorts tells you why, B. Just waiting on one of those, what do they call it? I can't think of the name. I'm too deep in the stream on this one. Felipe Pazani Guyen says, so maybe JSN, Witherspoon, and Jamal Adams will play week 2. I think you're going to see JSN by week 2. Witherspoon is a maybe. I think, if I'm making a guess here, Felipe, that the team with Adams is looking at the first 4 weeks, keeping him out. Then you got your bye week 5. Then you have him back by week 6. and for the whole rest of the stretch run of the season. I think Felipe, that's how that'll work. But I do think JSN is a week 2. I feel he's the most confident of these 3 in saying I see week 2 for him. From a shot. Camden says, shout out to the Seawall. Go Seawolves. Go Seawolves. Get it. Like I said, I'll be up the next 2.5 months watching the World Cup. Go All Blacks. Go All Blacks, man. All Blacks. Get it done. Get it done. I think to the Hawks, Brandon, does Evan Brown give Phil Haynes more help with Aaron Donald this week than Austin Blythe gave Abe Jackson in the past? It's been a frustration for me going on about 10 years now. And Addicted Hawks, you're asking a question that unfortunately I do not have a good answer for. We have seen Aaron Donald do by far the most damage to this Seahawks team than any other team that he's done in the NFL. He's got more sacks, more pressures, more tackles against this team than anybody else. A big reason why that's the case is that the coaching staff has time and again chosen to single block him with a guard over and over and over again. It defies explanation to me because they paid the price over and over again, but they don't seem to ever change their ways. I thought for a while it was just sort of some of the bombastic nature of Tom Cable. You know, I'm not going to commit to double teaming a guy. Just get the job done. You know, one of those kind of fire breathing coaches that just, you know, expect you to get it done somehow or way or another. Whereas a smart coach just needs to be, hey, this is the game wrecking force they have on this team. This is their best defender. Let's eliminate him. Let's not let him be the guy to beat us. But instead, the Seahawks have had many different games over the years where you've allowed him to be the guy to beat you. And I don't know why. And it frustrates the hell out of me. And I wish for this upcoming game that they would dedicate themselves to actually going to the double team blocks on Donald in this game. Nobody else on this, literally nobody else on this defense can hurt you. He is the only guy. King says Evan Brown will be the best center for us since Max Unger. I'm quite confident in Brown now compared to basically every center we've had before Unger. Oh, he certainly brings a lot more confidence in me than King's Al than we had with the, did we have the Drew Nowak year? We had the Joey Hunt time where he was running through there. We had Ethan Posick in there for a minute. Okay, you had Justin Britt after he had failed at tackle and failed at guard. Then he finally kind of somewhat succeeded at center. Yeah, I agree, man. It's been a wasteland there at that position, though. It's not exactly they haven't exactly set a standard there as of recently that's been very high to clear. But that's all we need from him, King. Just be functional out there. Be workable out there. You know? Don't be a waste of space like some of these other guys have been. Dick Docs, Brandon, agreed. Single block Donald is stupid. Beyond stupid. Same with single blocking Bosa, too. Yeah. Chip him. Chip the man. You know, chip him. This isn't hard. I'm a big believer, and it's something that I was talking a little trash about Belichick earlier, but one of the things I liked about Belichick that he did throughout the time that Tom Brady was there defensively, and he always put this at the forefront, part of his ability to have that defense change week in and week out, and that is I'm going to take your best offensive player away. I'm going to remove that. You ain't beating us this week with your best offensive player. Do you have the secondary goods to call upon to then beat us? And more often than not, he would challenge his teams in that way, challenge offenses in that way, and come to find out, no, they did not. And I would love to see the same thing here. It is definitely frustrating. Camden says Donald also sacked Russell a lot because he refused to play in rhythm. True. That is true. It was also, though, a lack of double teams. Because I would watch those games just locking in on Donald, being like, are we at some point going to double this guy? And every time, single block, single block, single block. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka. I like the take on Brown. We haven't been really elite since we've had Unger. Oh, not really been elite. We've been, I'd say, Boom Shakalaka bad at the center position more often than not since Unger's left. And it'd be great if Brown can fill that hole. Felipe, how do you feel about Jake Bobo? If he's great, damn. Imagine defensive backs against DK, Lockett, JSN, and Bobo. You could go with some tight little 4 wide receiver looks to your point on that, Felipe. He has been as impressive as an undrafted rookie free agent wide receiver as I've seen since Doug Baldwin. So there's not a lot of guys that have come out here and shown out in that way as undrafted rookie free agents. And we've had a lot of free agent receivers that have had their chance to go out there and make that mark, and they haven't done it. I think that makes what Bobo did this preseason noteworthy, as well as the fact that he did in all 3 games, he was showing out. It wasn't just one game he was balling. It wasn't just 2 games balling, and he didn't have like a ton of catches, but he didn't play all the time either. You were working guys in the rotation. But when he was out there, he was making an impact. He was taking the top off the defense. He was looking like a receiver that's got great hands, can run the full route tree, can play inside and outside. I like a lot of what I see from Bobo. What we're going to get from him in the future is hard to determine. He is going to be stacked up on the depth chart quite a bit unless there is an injury. But I love what I saw out of him. And as the players like to say in this case, more Bobo, please. Alexander, I do think Jake Bobo has a good chance to be better than Eskridge at this point. Provide more impact. Megan says, my Dark Lord and Sith Savior, Dark Lord Belichick. That's right, Megan. I know you'd like that one. I think the Hawks, Brandon, who scores the first touchdown for the Hawks? I say Lockett gets loose. Lockett gets loose. Let's have fun with this. Jake Bobo is going to get the first touchdown of the year for us. How you like them apples, addicted? Kings Al, Belichick would take away your best player and people wonder why he was so successful, especially to rookie quarterbacks. He always has a feast with them. Yep. Indeed he does. Indeed he does. And the sport sometimes is you don't want to overthink, and as smart as Belichick is, as detail-centric as he is, he can also add a kind of that simplified approach that could be so very effective. And so many coaches don't apply it as much as you think. There's just sort of this ego of we are what we are. We're going to run what we are, and you just can't beat us. Rather than building in, hey, that guy's really this part of the team that can hurt us, and let's build to try to take that away from them as much as possible. Camden says DK Parkinson and Bobo is a tall, lanky group. Boy, they are ever. They are ever. And I like to think of maybe the coaching staff can get kind of a little creative with this, where maybe there's times where you can have DK Bobo out there with your tight ends on the field. You kind of go to this big group that should be able to run block really well. And it'd be fun to see those two guys, 2 6'4", 6'5" guys on the outside, locking up those corners, tight ends doing work inside. Charles, I'll take K9. I will too. Kings Al, I was going to say it might be Bobo who gets the first touchdown since defenses love to sleep on Bobo so much. He's like sneaky when he gets behind defenses. He is. And I'll tell you, the thing that we didn't get to see in the preseason in his very good preseason performance, King, was one of the places that he was most effective in college, which was as a red zone threat from the slot. Because he's so hard to feel where he's going at the stem of his route, he's able at almost at will at times to get open with that. Especially those in-cutting routes, those option routes to feel off the leverage. And so I think that could be the guy who ends up getting the first touchdown. Could be the one. Hamza, is one of the big boys getting it at tight end? I'm going with Bobo, Hamza. Bobo feels right. I think Doc says, Brandon, you got a Bobo fever. I need to catch it. Catch it now. You're going to be slow. You're going to be wondering, why didn't I pick up this Bobo earlier? I don't know. I should have. Now I will. Grab him. There you go. Put him in your pocket. Oh, too big. What are you going to do now? Put him on the field, I guess. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jason Tudor, for that donation. I hope you're having a great night, man, as well as thank you for being a member of the channel as well. He says, do you think the ascendancy of Bobo might mean more 4 wide receiver sets? He looks like he and JSN could really wreck opposing nickel cornerbacks in tandem. It is a possibility here, Jason. The team has leaned more to the 3 wide receivers and the 2 and 3 tight end sets. I mean, that's what they've run. I would imagine if you look back last year at the number of 4 wide receiver sets we've run, or even the last 3 years of the amount of times that we've run 4 wide receiver sets, we're probably in the bottom 9 or 10 of the league in that. Now, you have never had kind of quite the talent that you're able to bring to bear from a wide receiver room in previous years as well. So maybe a little bit of why you didn't run as many of those 4 wide receiver sets wasn't because the team didn't want to, especially once Waldron came here, but was because you didn't have enough talent there on the outside. We've always seemingly over the last couple of years had the receiving core get dinged up. I mean, Tyler and DK are able to always go out there every day, but the other part of the receiving core always seems to be in kind of a bit of a state of flux. So now you do have the talent to maybe go out there and do that. And I would love to believe, Jason, that if I've got JSN against your 3rd cornerback, or I've got Bobo against your 4th cornerback, that's an option that they're going to be able to beat every single time just about. It's part of why I think this offense is going to be so hard to deal with, because they're going to be able to attack your weakness. Every defense is weak somewhere, either by talent or schematically. And we have the means, by the way we built this offense, to go and attack it. To have something that we've got that's a strength to go hammer that weakness. And that will be a real key, I think, to how our offense will find its ultimate success this year, and a potential of being the best all-time offense we've ever seen here in Seattle, because there's never been an offense constructed in this way that can hit you in all of these variety of fashions. So I would love to see a little bit more of it. They've not run it previously, but you've not had the talent here to run it previously. And it certainly is maybe a little bit more opened up, especially if you look at it from the standpoint of Jason of Waldron being informed by how McVay ran this system and what McVay liked to lean into. And while McVay has been heavy on 3 wide receiver sets as any coach in the league over the last 3 and 4 years, he's also a guy that likes to go to a lot of 4 wide receiver sets too. And so maybe there's a little bit of that background built in with Waldron to pick some of that up now that he's actually got the talent that he can bring on the field to drive these mismatches. Because if your 4th wide receiver is Freddie Swain, you don't really feel like that's going to be a mismatch for you, right? Or Penny Hart. You're like, well, we're kind of getting by out there with these guys. But I think it's a little bit different when we're talking about Eskridge and Bobo. I do believe that. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'd love to see it, Jason. Hard to predict though, because they'll be kind of picking. It's like predicting, Jason, the blitz side. I think we're going to blitz more this year. I think we're going to be more pressure based. I think we're going to try to get more out of Jamal and Bobby in that aspect, because that's what they do well. But it's also not been something that they've done a tremendous amount in their recent history. So that makes it harder to predict. It makes it to me more of a bit of a question mark there. But they should. I'd love to see it. Thank you, though, for that donation. Very, very kind of you. Felipe's got Bobo or Charbonnet. Charbonnet was my second go-to, Felipe. I was thinking Walker, get us down there, short yardage. You got a 2nd and goal, 3rd and goal situation. You bring out Charbonnet and just tell him to just bowl it right in there. Just stick those horns down and just start goring people. Just start goring. Don't ask questions, just gore. Charles has got a K9 65, 70-yard run. Let's go, Charles. Let's go. Mez Ape says the tank unit would be a great red zone package. I love that name, man. Let's get the tank unit out. It's time to score. That is awesome. I might steal that, Mez. I might have to steal that, the tank unit. That's our red zone package. Bring out the Abrams. That would be a good red zone package, man. I think the Hawks Bobo in my pocket. That sounds like a TV commercial. Love it. He's too big. He won't fit. I guess I'll have to put him on the field now. Spencer Smith says there ain't no way this dude is still alive. Good Lord. You know I go hard, Spencer. You know I go hard. King says, I've been on the Bobo train since UCLA looking at Charbonnet, and let me tell you, I'm glad we have both guys on the same train. Me too, man. And I was the same way as well. Both of those guys were very mighty impressive. I even like the Gaines guard that the UCLA had. Even he was a good player. Latu off the edge. UCLA had some interesting pro prospects on that team. Latu did really well in his first action this year too, to a degree, I think, as well. But yeah, Bobo stood out from the moment you first watched him. You went, well, okay, he's probably only going to be a slot guy. But boy, he could be a pretty good slot guy. And now he's come here and he's actually been able to win on the outside in addition to it. It's been mighty impressive. Camden says, if Trey Brown plays well, does he stay a Seahawk past his rookie contract? I don't think likely. I think the team's going to have to make a decision to pay one or the other corner. I don't think they're going to pay both corners, especially with Witherspoon here on deck. And I think Woolen's going to be the guy to get that money because he's your superstar. He's your game changer at the position. To me, Trey Brown has an upside. Trey Brown's going to get to his upside. His upside is like DJ Reed, if he's going to get there. And there's no certainty that he's going to reach that stage. But like the Seahawks did with DJ Reed, if he hits that spot, they're probably going to go arrivederci. Thank you for playing well for us. Congratulations on the new contract. And let's just keep it moving, especially the way that we've been able to draft corners and develop them here with Coach Carroll. Al McGrath, good morning from Ireland. How are you doing out there in Ireland? The Seahawks have primarily used 11 and 12 personnel on offense the past few years. Do you think they could use some other groupings like 10, 20, or 22 personnel? "22 personnel is possible because that's two backs. And you did run some kind of quasi 22 personnel groupings last year. I mean, even when you had the guy like Derek Young as technically a third wide receiver, you would align him up as a fullback for what would be essentially 22 personnel. I don't see them running a lot of 10 or 20 personnel. No. 22, yes. 10 and 20, no. I mean, 20 is basically two tight ends, zero backs, right? I don't see a lot of that. If you're running empty, you're going to run empty out of shotgun. Which, I mean, technically, I guess you could call that 20 personnel to a degree. I think what you see is a big transition this year, Al, from what we've seen in the recent years, is the 12 and the 13 personnel, the 2 tight end and the 3 tight end looks that they ran very heavily last year will be drawn back a little bit in favor of the 11 personnel and the 3 wide receiver looks. I think that's the big transition that takes place this year from where we've seen it recently. But I don't think they're going to go with a whole lot of other kind of formations beyond that. Because the point of the offensive scheme within McVay's and Waldron's scheme is not that you're running all of these different formations. The point is that you have a set amount of different formations you run, and then you can run any play off of it. So it does, the general nature of this offensive scheme is not one that's like other offensive schemes where they're going to run every kind of personnel package and grouping that they can throw at you. I would be more, they're going to probably try to lean to more 2 tight end sets and 3 wide receiver sets being what you run predominantly, with then maybe a little mix of some other stuff in around the edges on it. And good morning from Ireland. Thanks for checking it out, Al. That's a home country for me. That's where the ancestors come from. So appreciate you checking out and watching. Will Valdez, does Bobo have the strength and blocking ability to play tight end? No. No, I don't believe so. I think he's got good strength and blocking ability for a receiver, but it's a different story when we're talking about getting that guy up there trying to take on edges. Jake Bobo runs 4.9. That can't be right, says Alexander. I don't think it's right as well, Alexander. Let's remember he was not at the combine, so these aren't laser-timed scores. He was at the UCLA Pro Day, and it was amidst a time where they were having the wettest spring that I think they'd had in like 75 years. And so it wasn't the greatest of surface to try to run on, which I don't think allowed him to run it his fastest. But I think he showed on the football field here in preseason that he certainly is not 4.9 fast. He's faster than that. I think he's probably more of about a 4.7 guy, 4.65, something like that. Megan says, got Charbs in my fantasy B. What's nice about Charbs in fantasy, Megan, with that guy is that he's a guy you're not going to necessarily need to have go for 100 yards, 120 yards. You know, he might go for 35 yards, but get a couple of tutties, you know, to offset that. And then you're on easy street at that point. Mez says, go ahead and steal from me on that one, brother. I like it. Mez, that was strong. The tank unit, man. When you hear me calling that on game day, know that was you. I'll try to give you a shout out when I use it. King says, and not to mention his entire career, both UCLA and Duke, he gives his quarterback passer ratings to 110 plus when thrown to him. He literally makes his quarterbacks better, and DTR used him as a blanket when needed. Great stat there. So even going back to Duke, 2 different programs, yet this 110 plus passer rating when targeted in his direction maintained. Goes to show you that Bobo creates separation. Whether he's fast, whether he's slow, is he got great hands and does he create separation? Hell, yes, he does. Felipe says, which second-year player is going to have the best year? To me, it's Woolen. I think it is Woolen. I think that there's a lot of competition, though, where it's really neck and neck. I think that you have Walker going for 1,300 to 1,400 yards this year. I think Boye Mafe is going to be a 10-plus sack guy and also be one of the better edge run defenders that you see in the entire sport. I think both of your tackles are going to step forward in their game as well. So it's going to be very, very much a lot of competition in there. But Woolen is the guy that is right now on a superstar trek in my position, Felipe. I think all those guys that I mentioned do have a chance to reach that stage as well, but Woolen really was the closest to flashing it last year. King's House is for the last time, Bobo's not a tight end. Yeah, no tight end. Can't put him in there. That wouldn't work. Hydra Boo. Bobo hooked up with my sister and ghosted her, so I can't support him. That's fair. That's completely 100% fair on your part, Hydra Boo. And your username goes right in line with that, by the way, too. He's a young man. He's a young athlete. Those guys are, they're energetic folks. They got a lot of that energy to them, What are you going to do? Stephen Guard says, I'm getting up here in Michigan, and there you are grinding live. Go Seahawks. Go Seahawks, Stephen. We had a great stream tonight. I always love doing this, so, I get rolling. Megan says, as a member of the Trojan Army, I'm not sure I can get behind the player from the UCLA, B. Oh, he's undeniable, Megan. You'll be saying more Bobo by week 3. You'll be saying more Bobo, please. And then you'll have a little spoon emoji on the edge of it. On the end of the comment. Big boy Jess still going strong. We are still going strong. We're probably gonna wrap up here fairly soon. Says King's out. Mine's Abe Lucas, but hey, I'll take Woolen too. I'm torn, man, King. All these guys, I think, at least 5 of them, I think, are stepping forward this year. So it's definitely doesn't have me with an easy answer on this one. It doesn't. Lucas is a great one. I mean, he looks like he's on a star level of rise for the right tackle position. He looks tremendous. So yeah, I think that's a good one too. King says, Bobo is a very sexy man. He might give Jimmy G a run for his money. He might. I measure to make a guess that Hydra Boo, you can at least feel good in understanding that that's probably not the only heart he's out there breaking. You know what I'm saying? There's probably a few others there. Probably got a little bit of a Trail of Tears situation going on here. Life of an athlete. Megan says, I bet I won't. Caleb is king. I know that UCLA USC hate is real. It's a real thing. All right. Well, let's go ahead, and I think it is now a good time to wrap up. We're almost about to clip up into about 7 hours here. I think we've covered pretty much all the topics we got to cover here on this stream. I want to thank all of the people that put all the donations in, from Jason Tudor, Andy Phillips, John Stillwell with incredible $150 of donations, Eric Canup, Guard Knight, DJ Owen, Macon. Thank you for all you're doing as a mod here on the channel, as always, in that respect of things. I'll tell you, I say it once, I'll say it a million times. Every time I do this channel, every time I do a live stream show, I've always got such a great contingent of my folks in the chat, just on their toes, thinking about the right type of stuff, considering the right type of things. And what I mean by that is just using their brain, using their noggin, thinking intellectually in their process of this team and where we're going forward, and what we got to address as far as issues, and what work still needs to be left done here by this front office as we go through the season. It is part of why we go so long here, as you guys are so tremendous in the chat and keeping me on my toes like that and keeping me laughing. And I just enjoy the hell out of these interactions, and always walk away with a little bit more understanding and knowledge of this team than I had walking into it. And that's just another extra added part. It's always just a win-win-win. Hydra Boo says, I wouldn't care, but I think he did my mom dirty as well. He's taking down the whole family. Well, now he's wrong for that. He's wrong. He's stepping over taboos here. Megan, much love out to you too as well. You stay safe, and we'll be seeing you back here on Tuesday. Hear us roar indeed. We are 12s. Hear us roar. Addicted Ox, you have yourself a great night, man. I appreciate it. Megan says, Bobo may give Jimmy a run for his money, but you know which silver-headed coaching god has my heart. I do indeed. There is only one there, Megan. Well, there's 2 when you consider the hockey coach too. Right? So there are technically 2 silver-headed. Kingdom Joe, Lucas Cross, Woolen, Mafe, Charbonnet, Walker, JSN, Hall, Bobo, Drake, plus DK and Geno have a breakout year here, with DK pulling over 1,300 yards. Let's go, Kingdom Joe. Let's go. King Zhao is a guy living in LA, Brandon. The USC-UCLA rivalry is both bloody and chaotic. It is. I can attest to that. I know it gets hot down there with that. Oddly so. Californians are so laid back, It kind of goes against their given nature a little bit, but it's real. It's real. King Zhao, hit that like, sub, y'all, if you haven't. Thank you for mentioning that. Appreciate you on that, King. Please do hit that like button if you haven't already. It does help out the stream tremendously. Hydra Boo says, "Why are you laughing, man? I should be showing you a lot more. I should be showing you a lot more empathy, I guess. Here, you know, the man went through the sister and the mom. You know, I get it. I get it. It struck me as a little funny for some reason." Spencer, the dam is cracking and bending under the building pressure of the San Francisco continual postseason failure. No real faith in any of the quarterbacks and about to nail their own coffin shut with this Bosa deal. Well said, Spencer Smith, and I agree with you. You can hear the cracking. You can hear the groaning. You can see the steel starting to twist underneath it. It's almost like that the building fault lines of San Francisco are right along in conjunction with this team and how it's feeling right now. You want good vibes coming into the season, the same kind of good vibes we've got with this team right now, where everything seems right, everybody seems on the same page, everybody driving to the same goal. And right now the Niners, as it stands here, it looks a little bit dysfunctional. Not fully dysfunctional, not broken, not like they're going to fall on their face, but there's a little bit of dysfunction that is rising to the surface here. And I do think that it's going to impact this season for them in some way. We'll just have to see how great it will be. Kingdom Joe says the haters will say nay, but I believe we have the great next dynasty on our hands. It's very possible, Kingdom Joe. Dynasties are always hard to predict, as we saw with ours. We had the youngest team in football history to go win a Super Bowl. We looked every bit like a team that's going to go win multiple championships and be on that run of a dynasty, and they only were able to get one. It's hard enough to just get one. But I've said that this trade with the Russell Wilson situation was right along, almost equivalent to the Herschel Walker trade that the Cowboys made with the Vikings that helped to turn that Cowboy team. They took those assets, and it's what helped to make them eventually a dynasty. And if you've seen it happen once before in that nature, this is where I always say pay attention to history, because history may not repeat itself, but it definitely does rhyme. And we might be the beneficiary of this very rhyme in this very situation to that degree. Spencer says, Hawks Nest 4L. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Spencer says, good stream 12s. Great work, Brando. This is the year for you, man. The channel is about to explode. I love it, brother. I hope you're right about that. But even if we just keep cooking along in our current progress, doing what we've done, I can't ask for more than that. I've got the greatest community you're going to find out there on YouTube, the most supportive, smartest, on point, just great in every way. And it is amazing. I say it once, I'm going to say it every time I do a stream. It is amazing the support that I've got on this channel and just the positive vibes I get from you guys every single stream, every single week, without fail. And I want you guys to all know out there, I really do appreciate all of those kind words of encouragement, especially when we were in the smaller, younger days, when we were in the days where we were just growing. You guys were there with me on that as well. Part of what helped me to know I was on the right track, going in the right direction, that we were going to get to that goal, and we're arriving there fast. We're getting to where we want to be with this channel. So thank you, man. I hope you're right on that. I'm looking forward. This is going to be a great, great, great upcoming year. Alexander Brandon, is the 24-hour stream still on the table? Well, I've committed to, if we win a championship this year, I will indeed be doing a 24-hour stream. So if we get to the Super Bowl, we win the Super Bowl, you will have me on a 24-hour stream, no doubt about it. I'll still maybe do one at some point otherwise. So we'll maybe fit one in at some point. We'll just have to kind of feel that one out, but I'm open to it. I have to be talked into it a little bit, but I got to be open to it. I'm open to it. That might be the drunk stream. We're doing the drunk stream on Thanksgiving this year. Addicted Hawks wonder when we get a final word on Bosa. Hard to tell on that one, Addicted. Because we don't know if he's really going to take the hard line stand or if the Niners are really going to sit hard line on not giving him the money. Feels like one of those sides is going to give in, and it's hard to know which one it's going to be. He says, we are as great as we follow your example, B. Absolutely. Well, you guys are great. There's no doubt about that. Whether it's following my example or just being awesome. You guys do it every single stream, and it blows me away because I know there is so much toxicity that exists out there in this online hemisphere. To have it be so cool and clean here in the way we roll it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As Al McGrath says, my man out in Ireland, we got ourselves here 7 days. Just 7 days until our Seahawks are back in action where it's going to count, until we're potentially about to start one hell of a magical Super Bowl run. God, I hope so. The talent is there. The coaching is there. The front office is there. You got the pieces in play. Yeah, it's a little bit young. Yeah, it might be just a little bit early. but we are on our way, and we might just get there this upcoming season. It's going to be a fun one to track and a fun one to watch. I do hope you're going to be with me here every step of the way. Jason Tudor is finishing us off right with a double donation at the end. Thank you for that, Jason. He says, drunk stream. What the F? We agreed to it last time, Jason. And so this is on the books. Thanksgiving. Many of you that may have not been subs to this channel, there is a somewhat famous stream that I did where I got pretty much pissed drunk. And we went hard that stream. It seemed to be that people really loved watching me get super sloppy. So I've committed, as a show of support to my fellow Hawks Nesters, that we are going to be doing Thanksgiving night, as indeed is going to be the next drunk stream. We're going to be having Dr. Sanders in the house, whipping up some hard mixed alcohol drinks, and I'm probably going to say something inappropriate. Probably going to go about that way or so. Probably going to go that way. Spencer says, Brando, were you not feeling Roshan for Tajay straight up, by the way? I don't know if you saw that offer for me. I haven't had a chance, and I'm so sorry, Spencer, I haven't had a chance to check in quite yet with I'm planning on doing, I also had a hard time finding the trades. Like I clicked the button and the trade doesn't show up for me when I looked at it. And so I was like, I got to troubleshoot this. I don't know where the trade showed up at. But no, I'm going to probably keep Tajay over Roshan. I'm going to probably keep, I'm big. I think I'm sitting on my roster, man. I love my draft. I love where I'm sitting. I would love to have Roshan, but I think I got it good enough. You know, if I move right now, I got to move a receiver for a running back because I don't want to. It'd be kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul to move a running back for me at this point too, because it's more of my running back room I got to strengthen up. Gabriel, go Hawks, y'all. You have a good night. Kings House of Denver. We just trade one player just to transform an entire team. Sign me up. That's exactly what Coach Carroll and Schneider thought. Indeed, they did. Indeed, they did. Part of the reason I've said multiple times over on just this stream alone, Kings Out, that they've earned back a lot of goodwill for being on the right end of history with this trade. And not just being kind of on the right end, but absolutely being on a monster end of this, having maybe basically won this trade in equivalent fashion to that Dallas Cowboy deal. It goes Dallas Cowboys, Seahawks trade of Russell Wilson. That's your 1-2 in NFL history as it currently stands right now. King Joe, Pete Parkinson has a Pro Bowl season and Tyler Lockett has a Hall of Fame season. I like where your head's at, King Joe. I hope you're right. And Parkinson could be very big this year. He's got to overtake a couple of the guys on his depth chart to actually get out there, especially with how little you're going to run probably as much of the 3 tight end sets. But Parkinson's been coming on, and he has been coming on strong. Jason Tudor, thank you for finishing us up right with that $4 donation at the end on the double dip donation. Get ready, Seahawks fans. We got a week away from the action. I'll be doing the play-by-play, of course, on Sunday. We'll be back here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and we'll be back here on Thursday multiple times over with the members-only stream and the B&B show on Thursday night. So a lot lined up for this upcoming week as we prepare for this upcoming season. Get your game faces on. Get the eye paint ready. Get your get the tape put around the fingers, okay? I want you guys with your game faces on this upcoming Sunday. I want us already in championship mode game 1. I don't care if it's the weak-kneed Rams that we're taking on. I don't care if it's the tank team Rams that we're taking on. Everybody gets the sharp end this year. Every single team. I don't care what kind of rebuilding state you may be in or not. No mercy 2023. That is your Seahawks slogan. Write it on down. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I can't believe how great you guys are in every way, shape, and form. Thank you for an absolutely wonderful stream. I enjoy the hell out of doing this every time I get a chance to do it. We'll be back very, very soon. I'll be back within 48 hours. And I hope I shouldn't have to remind you as we are in game day week. We're in opening game week. I shouldn't have to remind you. I shouldn't have to tell you what time it is, but I'm going to do so anyway because there's always a few out there that are going to forget. There's always a few others that get busy and have things slip outside their mind. Well, you're going to keep this at the forefront of your mind. The championship run starts right now, here and now. Game 1, right on through. Never stop it. Never pulling the brake. Never tapping the brakes. Gas down, all gas, all day, all the time. Be in that mindset. Let's go this year. Let's not think to the future. Let's think about right now and what this team can accomplish here and now. Why not us? That's what they said 10 years ago, and on the back of that phrase, you got yourself the Super Bowl when no one thought you could. Well, I say again now. Why not us? I'll be back in 48 hours, but don't you ever forget. Go Hawks. Seahawks.